important for the, where you're seated. You really want to be winning these for good seeds.
Think, Jay, but we might be having some production issues. Okay, we should be all good now. For those of you that didn't hear, we're into week 4 of the APAC Founders series, and yes, we have some exciting games coming up. Sorry, Jay, but you were just saying that we are getting up into the end of the open bracket now, leading towards playoffs here. So these matches are starting to be really relevant,
Yeah.
especially when you look at sort of the how close the top end is at the moment between Fish, Sunday School,
Mm.
and a few other teams. And Jay Beto, I know that you know, and maybe some other people know as well, that it was a bit of a roster apocalypse this week leading up to week 4.
There was indeed some interesting spicy changes going on all through OCE, particularly the middle and bottom teams. I believe that Fish and Sunday School have remained the same, but lots of other teams have been shaken up. A few teams got exploded. So
That's
yeah,
true. Well, as always, to everybody here watching us, we appreciate you being here. And just a reminder, as always, I'm wearing my beanie to support the fight against MND. That's our charity at Smite OCL. And if you too wish to support in the fight against motor neuron disease, you can click the link in chat right now. If you have the capacity, please feel free to donate. It helps a lot in that fight. But Jay Beto, speaking of fight, I think I'm going to send it over to you to take us to an interview with Simply.
simply, how we doing?
Hello, hello. Good to see everyone.
Good to have you on. How are you? How are you feeling after a few first weeks?
I mean, some weeks Fish have been performing pretty good. Think
Mm mm.
last week it was a bit of a disappointment, but we're looking to
mm.
bounce back this week.
Well, Dice and I just touched on the rosters. We have been seeing quite a few interesting roster changes. I don't really want to talk too much on the individual roster changes, but what are your thoughts on changing a roster this early into comp? I mean, the tournament's only short, but would you make a change before finals, or do you think that it's better to just stick at it and try to work on the problems as a team?
I think there's always value in sticking around together and trying to go through your ups and downs and really work on it before finals because
Hmm.
we're very lucky that we got 5 weeks before the games actually really matter.
Hmm.
So you've got a lot of time to play around with things, see what works, see what doesn't, see what people can do. And if you're changing a roster around, then you're kind of starting from scratch again with the
Hmm.
same 5 people, then going through picks, trying them out, and so on. So you kind of look at what Fish question mark have done, and they've stuck with Yada, Oscar, Filks, and Automaton. So I think just keeping a solid roster is what you're meant to do.
Yeah, of course. Like you don't have much time to work on stuff if you make a roster change towards the end and then it doesn't work. Then you guys maybe like tilted at each other. I'm sure that's not a great feel, but you never know. You might make a big roster change. It might fix up some of your issues. So we'll have to have a look at that today with some of our, you know, third, fourth place teams that have changed quite a bit. Now, we're also seeing quite a few new gods being added over the past few weeks. We've had 2 sets of releases recently. Of course, things happen, and Hercules and Dunsabura both aren't available this week. That happens. But but I do think that we're headed in a pretty good direction. Do you feel as though draft is changing, becoming more complex and interesting? How do you think that teams will benefit or struggle from this?
Yeah, drafting is quite quite different game to game because it depends on who you're versing. Like a
Mm,
lot of the time, a lot of teams will just ban away something good instead of saying, okay, let's leave a lot of things on the table because there's more than one good pick right now. There's like 5 or 6 semi-top picks and then like 2 breakaway picks in my opinion. So it's kind of like interesting from game to game because some people will just ban the Fenrir, whereas
mm,
others will just like let it open, let the other team have it, and then take like the Neath Baron or Nuar or something like that in return. So
mm.
it's kind of like at the draft, you're looking at like a top 6 of really good gods. So it depends on what you want to ban really. But with more and more gods coming into the game, I think a second ban's probably going to be
Yeah.
inevitable with like another 5 or 6 gods probably.
Yeah, yeah, I can definitely see, even like 10, you're going to need another band because there's just going to be so many things that are left on the table. I think it does open up and like more of an interesting draft phase because you can kind of go towards different play styles as more of the different styles of characters get added. Speaking of different characters getting added, who are you looking forward most to seeing?
I would love to see gods like Ganesh, gods
Mm.
like Kepri, gods like Geb. Oh, they've got to be added. As a jungle main myself, I just can't wait for them to be added into the game. I'm so stoked for them.
I do sense a bit of sarcasm, but I know that there are some supports, especially on the casting team, who do like the peel supports. Myself, obviously, I'd keen for Cucullin to get added. But
He'd
with
be a
these,
good one.
yeah, I think he'd be fun. With new gods getting added, hypothetically, if you were able to make a choice and you were able to do like a little rework, like we've seen with some of the passive abilities in the few recent gods, what would you do? I'll go with mine first. I would add Cthulhu, and I would change it so that his one, where you stack it, instead of gaining the like mitigation or something, I would give protections and health every stack so that you really play that late game like Giga Tank.
I don't mind that one. I think for me, I'd probably be looking at a jungler like maybe something like Pele, where she's kind of
Mm,
just been like a full damage and hope for the best.
mm.
Or maybe you kind of like we've seen a lot of like knock-ups being added into Smite too, so maybe her role that has a knock-up on it when you get that initial hit maybe or something like that. That'd be cool, or maybe a slow on her one or something like that.
Mm.
Maybe just something else added into a kit.
So it's a bit more utility.
Yeah.
So it's not just like ult in, insta kill both backliners or die.
Yeah, I think she's always just been like make sure she has enough sustain to survive the dive, really.
Yeah, right.
So it'd be cool to see her have something else to her.
I do like that. I do like that. Well, simply, thanks for coming around. Before we head off, do you have any shout outs?
Yeah, I'd like to shout out this one individual in the region. He's been putting in a lot of work behind the scenes. He's kind of an up and comer called this. He's like Sharks, I think his name is. He's been kind of hiding in the background with Sunday School,
I think
spectating
I've
their
heard of that
games,
guy.
and he's kind of finally been outed for cheating as well for Sunday School. So I think it's good to get his name out there and let people know that he's heavily influencing their games.
Ooh, bit of BM going out to us. I do know what you're talking about. But simply, thank you. It's always funny to have you on. Uh, good luck in your games.
Thank you, thank you.
Dice, what a guy, huh? What a
What a
guy.
guy. Some great insights coming out from Simply. It's always wonderful to have more down to earth people who are actually in the community, or that have been a part of the community for quite a while. In
Yeah,
week 2, we got to see Sharks, and obviously having that perspective from someone who's been at the SBL level. Week 3, we got to see Swifty, who has only really come back recently to join into Smite 2. So having Simply around for this one, who has been
mm,
around for the last few years and has been able to
yeah,
gather these perspectives on these newer players is really interesting. So yeah, wonderful to have Simply. But Jay Beto, I think we're going to be getting into picks and bans for game number 1 of week 4 here, and this is going to be between Blase and Raven Guard, two teams that have Jay Beto kind of been around a little bit. A lot of these players, but.
yeah.
They've been having a good sort of run. Raven Guard had a great run last week, and Blase, they're going to ban away the Baron first here.
Before we jump into specifically talking about these bands, I also want to mention about this roster apocalypse that Thegoras on Raven Guard was on the trial last week. So this is one of the
True.
changes we've seen. He was a jungler last week. Now he's an ADC.
Mhm.
If you aren't familiar with the OCE scene, which I'm sure many of our viewers are not, he was primarily an ADC player for the
Chicken.
entirety of Smite 1. He's a really, really, really solid ADC player. So I'm very keen to see how he does. Catching back up with the bans, we've got Baron and Fenrir, kind of exactly what Simply was talking about, right? The Fenrir ban out as well. He said maybe you can trade a Baron for that.
Mhm.
Baron's
Yep.
banned, obviously. So, and also, I did want to mention that Danza and Herc are the two banned gods. Everything else is in the game. So Armor's back, Baron Yamoja. There's no, to what I'm aware, bans from the previous weeks. Odin first pick. I'm a massive fan.
Yeah, I mean, we see a lot. Odin typically has a very, very high ban rate, so seeing him getting locked in here is very
Yep.
exciting for Blase. And on the other side, Jingwei is also quite a highly contested god, so that's quite good.
Mhm.
And Javedo, last week at the end of the last broadcast, we got to talk to Vintage, who had been running it down on the Chark mid. Do you think that's where this is going for Raven Guard?
Ooh, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like that's a vintage pick to me. I think this is probably going into solo. I think it does it pretty well into Odin. Like, you kind of can't beat Shark in lane, so he just kind of gets a free lane. He gets a farm for free. He has so much sustain, and then he has that big team fight. Plus, the slows can be really underrated. The attack speed slow as well. We've got
Mhm.
Neath on the side of Blase on their
Yep.
2, and Loki on their 3. I did quickly want to bring up this. Forgive my face just getting
The
unbelievably
sudden
bright.
brightness there.
But
Wonder what he's
Neath
looking at.
has our highest pick rate. So very,
Yep.
very popular in OCE right now. 97% pick rate on this Neath.
100%. Yeah, we've seen it played in ADC, we've seen it played in mid. Obviously, that the OCE players really, really value that sort of global pressure that she adds on, gives the team a lot that they can play off of. But Jay Beto on the other
Yep.
side, Raven Guard have locked in this Nuwa, who doesn't provide exactly the same global pressure, but can provide a
No.
lot of damage to the entire team, lock in some kills. And alongside this Ares, you're sort of potentially looking for a very heavy team comp oriented draft, and then leading into the Jingwei late game by the looks of it.
Yeah, Ares into Neath is quite nice as well if you're able to catch the Neath with a chain. Obviously, that's not going to happen all the time in team fights when you're playing like a standard in a line, with tanks at the front, 80 carries at the back. But this armor lock-in, so it looks like we're going to be seeing an Odin support, but could be armor support too. I think that either one is okay. And this Hecate lock-in, so most likely going to be Neath ADC. Hekate's got like so much area damage, like the most AoE damage in the game at the moment as a mage, in my opinion at least, with the ult. A lot of control as well with the mez, the setup. Can also teleport your team around.
Yep.
So I think it's really, really, really cool. Susano locked in, 10th pick, still a solid jungler. After Fenrir, I think that it's kind of just take your pick of what you're comfortable on or suits your draft. I really like Susano with Ares. I think that it's a lot of control as well.
Great
New
CC.
stun. Yeah, I think there's a lot of CC on Raven Guard.
Yeah.
But Blaze's pretty tanky. Odin and Armor, not to be discredited in the tank
agree.
department. I
Yep.
think that, in my opinion, Blaze really want to stay together because the Odin stun with a cage and the armor passive, applying that to whoever you're hitting, can really, really burst down that first person, especially if it's an Ares who can't really get away. Raven Guard, a little bit more of a dive potential with, Nuwa super safe in the sky, Jingwei the same thing. Can hit in the backline as well, pretty safely against, Odin and Armor because she can just ult away. And I think that the Chark, Ares, Susano dive is really strong.
I think look as well at how Blase have sort of drafted a comp that can very easily lock someone down. In the early to mid game, I'd be expecting to see this Neath ult being charged up, honestly, from level 5.
Yeah.
With the potential follow-up from an Odin cage and a Loki ult, try to really get those early kills. And the mid to late game, you're going to, I would say, be seeing the Odin cage drop. Whether or not the shell is popped, you're going to have a Hecate ult off the back of it, start really hard CCing people.
Yep.
And, this Ares has to get himself quite far out of position to throw down his ultimate. It's not very likely, given the meta that we're in at the moment. We're not seeing a lot of blink. We're seeing a much more shell-oriented relics slot at the moment for these supports. So I don't think that Ares is going to have an easy time engaging in the backline. Jay Beto, looking at these team comps, which draft do you think is going better here? Which team do you think have the better chance of taking this W?
Like, I really like Blaze's comp, but I think that it's high execution. I think that it's quite a difficult comp to play, and it has a lot of punishable factors. Hecate, immobile, Neath. I know that she has backflip, but no CC immunity, same as Hecate, so can get caught very easily. But with the Neath early game, with the stun, the global pressure, I think it's a really executable comp. So I think, I think I'm going to go with the Raven Guards comp just because I think it's a little easier to execute on, but Blase definitely have options.
Well, let's find out how they're going to transition those options into this game as we send it over to Nuxel and Osme to take it away for game number 1.
It's quite simple, really.
Good afternoon, Australian viewers, and good morning to all of our American viewers. My name is Nuxel, and we're in week 4 of Apac, and I'm here with Osme. How you doing, man?
I'm very well. I'm excited for another week of OCE games. See what all these new rosters are going to be cooking up. Yeah, it's going to be very exciting.
For sure. Now, some new names that we heard Jay Beto and Dysart talking about on the desk there. We've got Thagurus back in his, what I believe to be his more comfortable role. It's definitely the one that I've seen him play the most as history follows. So it'd be nice to see him, in more of that comfortable position now.
Yeah, I think if you've been around OCE for a while, Thagurus is that experienced ADC player for many seasons now. And he's back. He made a little holiday into jungle for a while, filling in some needed roles for other teams. But with all these changes in rosters, he's made it back into a team where he can fulfill that ADC role, which is an awesome look. And I'm excited to see if he's really transitioned his expertise from Smite 1 into Smite 2, because it will be a big strength for this Raven Guard roster if he can pick up where he left off.
For sure, for sure. Smite 2 being, yeah, such an important role for these ADCs. I mean, obviously in Smite 1, definitely the same there, but you're getting to these late game team comps, and as we're seeing with OCE Smite 2 kind of meta, there's so much tank happening. We're seeing a little bit less in these games, you know, more of your traditional assassins, a lot of aggression that Loki and especially Susanoo is wanting to bring into these games, not so much the tank junglers that we're so used to, but nevertheless the ADCs, the Gorus and Meticulous are going to be needed in these team fights at the end and in mid game.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see also how, because I'm not sure how much practice these new teams have had together, if they're going to know what they're wanting to do, like their roles in the team fights respectively as each member. We see Yotruck, who was traditionally a solo laner, moving over into support for Blase. He's picked up the Odin, which is I think a good move for him, putting him on a comfortable, more kind of, I'll just say a more solo god in support.
Yeah, yeah.
And hopefully he can still have that impact, but it might be a little bit different because, you know, supports, solo laners have it good in the tank perspective, because supports have nowhere near as much farm, and they're still expected to jump in and tank and engage. So it'll be interesting to see if Yotruck can really adapt to this less amount of farm that he should be getting, and really still having impact frontlining and engaging with this Odin.
It'll be interesting to see his playstyle, that's for sure. You mentioning with that solo gameplay compared to more of that. I mean, sure, you want to be engaging on a support, but also peeling. Good chains coming out here from Brewsty to start this first fight of the game. We got the Loki coming out to chase down Thegoris here. He's getting low, maybe regretting his ADC choice, but not so much. He's walking back and he'll be okay, but there'll be a hover over here from Susanoo hiding in the bush, not wanting to be seen quite yet until the perfect timing, and Wind Siphon coming out and crippling the Jingwei. Nothing too much happening here, and Thegoris is getting even more low. The shell popping, still no deaths happening, and it looks like we'll be jumping back passively. Interesting fight to start that off, showing a little bit of that uneasiness, I think, from both sides of Yotruck and Thegoris being a little bit rusty there, but interesting fight nevertheless.
It's all happening. 2 minutes in.
It always seems to be duo lane that's bumping out these first fights.
Yeah. Both of these teams haven't really reached the top level just yet, but I'm interested to see if these new rosters and these players from other teams might just click in and have that kind of honeymoon period and find some real success in these tournaments. Because we know some teams, well, the honeymoon period is a very real thing. You might just be playing with a new team and have this awesome success, and you don't really know why it's happening. And some of these players have had that success in the past. Like we've seen multiple names in this lobby find success in OCE in previous years, seasons, and it's going to be
Neon Flame getting
no, not a solo kill.
Not a solo kill indeed, but a first blood nevertheless. That was a 1v2.
Indeed.
Crazy.
I think something interesting for this game as well to note is like if Yotruck can really be punished by the team of Raven Guard, because they have that comp where if he steps up just that little too far, you're going to be getting Ares chained, you're going to be getting Susanoo pulled, you're going to be getting Nuwa stunned, and I think that kind of identity of a team fight for Raven Guard will be super strong because they just have such a good engage with their team members.
Regank is happening here over in the solo lane. Typhoon coming out and doing a lot of damage. Neon Flame is going to get killed, revenge taken, and KD down as well. It's a 1-for-1 over there in the solo lane, and Thegoris is getting a kill for himself, showing him that he's not no ordinary coming into this role and not knowing what he's doing. He'll be picking up a kill, and we're now 1-for-3 on the scoreboard.
I do believe the Chrome Dome is a name change from a player from, I can't exactly remember their original name, but I believe they were already on Raven Guard, but maybe playing a different role. So I think there is some existing synergy there. And I know that this team has been scrimming quite consistently with their new roster, trying to figure out really their roles in all these respective team fights. But so far, looking really good. And Thegoris is showing that even though he's stepped out of ADC for a little while, he's still very comfortable. And the
Yeah.
Jingwei is such a good pick. Even if he is a little bit worried, he can play so safely with that airstrike ultimate, just getting him out of all of these fights for free if he positions poorly. So I think that's a good draft idea for Ravengard, just putting Theg on a super safe character where he can kind of play with a little more training wheels than
A little bit of
than
aggression
usual.
here. Worldweaver coming out. Not too much happening. They're just looking to secure mid camps. Yeah, and it's nice to see Armor again. We saw quite a bit of Prio happening in the first 2 weeks of Apac picking her pretty heavy on, but unfortunately week 3 she was banned out due to, I believe it was a bug. But nice to see her back.
It's an interesting build that Ares has gone for as well. He's gone for the Sands of Time straight into Chronos Pendant Star. Now I know Amaterasu does benefit from some intelligence scaling, but I'm a bit worried that she's not
Fire
gonna
coming out,
potentially-
opening the gates. Yugi's getting the kill for himself there. No Typhoon to be sought out here, and KD's getting taken down as well. It's a 1-for-1. The Chrome is low on health, and he won't be loving it too much, and he's going to get taken down. That's 2 kills for Yugi. A double kill in the mid lane.
Damn, Yugi's getting active already.
Yeah, that's nice to see. Blase taking a little bit back with 3-for-4 now. They're not taking it down easy. And a replay here coming out showing exactly what happened. Oh, it was a good stun attempt, and Typhoon
So much
just
damage
not
from
happening too
open the
much
gates.
there. Yeah, I think just the utility I think was not used well enough there for Ravengard. Typhoon just there on one person on the low key. He got taken down, but Yugi just being able to free cast for the whole thing without much pressure at all.
I do like the mid pressure from both junglers. We do have 2 mid laners who might have a little bit of trouble getting away from this pressure if it's applied correctly. And I think as we see these supports move out of duo lane, this mid pressure is going to be what makes or breaks these teams and really gives them a lead coming into the mid game. We see this Nuwa being aggressed on again.
Yeah, it's happening all over, but Chrome is here. Typhoon's back up, and he's getting another kill. He's 3-for-1 right now, and Loki's just having to dip out of there. He didn't know what happened. They won that fight before, but this time it'll be Ravengard picking up their own kills.
Yeah. Chrome Dome just said, you guys are stepping up too far. Walked up behind, found a clean combo. He's showing that he's really not going to let this pressure happen.
Ares taking a little bit too much damage here. He's pulled out the dazzling offensive, but it'll be Neon Flame taking out the kill in the end. And he's 2-for-1. He's going to be starting to snowball. And a snowballing Chuck is not something that anyone wants to see on the enemy team. Gold Fury getting picked up here. Worldweaver's already come out. And Ring of Spears as well, but no escape has come out to pull in the Odin. He is not taking too much damage, but he has to be playing on the passive, and Katie's getting killed by Supermaz. Walking a little bit more forward, Ravengard has the aggression. Typhoon coming out. Meticulous Fragger is getting a kill, but Chrome Dome's picking it up in return. Ravengard's going to be picking up and opening the gates here. And Susanoo is
he just
going to be able to get out with the blink. Purification bead's coming out. Yugi maybe a little bit too deep, but no, he's going to be okay. And this looks like maybe a 3-for-2 here. 3-for-1.
Yeah, so many low health bars there for Ravengard, but they're obviously communicating very well together because they're saying, no, we fight this. And they ended up fighting these picks. I'm quite sure they got the Gold Fury as well. So yeah, I'm loving the togetherness that Ravengard's showing so far. And these roster changes aren't really impacting them as the way that they are the other team. We see KD might be used to his usual tanky solo presence that he's having in these team fights. But on a Loki, it's a different story. He's going in and just finding not enough damage and insta-dying. So maybe he just needs to remember he's not playing tank Loki. But I do think that it's a good, still good to see him engaging because that's what they need from
Ooh,
the
with
jungler.
Siphon coming out. Chromdome's getting a little bit aggressive here. Going to be dashing in onto Katie, but Katie is going to be okay. Worldweaver coming out straight back onto that Susanoo. Typhoon not... Oh, he's going to be hitting it on the end over to Katie, but there's not going to be any kills happening here.
I'm a bit worried about this Amaterasu. She's already down 2 kills here, or 2 deaths, and is itemized into a full damage slot, which is never what you want to see. if you're already finding these, she kind of has to just like look for a different approach to this lane now, because she's not finding much value in the 1v1, doesn't have any defense, so she can't really trade, and is already down in levels. So I'm not too sure what I want to see out of this Amaterasu, but it's not looking too good for Blase on that side of the map.
It looks like the value out of those Neath World Weaver ults has been more so in these mid to Gold Fury fights. I mean, we can see here how low Ares Gamer is getting, and KD's having to use his ultimate ability to get out rather than engage, and that's no good for this invade. Yotruck getting a little bit aggressive here. We're seeing a little bit of times he's wishing he's back in solo. He's over here in this lane. Lots of damage coming out. Open the gates as we just saw before. KD just doesn't have the health to work with, and he's going to be getting picked up by Neon Flame, and Yotruck will be getting the return. That looks like the end of that fight, though.
Yugi's keeping Blase in this game single-handedly at the moment. These side lanes are kind of falling out of... This is going to be a rough time
Three
for
people
Yugi
over here. You couldn't see them in the mist, and Yugi is going to be getting taken down. World Weaver's out straight onto that Nuwa, but nothing's happening there. And Ares Gamer, he's back on full health, but he can't do anything with it. Queen Naga over there is getting picked up as well by Raven Guard. They'll be taking the objective straight for themselves.
Yeah, this is looking clean from Raven Guard so far. As I was saying, Yugi's doing a great job for Blase, finding them some value in these team fights.
I think you jinxed him, though.
Yeah, I might have. It's Caster's curse, I suppose.
Caster's curse, indeed.
I'll refrain from doing that in the future. But yeah, this right side of the map is really being hemorrhaged for Blase. We see them finding picks and invades at the same time, which is something you never really want to see if you're struggling on one side of the map. It's fine to maybe give up a camp here and there, but to lose the camp and lose your team members as well, there needs to be more discipline there from anyone who comes and defends these buffs for Blase.
Gross a little bit thrown out, but he's going to be dashing straight in. His airstrike has come out to get a little bit more aggressive here, and the Neath is just out of position, and she'll get taken down by the fire shards. Again, KD just can't do quite much of anything. We see him back here on low health. He's got his ult, but he's just having a rough time getting into these fights with a decent amount of health to work with. See Gold Fury getting looked at as good timing here for Raven Guard to be taking that fight. Although it was more so Blase looking to engage there, and Raven Guard winning it out at the end there. They'll be leashing this Gold Fury a little bit, but not taking they're wanting to take the fight instead of taking the fight to the Gold Fury. They're dancing around a little bit. They know how to have the numbers advantage, but they might be leaving this a little bit too long. Neath is coming back here. I don't think anything's happening.
That's a very strange rotation from both the solo laners there. I feel like Neon Flame has the say in what's going on for that side of the map, and for them to fully commit all of their team members to rotate towards gold, but then not actually start the objective while the map is in their favor.
Yotruck's getting a pick straight onto Theg. There's a fight over here happening for Blase in the duo lane. It's going to be ended there, but they have the tempo now. They might be going to look for Gold Fury.
Very strange. I think they can pull gold here, but Neon Flame is here, and he's quite big and scary, so they'll have to do it, but if they want to do it, they have to be very careful.
Neon Flame's big, and Neon Flame's scary. Chrome Dome picking up that first kill, and Shark is just chunking their team. Opening the gates happening straight here, and Neon Flame's getting pulled in, but he's going to be using his 2 to just back on straight out of there. Raven Guard wanting to get the tempo swung back into their favor, and they'll be falling back with the fire shards to just get vision of the rest of their team here. Oh, sorry, that was way passive.
This is a very strange team fight. It looks like we're finally getting this Gold Fury pulled, but there's 3 members from Blase turning up to defend into this 5, but 2 members coming soon. So
I don't think they're
here
ready.
is the right choice.
They don't realize what they want to do. There's a fight that's happening. Raven Guard taken to the offense, crippling and killing Yotruck there. Gold Fury getting danced around still. We're not looking at it. We're looking at you. And Blase just wanting to dance around. They're not taking any like farm around the side of this. They're just walking straight into what Raven Guard won. The solo lane has been left open this entire time. They've been dancing around this Gold Fury. I feel like I would have liked to see, we knew the Chark had been there the whole time. I mean, the ward vision isn't great, and Supermaz getting a kill onto Yugi, shutting down what seems to be what's been keeping them alive for so long. And Loki's now the one that's hovering solo with nothing happening over there.
Yeah, back to gold again. They really want this gold fury. And we see Chuck has not been in lane for probably 3 minutes now and is
He's missing out on so much, but he's just not getting punished for it. Ares has just been matching him when he could potentially have taken this tower.
I would have much preferred to see some proactive map play from Blase. They're kind of a little bit behind at this point in the game. Small gold deficit and a few levels in a couple of the roles. KD would have very much so benefited from just splitting the map and finding farm all over the right side of the jungle. He could have even got like 2 rotations of buffs there. So I know hindsight is 2020, but you should be looking as a team to see what advantages you can take off the map when kind of questionable overcommits are being made on the other half. Like they were very, very handedly showing that they wanted that gold, but not much was done in response.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's going to be a little bit of aggression, but I don't think there's anything happening here. And this is something that we see in OCE, I think a fair bit, is just... There's a Gold Fury happening. Okay, we need to be at that Gold Fury. Oh, okay, the Pyromancer. Okay, we need to match that. There's always that played in to other fights. This fight's just going to be over straight away. There's just a better grouping over there for Raven Guard, and Blase's just going to be taking the L again. But it's just there's not enough proactiveness. I feel like it's always playing the other team's game. And you seem to just be falling straight into their hands, and then they're just going to be snowballing even more. I want to see those macro plays. I want to see, you know, where's the first tower? That's what should be happening if you want to be giving up this Gold Fury and making note of, okay, what's our team comp wanting to do right now? Okay, does Raven Guard do it better? If they do, okay, well, we can dance around a little bit for the people that want to be farmed there. There's a decent fight coming out here, and Meticulous is getting a kill. Brucey's getting a trade. That's 1 for the support there, 2 and 0. And Loki's getting a little bit aggressive here, chucking out his 2 and looking for this assassinate. Straight onto 3 people there. Yugi's picking up that last hit onto Supermars, and Ares getting low, but he's picking up another one for himself. He's now 3 and 0, and he's getting down with no deaths for himself. And Neo Flame will be walking away as well. Blase able to turn that back a little bit. Still so far down, but maybe this will be a mid tower straight for them.
So welcome to Apac Founders Series Arena and Middle Lane. This is week 4. And so we just saw like this fight's been going on for so long. And what we were saying before, we're finding proactive map play when the other team's kind of just like showing what they want to do.
Well, Weaver coming out, opening the gate straight on the tower, but it's not going to be hitting anyone. Oh,
Feg found that tower in right side. He did the right thing and played this map proactively when not many people are really doing that. We've been talking so much about Thegoris going back into his comfort role, and it's kind of showing that he knows where his presence should be on the map. Like, of course, there's going to be a little bit of a extended scuffle around gold at some point, but that mid fight afterwards is kind of useless. So finding map pressure when the enemy team is, I don't know, questionably positioning on the map is a very good look.
And they're pressuring out this mid tower so well, falling out a little bit here. Maybe in favor to get some vision control, walk up straight a little bit into the Gold Fury pit. But it looks like there's a fight breaking out over in the mid lane. Susno's blinking in, it looks like. I can only see it in the middle, but he'll be picking up a kill onto the Neath. Can't quite see what's going on, but looks like the fight's ended there with a kill for Raven Guard, and we're 19 and 8 right now. And that's mid tower.
I don't think either team are playing this necessarily super together or clean, but it just seems that Raven Guard are doing a little bit more. They have more of an idea of where they need to be as a unit, and stuff like this with their support, the Yo Truck just being so split from his team is kind of showing that maybe these roster changes are having more of an impact than we could have considered. Because Yo Truck has shown that he can play the solo lane very well on some of the better teams in the region, but now in support he doesn't have a lane to be in. It looks like he's maybe just wandering like a bit of a headless chicken, but hopefully we see in future weeks coming up that he can kind of reel that in and see where he needs to be. He's keeping good levels with the enemy.
He's a little bit scary here. Oh, he was able to get to the back off. I don't know if you saw that Jingwei passive coming straight at him.
But yeah, now the levels are kind of stagnating a little bit. There are some leads in the favor of Raven Guard, but I think if I'm Raven Guard, I really want to just group up and push your advantage at this point. We
There's
see that there is some bias towards the right side of the map here, and it looks like that could be happening.
Yeah, I agree with you. They're certainly at that stage where they've shown their pressure, they've shown what they want to do, and they just need to keep doing it, right? Airstrike coming out. Weaver's hovering it around for them. He wants to get back with his team. He's hit, and Assassinate's coming out. Typhoon as well. Loki is getting out with no kills, but Dazzling Offensive is coming out to try and get a little bit more done, opening the gate straight back to the rest of his team. Yugi's dancing around them, taking the portal for himself, and that's a Fury coming out. There's not many kills happening, but Fire Shards not picking up any kills either. Yugi happy to have that shell and happy to keep walking away with that, but Raven Guard's taking this offensive back onto Blase, even though they were the ones that engaged there. Queen Naga spawned, and it looks like
see
they'll
Fire
be
Giant
looking to
pull
go for
hopefully
this Fire
here.
Giant instead.
Yeah, that's great observation of their tempo and where other people on the map are, because they just force out. They find a pick, force out 2 members, and see the Neath on the other side of the map. This Fire Giant technically should be free.
This is free. They forced out so many ults, the relics, and the kills. There's just nothing that Blase can do, and a decent stun there for Supermass, straight onto Meticulous. Lots of damage coming out, a little bit in return, but Meticulous is wanting to get away as fast as possible. Supermass getting a little bit of movement speed, but Katie's here, and Katie wants this kill, and he'll be getting it as well, but not without Supermass getting one in return. I think the Mist killed him.
Yeah, maybe. Katie's showing that he's getting a little bit more confident position-wise. Like he would have said there to his Neath just to bait themselves, and he's almost there for the Neath to fall. A little bit sad, but I do like that look from the Loki.
Yeah.
And yeah, it just seems like there's a little bit of a disconnect going on between the members of Blase. It was the right play there to go for that left tower, but the rest of their team should not have commit so hard knowing that they were down a member. And that's ultimately what's leading into that Fire Giant objective being taken. And if this continues, we're just going to see Raven Guard grouping super hard and Blase being on more of a reactionary step, which is never really what you want to do.
Yeah. I'd like to see a level 20 on Thegoris, really showing his worth there in ADC. I'd like to maybe see, I haven't been paying too much attention to it, but Yotruck maybe falling a little bit back on the splitting of farm, giving it more to his carries so they can stay as far ahead as the game as possible, but I think he's been just hanging around as much as possible, and this looks like a mid tower. No junglers to be here to save the day at all. This is a straight 4v4, and Susanoo is going to get there first on the fight if they want to take it, but going straight in, and Shark's going as well, opening the gates onto their team, but nothing's happening quite yet. Crippled down, and no escape as well, taking so many kills over Thegoris as well. Double kill, and they'll be looking for this Phoenix walking in and getting this for themselves as well. They might be able to end the game. It looks like they're walking forward. They've got the minion wave. They've got the health, and Blase have nothing in return. 13k left. Typhoon as well. They still got ults to work with, but the Titan does not have the health. And it looks like Raven Guard will be closing this out 25-9 for our first game here of APAC Week 4, and a very quick finish as well.
Yeah, dominant performance from Raven Guard. They really showed that new roster, who cares? We're running it down. And they did a very good job playing together as a unit. Very impressed. And obviously, Thegoris back in the ADC role is a nice thing to have on your team. So yeah, well done to Raven Guard.
Yeah, absolutely showing who's going to be the team swap that comes out on top. And it looks like Raven Guard were the ones there, but it looks like we'll be getting... Oh, actually, let's talk about quickly. I think we got a little bit of time before the next game. Who do you think was going to be the MVP for you in that game on Raven Guard?
I'm just going to chuck it Thegoris' way. We see him back in his preferred role. Had a good showing, farming really well and splitting the map. Yeah, Thegoris impressed me.
Yeah, I think the macro plays, the ability to stay afloat, even though they weren't the ones, that got that first Gold Fury or anything like that. Very impressive to see him back into ADC and showing his worth immediately with not much to drop either. But I'm sure it'll only go up for him as well, which is really exciting to see. But we'll chuck it over to our desk here. We've got Fish and Apes together for picks and bans.
Thank you, Nuxel. I am joined on the desk by Cat G, I believe. Yes. Awesome. What a game.
Hello?
I'm
Am
really
I
happy.
unmuted?
Yes, I can hear you now. I
Okay.
think I'm really happy to see. I think Nuxel's right. I'm really happy to see Goras back in his preferred role. I mean, who knows? Maybe he'll, maybe the Ross Apocalypse isn't done. Maybe next week he's jungling for another team. But
Well, I think. You go.
no, that was all.
I was gonna say, I just think these kind of games are a bit like scrims at the moment now.
Yeah.
With these roster changes, like they're still kind of getting to know each other, getting to know how to play with each other.
Sure.
In a competitive environment. So it's only going to be really improved from here.
Yeah, absolutely. Fish. We spoke to Simply earlier. He feels pretty confident. He's ready for a vengeance this week. Unfortunately, not able to clutch it out last week. But yeah, I'm hoping to see some good stuff from them this week. And Apes together also, I believe, either a sub or a roster change with Quickie in the solo lane, which is different from last week. We're looking at Jingwei and a Morrigan ban, which is pretty interesting. I think from second pick, you kind of have to ban one of the really OP gods, and I'm not sure if Morrigan is one of those in my eyes.
Are these just target bans, though? Are they trying to, what's been going on in scrims behind the scenes that these guys know about each other? They know they're up to something and they've got a plan, so maybe that's what this is. But, the Fenrir.
Yeah, simply
I
did
mean, you don't
mention
want
the
two
Fenrir.
Fenrirs in your game, so.
True. Yeah, we'll see how this goes. I'm not too sure if I necessarily agree with the ban.
I mean, they let the Baron through, so they
So
must
they're
have
taking
something to
they're
deal with that.
taking the Baron, maybe potentially an Ares pick into the Fenrir. Going to go with the Odin for now, so could be a Baron mid, but could also be Baron support, which would kind of stop the potential for an Ares support angle.
Well, I think you probably wouldn't want to be an Ares into that team already. I mean, even though you have your displacement immune, so you can really immune the Baron ult, I think, can't you?
Yeah.
When you're using a 3, but still.
I think you do still get pulled in Odin. Sorry, if you're using flames, if you're not immune, which is a pretty interesting interaction. You are still you're always pulled by Baron ult,
Okay.
which is a bit unfortunate for Ares. Baron is feeling pretty good right now. Nuwa and Neath locked in, as we did see this last game, but we had Neath on one side, Nuwa on the other. So we've got this double global pressure that we've been seeing a few times in OCE. I'm not too sure if it's the be-all end-all, but with Jingwei banned, I think that really any ADC can do the job. And Athena locked in for Apes together. So a really, really, big team fighty kind of frontline.
Big frontline, big damage, big specific targeting for, just a couple of people in a team fight, which is more than enough to secure an objective after just picking a couple of people off.
I know that Baron is technically a backliner, but I still think that he can frontline fairly well, at least in the beginning of the fight with his root. He had a lot of healing.
And he just has so much damage as well.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, of course. The ult, there's a lot of control so far for Apes together. And this Anher, I do like this pick. It's kind of slotting in nicely with okay, we've got lots and lots of setup now. What's going to help us get these kills? You have to have damage somewhere. I think the Anher adds another layer of the CC with his pillar stun, but I think that it also can do a lot of damage. And we see Mordred and Barkus locked in. I love this Fish comp right now. So Fenrir Barkus can be either solo or support. I'm assuming it could also, I guess it could also be Mordred solo, Barkus support, Fenrir jungle. So a lot of flex potential to see, who can take who can take what where. I'm feeling pretty confident that almost any of those guys can take any of those picks wherever they want. And with the Cuckoo car locked in, of course, Athena jungle. So
when I first saw it, I was like, Athena jungle, because when they put in, the specific gods recommended for the roles, I was like, Athena's in here. That's interesting.
I have seen Halfguy play a little bit of Athena jungle, so something that he's been practicing, obviously.
It just means you can just rotate to a team fight, wherever you are.
Yeah, of course. Smashing the globals is a really good thing. Good point, yeah. And with the Cuckoo Khan lock-in, you're not limited by the Baron mid. Maybe they prefer the Cuckoo Khan extra damage, Baron can build a little more tankier. He can be more supportive. And this Kukulkan on her, pardon me, if you're able to catch out this Nuwa or this Neath, potentially with no beads, they're dead so quickly. Especially, even the front line. Fenrir not the tankiest, but having a look at these team comps, what do you think? Who do you think has the upper hand?
Well, it really comes down to the individuals, really, though, doesn't it? Like playing the specific gods. Like apes together look like a great team. Like if they can execute those things really well. But I mean, fish, they're just all good gods and they can play all those
Yeah.
gods really well. So does it really matter?
All right. Well, you've heard it from here on the desk. I'm going to pass it over to Nuxel and Devane for our second game.
Looking out for that kind of thing happening.
A newly strung together team with some names that we're quite familiar with: Clax, Weave, Half Guy. That we're definitely not. Maybe the viewers in America don't know Half Guy. I believe his name was Scout before.
Yes.
But a name that you may have heard us say instead of that, possibly, and to clear up the confusion, this is him here on the jungle Athena. So he was the low-key main. He was the one that was pulling it out. Lots of amazing kills, but he definitely shown us that he's not just the low-key player. He can play other gods too.
Yes, I mean, I don't think we've seen a Loki since, and we have seen a few games since then. But it is a good team that I think they've come up with. Like some really strong players on that team. I do have high hopes for them. Of course, like because it is a newly formed team, they're probably still getting used to how they play together. The synergy is probably not quite there yet, so I guess we'll just have to see how it goes.
Over in this duo lane, who do you think, like, if you were playing that duo lane, who would you be more scared to play against? This is a decent fight here. Quickie may be a little bit too ahead of his game. But no, it looks like he'll be falling back, but not with a lot of health to work with, and he'll be having to sacrifice some waves. Sorry, back to what I was saying.
Yeah, that's
which
right.
side do you think you'd be more scared of playing into?
Yeah, because it's Baron support, right?
Yeah, we've got the Baron on her, and then the Bacchus Neath.
Yeah, so I honestly I do not like it when it's a damagey support in the duo lane. Like to go up
Lots of
against
CC
that, it
as
is
well,
tough.
on even the ADCs.
But it does like I do feel like it usually like the benefits does start to outweigh later on in the game, and then it really depends on how the rest of the team will even like kind of make do for the lack of support being the tank.
I think you got to be very careful on both sides, right?
Yeah.
You've got the life of the party ult to suck in the enemy team on Weave, and then YT Clax has his slow with his pillar and his ult as well, the Desert Fury, to just absolutely demolish a pick if they so choose to. But then again, the Neath and the Bacchus, like you just flop on and root someone, and that's terrifying. Like that's
Yeah,
just as much
honestly,
damage to get straight onto there. But I feel like there's a bit more like pick potential with the Desert Fury ultimate rather than that World Weaver being more of that global pressure, which I think is what Fish will be appreciating a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, I think they both have very, very strong comps. It could really go either way, just looking at comps on their own. Surprised that we had a rotation, but I don't think they're going to go through with it. I guess they're not as pressured out anymore.
It looked like both Half Guy and Simply poked their heads at one point over in that duo lane. We see so many First Bloods over in that lane as well. But now Simply showing his head around the solo lane, and It looks like
I
Osh
think
is going to be
Quicky's
getting
gonna
a
go down
lot
here.
to tear through onto Quickie, and he'll be getting the kill over to Simply for first blood. 1-0, and straight to that blue buff, 17 seconds ahead of that. Very good timing to be straight onto that, getting a kill. And, oh, maybe they don't realize, it looks like they might not be invading, actually. Good wards, though.
Oh, I don't think it was. It might have not been up.
He's
Oh
hanging
no, they did
around.
just
He
jump.
knows.
Okay.
Yeah, Athena maybe walking a little bit too far up. She's wanting to trade the blue buff, but I think Osha saw her, and he's going to be jumping straight on, but she's going to be taking the blue buff in return. Yada
Yeah, I really felt
and
thought it
Pursue
was
the Weak
quite
coming out.
ballsy.
Purification having to come out onto Frenzy, and Spirit of the Nine wins as well, knocking up the rest of the team, but Simply getting another kill for himself, 2-0. And Usher as well, killing Half Guy, chomping down with Ragnarok, bringing him straight to the rest of the team. Quickie having to leap away, and not much else for that. 3-0 for Fish, and it looks like the fight's not over. Simply and the Barkus knocking up Quickie. So much damage teared through onto Quickie, but he'll be sitting under his tower and he'll be taking the rest of that wave, but not without a gold deficit.
Man, Fish really was playing really well as a team there. They all they knew where the enemy was, and they knew that the Cuckoo was on their own. They knew Athena had just wandered at their blue buff, they could pick off the Cuckoo quite easily. And they managed to just pick everybody off.
Yeah, and that's
they
the
knew
kind
they
of
were all
team play.
separated, so
Yeah.
they just banded together and were like, okay, we can get 3 kills here real easy. Yep.
That's that's the kind of team play that I think we're seeing, we'll be seeing obviously with Fish and Sunday School a lot. They're teams that have played together quite a bit, but it might be even larger disparity between teams like Ape together and Raven Guard that we saw in the last game. Even though they played so well, there was still sloppiness to be had. And I think if we saw them now up against Fish, it wouldn't be as nice for Raven Guard here.
Well, Fish do have a couple of weeks, scrimming and playing these games. They do have more synergy by this point. I feel like Apes Together still has a bit of time to be able to play together well.
Yeah, they got another, I think, this week and next week before the weeks start to really count for the games and everything like that. So bit of time to get used to each other. Hopefully they can scrim as much as possible, but it looks like there'll be a bit of dancing around here onto the Gold Fury and a grouping happening as well. They might just be looking back to the waves though. Oh, Pursue the Weak coming out. Let's actually listen into the comms and see what the teams are going to be saying here.
Good goal.
Nice.
Nice.
Hey, good job, Osha.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna hit the back.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Knocking up.
Nice work.
I'm gonna walk
Can we do
away
gold?
now.
Oh, you guys chill.
I have.
I'm just
92.
faster. Yeah, I'm faster. We can do
We
that.
can.
I can come over now.
It's gonna be 925 for Quickie Beads.
So,
Very textbook plays, very calm mannerisms when they're talking and just doing that team fight. It's not chaotic, it's not too crazy. They know what they're doing and they're doing it well.
Yeah, you don't want to clutter the comms.
No, that's for sure. And as well, we see Yada really running with his experience, things like the beads timer and helping out with his team. Are we looking at this gold? Are we not? Are we going in? What's the plan? He's kind of running that, and I think really helping out with the team comms there.
Yeah, so a lot of pretty much domination Fish side by this point. So they have the Gold Fury, they have 6 kills, it's 6-0. What do you think Apes Together is gonna need to kind of I feel like this Athena maybe needs to start being at team fight. For example, when Athena went to the blue buff, she really should have been with the Cuckoo Khan at that time. Being with her team more instead of looking for buff invades, that kind of thing, maybe.
Yeah, I think that's what the Athena jungle wants to do more than. Ooh, good Ragnarok coming out, chomping down straight onto Quickie here, but Ring of Spears coming out to block off Osher. Not much happening. Wild Weaver going to be chunking down Quickie a little bit more, but Osher's not wanting to get that kill.
Yeah. Unlucky, unfortunately.
Ooh,
the
there's a
Fenrir
fight
was
here.
able to
Pursue
get
the
out.
Weak coming out. Beadsing, unfortunately. But what's going on there? Baron's in the air. Life of the party. Just having a little dance around. He'll be getting taken down. Flick's picking up that kill. And Automaton walking a little bit too far forward, but he'll be safe for now. Fire shards as well. Half guy's getting taken down. And Fish will be the ones coming out ahead on this fight. No Gold Fury up. I wonder what the decision was there. Maybe just a purple buff invade that sort of sparked the whole thing.
Yeah, it's just being in the wrong place. They probably just thought it would be a good fight to engage on.
Yeah,
And
a
yeah,
fight to
great
engage
fight
on
for
it
them.
was.
Unfortunately, not really much on the map to take from that point. So it really is just
Free gold.
happy to take the picks and just back to laning.
Yep, back to normal. But
Yeah.
you're right. Coming back to that Athena talk, Athena definitely wants to be playing with the team, getting her teammates ahead. Like, ultimately, she's still a Guardian. She's still supporting her team. She doesn't have the best scaling of abilities and whatnot.
Yeah, she does tend to have more value as a god in the game, like later on. Early on, it is difficult to kind of find a place in the game where she can get the picks and help the team out a lot.
I would like to see her with Anha as well. You know, dashing in, getting a taunt, and then having the pillars up and knocking them straight in. Just a bit of a CC combo, but fortunately that is not what we're seeing quite yet. A massive Pursue the Weak coming out. Ring of Spears trying to block out as much as possible, but Spirit of the Nine Winds will be picking up Osher and simply is lost for health here. Frenzy's going to be picking that up, having to Fury out as well, but Automaton will be picking up the kill straight onto him. Fire Shards doing a bit of chip damage, but they'll be picking up the red buff here. Quickie maybe getting a little bit aggressive in return. Weave's still alive. They're going to be healing up, but Automaton is knocking up Quickie, and they're the ones with damage. Fish question mark have it all. Quickie wants to run it down, but he's 2 levels down on Yada. Half guy's back, but nothing's happening there. They'll be walking away with that red buff, and they'll be walking away happy.
Yeah, there's a couple of trades there, even trades. I was surprised that Apes Together still kept chasing there, because I do feel like they were quite low after that team fight. The safest call would have just been like, okay, we got the trade, like, get out, reset. They could have been a bit dangerous for them to keep taking that fight there.
There's a lot used as well coming onto this Gold Fury. Puri from Kukulkan. You don't want that loss for your mid laner when you're about to go for a potential Gold Fury fight. But not too much looking around in terms of what's happening objective-wise. Everyone's still kind of chilling around. Except Osher, apparently. He's gone straight back onto Quickie, and he knows what this matchup is like. He's played this a million times. Quickie getting out with a sliver of health, but Osher is dominating this lane.
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised Quickie didn't choose to use his ult there at all. Guess he didn't feel like it was necessary.
I think he's certainly glad that he didn't, because he's going to be needing this if he's going to be coming onto this fight. But that's a good life of the party to cancel out the Pursue the Weak there on the Mordred ult, and simply is picking up maybe a kill steal a little bit there. I feel like that was Filks there, and more engage happening. Automaton getting a little bit aggressive. They want this Gold Fury. This will be their second of the permanent buffs that'll be boosting them even more, and Apes Together just can't really get an angle here. They're having to walk back over to their farm that they can get to, but not without much contestation. And Osher's here to say, you think you're getting that wave, but actually I'm here, and you're on the tower half health now. Poor little dragon guy.
Yeah, I saw that, you know, as soon as they started to take the gold, Osher immediately started to rotate, and I guess Quickie just figured it was safer just for him to stay in lane and keep trying to push. I don't know why there wasn't a rotation. I feel like they all just needed to be grouped up there in order to contest that gold, because, you know, these fights from here on, in order to turn it around, they all really need to be there.
Ooh, good fight coming out. Sorry. Filks
Yeah.
getting very low there, and Quickie is going to be taken down. He's coming out with a sliver of health. Oh my, oh me, oh my. Little bit of strung together
little
hope there for
heal.
apes together. And Automaton getting a kill as well. The fight's not over, but neither is their health.
Automaton has got a couple of kills on this game. Not doing too bad. Bark is doing well.
That was close, but they just can't quite get it together to have that synergy there. Puri getting baited quite well when we've got Pyro coming up very soon, but look how much Flix is healing as well with the weaves. It's just so unfortunate. There's going to be needing some anti-heal very soon, even though you wouldn't traditionally look at this comp and say, yeah, we need anti-heal, but you know, you've got Boomba's on Simply, you've got Lifesteal on the Fenrir, and Neath is just healing up a Storm.
Yeah, like the gold disparity is quite big now too. It is a 10k gold lead. I am kind of wondering what Apes Together can do to turn this game around at this point. If it is just kind of waiting it out till later, seeing if they can drag, you know, the game out for a bit longer. Because there's a lot of like level disparity, gold disparity. It's getting difficult in these team fights.
We didn't see what happened there, but Yada chunked out Frenzy and then just finished him off with the fire shots there. That was impressive. I know Yada likes to use his ults as more of a utility thing, but he was just showing his dominance there on the new and dominance.
Yeah, that is the thing with the new. You usually want to use it as an escape, so probably felt nice to be able to use it for damage.
Yeah, I'm sure he did. But Pyro's getting looked at. They know they have relics and they have the timers to work with. They've got their ults and they've got their kills, and that's an easy Pyromancer for Fish. Maybe a little bit of a look here onto the mid tower as well. 2100 health left, but a wave here to work with and pursue the weak. Coming out, life of the party, trying to suck as many people under tower as possible. Ragnarok picking up Weave, but he'll be getting taken down straight under his tower. Simply's maybe a little bit too far ahead, and the Spirit of the Nine Winds will be picking up the last bit of that kill, but mid tower is going straight for Fish, so I think that's going to be worthwhile for Fish. For them.
Yeah.
One kill for one kill and one tower, and maybe even two. We've got the Athena ult coming out and getting a kill. Yada's picking that up. He's 6 for 0 right now. Getting another as well. Getting taken down. 2100 health back onto this tower. A little bit of deja vu, but not the deja vu with the kills. Ring of Spears coming out, but that's not stopping Osha from killing YT Clax, and that's not stopping anyone else from picking up the kill straight onto the user of that ultimate ability. No mid tower for the secondary tower for Fish, but they'll be taking all the kills for themselves.
Yeah, I do feel like, you know, they only have 2 Phantom Shells on Fish, but I haven't seen a lot of, you know, Ring of Spears from Odin in these team fights, so there hasn't really been that many opportunities to use it.
It feels like the Ring of Spears it's been more zoning, but the zoning has been on top of gods that can leap. The Bacchus, the Fenrir, they can just jump right over or into that. Life of the party used to try use the CC immunity to get out, but Worldweaver is going to be taking that down, but Yada's getting the last hit there. He is 8 for 0. They're maybe looking to have...
Yada got so many kills in just the past 2 minutes.
Yeah!
He's looking
and no
big.
deaths as well. He might have a perfect game depending on how the rest of this turns out. 21 for 3. And maybe we see a quicker game than even what we saw in the previous series that we just had with Raven Guard there. Not a lot of towers being taken. There's only been 2 so far, 1 for each team. But
yeah, and the gold lead is getting bigger and bigger. It does really feel like this game is snowballing quite quickly, a lot faster than most.
And that's what Fish want the most, just the snowball. They know how to work with it so well. They've had the experience together as a team in the past few weeks.
They have the experience, they know how to play the map. And that's the thing, they know how to play the map, but not only that, they can play really well in the team fights as well.
Yeah, 100%. Yada maybe would have looked to get a bit too far ahead, but not quite. He'll be taking the aggression and chunking down that on her, but another kill steal for Automaton. He's 4-0. He's trying to catch up to Yada here.
I don't know. You never know. Barker's still pretty strong.
I mean, if we add up the assists and the kills, I'm pretty sure my math
He
is
does
correct.
have a lot,
The
yeah.
Barkas is ahead.
That
Wait,
is
no,
true.
my math is correct. 16 to 14 there if we add up the assists, but bit of a Gold Fury, Fire Giant fight happening here. Lots of ultimate abilities having to be used. Ring of Spears trying to zone out, but Simply's getting a kill straight onto Weave, and Odin is wanting to get out of his own cage. Fire Shot's coming out, Nosh is picking up the kill, maybe put a little bit too far ahead. Half Guy's trying to solo 3 people in the backline, but he's getting killed. Fire Giant half health, but Fish don't have the health to work with to get the rest of that Fire Giant killed, but they have the kills themselves, and it looks like they'll be going straight back to that.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, all of Apes together weren't there. I feel like Quickie actually had a good opportunity to be able to cage him all in. I noticed, I quickly looked, their phantoms were not up. They were all trapped in there.
Yeah.
But yeah, unfortunately, they just didn't have the damage to really put in, to do anything, essentially. No damage.
There was a bit of uncoordination. We saw Quickie go in and use the Ring of Spears, the ult there.
Yeah, and I saw
it was on the front
Arnha
line
and
again.
Cuckoo kind of hanging out.
Yeah, and Half Guy died later. Dived later.
Okay, yeah.
There wasn't a coordinated attempt there. And like we're saying near the start of the game, I'd like to see Athena getting those engages off with the rest of her backline.
Yeah.
But they just don't have the space to work with. And Fish, as we're seeing
Athena should
right
be there
now,
first.
yeah, Athena should be there
Ideally.
first. But
Yeah.
Fish are just walking straight over Apes together. There's nothing that they can do about it. A little bit of decent macro plays over for Fish, but there hasn't been a tower taken quite yet. But they're looking at a tier 2. But no, never mind. Cuckoo. Oh no, he'll be looking at that tier 2 there in the left lane, and also a mid tower as well. But the Fire Giant plus a tier 1, and it looks like they're going for a tier 2 as well. It's just not quite worth it for Apes together.
Clack's doing what a lot of ADCs start to do when they're feeling like they're on the back foot. You just start taking whatever towers you can.
Yeah, he needs it as well. 0 for 3 and 3 levels down. He's not going to be doing a lot in these team fights.
Yeah, it looks like Fish will
Ooh,
be
this is
looking
what
at
I
that.
want. This is what I want to see. Osha might be getting taken down here. We see somewhere else on the map Flick's getting a kill onto Weave, but Osha's getting chunked down, but it's just the level and the gold difference is just too immense, and they can't take down this dog. Simply's here to clean up the kills. They'll eventually take him down and pursue the Weaves coming out. It's getting beezed out, but he'll be picking up a kill onto Half Guy. Frenzy trying to get out with as much health as possible. He's walking away back into their jungle. He's toying with Simply, but Simply's not having it. He's walking him down. He knows he's going to get that kill. It's just a matter of time there. And Flix, it looks like he'll be getting the stun off. Doesn't matter. You got no beads. You got nothing to work with. The slow coming out. This is just playing around. He's dancing with his food.
Yeah, honestly, like, Simply doesn't really have to be chasing the Kukan at all. That is just something he wants to do.
Yeah.
I actually thought that Neath was going to help him secure it. Didn't happen, I guess.
It was a good
he had
slow.
enough distance. Kukan is a bit slippery, surprisingly.
Yeah. A dragon
yeah, you
snake's
wouldn't think
looking
it.
around. He's one with the wind, some would say.
Yeah, I absolutely love his new dash as well.
Yeah.
When you're able to pull that off,
Yeah.
so satisfying.
Super satisfying to do, absolutely. But what's the angle here? We've got Fire Giant still up
So
for a little
Fire
bit.
Giants-
But what are we thinking?
Do they still have Fire Giant? They don't have Fire Giant.
No? I think they do for a
No.
little bit longer, unless
Okay.
that's just Fenrir. Oh, I think that's just Fenrir model. Never
Yeah,
mind.
so no Fire Giant, no Gold Fury. Oh no, they've taken the Asian Fury. Did we miss that?
They did it right at the end of that fight.
Okay.
Okay.
So
when Kukan-
yeah, I've
Kukan
noticed
died.
the Phoenixes, in the tower on the left. That does a little bit less damage, so they could really take that whenever they want.
Yeah.
And yeah, the Apes together just really have to wrangle up their defenses here.
We can actually see with the new spectator the indicators of the towers that are affected by the Ancient Fury. We can see the tier 1 over in the left lane and both the Phoenixes in middle and right. And they've got a lot to work with here.
Yeah, Fish did a lot of tower pushing and a lot of sieging with that fire giant. They did get a lot of value out of that. I do feel like simply maybe going for the chase did slow that down a little bit.
I think, Devane, we just saw after they took down that Queen Naga, ding, 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 ding. That's a 20k gold lead for Fish question mark. That is immense. That is crazy.
Big lead. That is
Bell
absolute
marked
domination.
on for me. That's a highlight for them, I'm sure.
Yeah, well, just gonna continue looking at how these people are gonna keep pushing up the towers. Maybe, you know, maybe a team fight will go in Apes Together's favor. You just need maybe one really good Athena taunt, one good cage. The Kukulkan ults have actually been doing really well. Kukulkan has been putting a lot of damage.
Looks like they'll be backing here. I was gonna say something, but that's okay. Fenrir may be getting a little bit aggressive here. Let's listen into the comms. I'm curious to see what they're saying and what their plan is here.
He's on the other back. Yeah. This will leave, but I'm hunting for beads.
I have my rod now. Very powerful. I think the bug happened because I pressed W and my like exact same frame.
Can we get a fog on fire?
Just alpha thing.
Fuck the fire.
So it looks like they're just getting their power spikes and looking straight to this fire giant. I think this might close it out here for Fish if they're able to secure that, or even a good fight is what they're looking for.
Yeah, I don't think Apes Together do have the... I don't think they have the means to contest this here. I feel like they should just go for it.
Yeah, it's make or break here for Apes Together. Even if they win this team fight, can they really do too much? If they fight around their Phoenix, I don't think they have the waves or the time to do anything with it. We're only 25 minutes into the game. These towers still chunk, and the Titan will too if you just push it down one lane. Osha's looking for beads here. He's a one-man army. The dog is here, and the dog is almost out, but Ring of Spears coming out to cancel him out, but that's just another one of his 2 dashes to get him away. That's a lot of ults used here, and they're aware of that. They're looking straight over into this mid lane. Life of the Party having to come out. That's just yet another ult here that's being used before the big battle, and it's about to start. Fish looking for this mid lane Phoenix, and here we go. Osha jumping into the back line, and we got Apes Together looking to re-engage. Half Guy straight onto the back line. Not too much happening here. Flick's picking up the first kill onto Half Guy as well into their back line. Quickie maybe getting a little bit too far ahead, and Usher is picking up a kill for himself. He's a one-man army onto the back line here, and they're looking to push straight into this Titan. They've got their mid lane Phoenix, and they're wanting more. They're hungry. Osha the dog is maybe teaching a little bit of the rest of the team about this hunger, and they're going straight to the Phoenix here. Osha looking for YT Clax with low health. Frenzy getting a kill for himself. Flick so low, and Quickie picking up as well. He's 1 health straight left. Osha the dog is absolutely munching down. I don't think they can get this Titan here. That was a good defense.
Yeah, it was a good defense, despite not having any ultimates, because they all use the ultimates on Osha, except for, you know, the Baron. But, yeah, they managed to turn it around.
Now, for some of you American viewers, usually in Australia, when we call people a dog, it's a negative thing. But when I'm saying there, I'm talking about the hunger. That's a good thing. The Ragnarok dog there, Mr. Fenrir himself. Just to clarify.
Okay, we're talking about Fenrir. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I was just letting you run with it.
It's fine, it's fine. I have my ramblings. Sometimes I have to explain, but I'm sure people will understand maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they're feeling good about that defense. It does make the game feel longer, that's for sure. I do, like, you know, because there's a thing. We're not at late game yet. The teams haven't got their full builds. There still is some potential there.
They want to straw out this game.
They do need to drag it out as much as possible. Because there are only chances to pop, like maybe something like that happen again, and then they can turn it on them, get a tower, get a Phoenix, get the Titan.
If they can start getting a few more items, if they can start getting, you know, the level 20s that they need, which looks like majority of their team have now. It's just the Athena and Weave. When Weave we probably won't see for a little bit, but a good taunt coming out here. And this is the re-engage that we were looking to hope to see. Not too much happening off of it, but if we can see a little bit more of that coordination, especially with the Athena, we might see a little bit of a topsy-turvy here.
Dude, Osha's doing a really good job at distracting the team.
He's so
I
tanky.
feel like, yeah, he's so tanky, and he's always just running into apes together, just trying to be like, hey, like, attack me. Like, don't worry about what the rest of my team is doing.
Yeah, doing just a great job picking up the beads, the ults before that fight. You know, we saw that before that middle Phoenix siege there, but surprisingly wasn't enough. And I wonder if they had those ults to work with, what that fight would have turned out instead.
Yeah, because they really shouldn't have used it at all.
Ooh, good engage. Fireshot's having to come out here, and Half-Guy's getting picked up. He's a little bit too far ahead, and a massive jump that Fenrir got straight onto the back line of Apes Together. Spirit of the Nine Winds coming in to do a little bit more damage, but Flix is ripping through Weave and taking the kill for himself, and this is where they're looking to end the game. They want to do it here and now. They're wanting their redemption. They lost the last team fight, but not without a Phoenix for themselves. They now have another on the list of many things that they've won in this game, and the engage is happening right now. Quickie's working with the backline. 5,000 health left onto this Titan, simply picking up the kill onto YT Clax. 1,500 health, and that's the game for the Fish ? Taking your game to win onto Apes Together in an absolute destruction that we just witnessed. Amazing work. Amazing work.
A good showing from Fish.
Yeah, lots of coordination, like 4 weeks in, and it's just ever improving, and a lot of the other teams have a lot to catch up to.
They do really play very well together, and I still feel like Apes Together is still trying to get their footing.
Yeah, absolutely. Interesting to see their first showing. Like we said at the start of the game, we've seen a lot of those players before on some separate teams and everything like that, but brand new team, brand new showing, brand new gods that some of these are playing. I don't think we've seen Half-Guy play the Athena before, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
a little bit to work with, maybe a little bit more scrimming to do, bring up that coordination, and we'll see in their next matches how they're able to adapt to that. But I think MVP wise, let's jump to that for a little bit. What are you thinking there?
I really like how Osha played, I think.
I was thinking the same thing. I think he was just jumping in, causing an absolute ruckus, and causing chaos into the backline for Apes Together, and they couldn't really do much about it.
Yeah,
He was just so tanky.
I think he was being a big frustration for them. Like, they just didn't really play around him at all, and he was always distracting them and just in their faces.
Yeah, and the lead over in that solo lane for him really carried on the rest of that. I think he really debuted a skill there in that lane on the Fenrir that maybe Quickie just wasn't too familiar with the matchup Odin into Fenrir. That could have been the case, but Osha coming out on top there and bringing it straight into the rest of the game for his team. So he's certainly my MVP as well, I believe. Absolutely. Yeah. Well, I think we'll chuck it in here for a little short break before we jump it into game 3 of week 4 of Apac. So we'll see you guys very shortly, and we're just going to take a quick break.
Welcome back to Smite Apac. I'm joined on the desk by Osme. We've got some good games on. We've had some bangers today so far. I mean, they've been pretty one-sided so far, but I do enjoy a good good show-off game. If you understand what I'm saying.
I think we've got another banger coming up again. So these two teams, I know the Expendables is a bit of a newer roster. We see Moxie, Carter coming together to make their own team, and I'm keen to see how they're really going to shape up against some more kind of established teams that we've got already. A few subs stepping in as well. I believe Pretty Hectic playing ADC for the Expendables isn't what they'd usually be fielding in that position, as well as Sleepy in their support role. But we've got lots of good players, and I think together they'll really have a good showing as a unit.
Yeah, these are some interesting teams, but I'm ready. I'm ready for a game. Some of these names pretty versed. Snowy, Moxie, Carter, PH, Sleepy. A lot of those names we've seen for a long time. Obviously in Smite 2 with the name changes, I have no idea who Barry Beeferson is, but
yeah, who knows?
Yeah, who knows? Who knows? What are you looking for from this? We've seen 2 matches so far, and I did mention with Sleepy about drafting being slightly different. Obviously, no Herc, no Danza, but we've seen a lot of Fenrir getting let through. Is that something that you're happy with, or because from my eyes, I really think that he's too strong.
Well, it's on the onus of whoever's in first pick. If they don't choose to ban one of what we might be considering the 2 strongest gods at the moment, being Fenrir and Baron, and they do a throwaway ban, as we're seeing now with the Jingwei, it's the ball's in the park of whoever's in pick 2. See now that they're going to be banning the Baron, so Fenrir is going to go through first pick for the Expendables, but the thought process is when you're doing a throwaway is that you're saying you want one of these top 2 picks, and from second you either have to say, are we going to trade a top 2 pick, or are we going to do we value one of these more than the other? Personally, it's risky business altogether, but I think trading a pick for another strong pick is a good idea. We see the Fenrir locked in, Anubis top pick. Very sus.
Very sus. I mean, it was hit with a set of nerfs in the last patch. I believe less tanky. I think a little less lifesteal too. Not exactly sure on the numbers on that one, but I would say it's not too bad into the Fenrir. Obviously he roots himself in place with his ult, but can't get ulted. And if Fenrir is just standing there, he's going to get shredded pretty quickly. The Odin, not necessarily saying that it's into Fenrir as a counter. It's more just a really solid solo lane god, one of the best ones, probably the best one at the moment. So I think that prioring that on R2 is very nice. But we've got Neath.
Neath, that's a crazy top 2 from first. I think giving that Neath over for the Anubis is quite a strange decision. Maybe they've been cooking up this Anubis draft and they have the perfect.
There's a counter, who knows?
They have the perfect 3 picks coming late, but
sneaky. It's
a very nice top 3 so far from the Expendables.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think that Loki kind of slots in really nicely. It kind of defeats the flex potential for this Fenrir because it can no longer go in jungle unless you're really cooking and it's like Loki solo. But I hope we're not seeing that. But maybe it's just a takeaway from Ping 269. We know that you like Loki. We're just going to take it away. We don't really want to play against it. We're happy to, kind of cancel small percentage of the flex. Fenrir can still go solo or support, depending on, who's better on the god, I guess. We see the Anher again. So played already today, and this Soul as well. So we've got like a double auto attack, a very physical heavy draft. I know potentially it could be like ability Soul mid, but haven't seen too much of that so far.
Yeah, I do enjoy Soul as an ADC at the moment. She does pump very good damage, and on the other side, this Ares pickup is something I want to highlight. It's a very nice answer to the Fenrir. You're saying, this guy, I'm going to chain him, and he's going to die. So hopefully,
my job is just to block him all game.
Hopefully this Ares is consistent with those chains. Zeus coming out.
Yeah, wow. I did not expect
Is this
that.
Anubis jungle, perhaps? Or Zeus jungle?
Oh, I think we did see a Zeus jungle in APAC. I think it was last week. I also saw on
Oh, it was this team, wasn't it?
was it? Is that
Yeah, I
Barry
think it
Beavis?
was. I
Was
think it
he
was
the
Hot
Zeus
Dog.
jungle player? I
Yeah.
saw. I think it was Benny Q on Twitter. He posted a thing where you can build Mirrodin on Zeus and you can double like double lightning. Sorry, Storm calls it ult. You can double 3, and it detonates the charges twice. I think, which is just crazy to think about. But yeah, maybe a bit of overcooking. Really immobile this draft. I mean, Ares, Zeus, and Anubis all super immobile. Okay, you know, Odin on her, but still, I really like Expendables draft, to be honest. I think it's so
I
aggressive.
have to agree with you. They went with this same classic combo last week, the Zeus Odin.
Yeah.
We all know it, the cage with the lightning storm on top, but it didn't see a whole lot of success. So I'm a little bit worried that 269's a little bit too stuck in their way for where the meta's moving at the moment, because this draft on the side of the Expendables has just got everything. It's got so much engage, it's got pick potential, and I'm really worried if I'm playing backline on Ping 269, because getting Bacchus flopped into a Fenrir stun with a Loki ult and then a Neath ult on top, like, what are you doing? This is going to struggle.
Well, we'll see if Ping 269 are certified chefs or if the Expendables can take out this game. Dice Heart and Cat G on the desk.
Thank you very much to Jay, Beto, and Ozme there. Yes, it is I, Dice Heart, and we're bringing you the Expendables vs. Ping 269. My apologies for game number 3 here of the APAC Founder Series Week 4. Joined now by Cat G for this game.
Lucky I just unmuted. There's still ads. I was still watching.
Don't worry,
Hello.
I caught that you weren't talking yet. I brought you in at the right time.
I was like, wait.
But we have seen some interesting picks and bans here, and a little bit of grouping in this mid lane right now. Maybe looking for the for this potential early pick. Bede's already forced out of the Anubis. Thunder ticking away, won't be able to find it just yet. But Kadji, you know, the desk talked a lot about some of these picks and bans, and you know, we've seen that Fenrir is typically a very high priority banned god. I think he's at about the 42% ban rate. So the fact that the fact that the Expendables were able to get that god locked in for Moxie is pretty impressive. And you know, they've also put it alongside this Neath, who's picked nearly every game for OCE.
I mean, it's just a really good god at all stages of the game. Like, when do you ever not need a good, you know, beads burner or someone with a good displacement to bring just even one team member, you know, to a team fight?
For sure. I mean, you know, being able to prevent sort of, you know, other relic slots that shell being necessary, and we can actually see that Ping 269 have an Odin, but there's no shell on the side of the Expendables, so it's very difficult for them to sort of prevent all of the lockdown that could possibly come out here, Kat.
You know, they also like prevent them using like the group beads on everyone in a team fight, you know, with the Fenrir as well, because you just got to cleanse the one person.
That's true. Can feel like a little bit of a waste to pop that early. But a nice little early game here. If they get it, that's true. That's true. It might not be gotten. I've heard that it's pretty good on support, but who knows what these supports are going to go. Pretty capable ones, though. We've got Sleepy for the win here on the Expendable side, and he's been around for a long time. Has played a little bit in the professional Oceanic scene a bit, so very capable. And Prenzel as well is very experienced, has been around for a long time too. I'm very excited to see what they bring here to
good
the
supports,
game.
making the calls.
That's exactly what you need. A little bit of a tussle here in the mid lane, just over that little bit of team gold there. Carter finds himself a nice little root, and he's going to pick that up for himself. So a little boost here for the Expendables. Ooh, Invy's used by the Loki here as well. Could be, as Cosnado is going to be engaged on here. As we see the Loki looking for those auto attacks. One more will do it. And Wobby finds himself first blood here for the Expendables, but he's not done yet. Looking for the hot dog Zeus. Great blink away there
blink,
for
Zeus.
the mid laner. He gets out. I guess it was worth hitting the blink.
It is. It keeps him getting his XP, not dropping off. And you don't really want to be behind.
No, especially
jungle.
Especially after First Blood has already come out there. You know, having being 2-0'd in that early game, Cat, is terrifying.
I mean, 4 minutes, you know, from now till he's going to feel safe to engage.
That's
It's
true.
going to be a bit rough.
Sword chains come out there pretty hectic, and he is able to, on this soul, sort of immune away a lot of damage, but, you know, if those chains come out at the right time... Ooh, Moxie did fire off that Sunder, looking for the 1v1 here with Wild. The shield is good, the jump is better! Soloed in the solo lane. Wild able to find it over Moxie and bring Ping 269 to an even game state here. Great little play there. Coming back towards this duo line side of the map, though, we can see Hot Dog making a rotation over here. Both junglers in the area, as Wobby has caught out this jungle rotation and completely prevents Hot Dog from finding an angle to come in and sort of punish this aggression coming out from the Expendables right now. Kat, what do you think about the game state that we're at the moment? Where, you know, this Zeus jungle is a bit strange. Where do you think he kind of needs to put his pressure at the moment?
I think he just needs to wait till he has a few items on board till he really can do anything. And probably he's going to look, you know, at the duo lane. That's probably going to be the best place for him. You know, everyone grouping up, you know, to chain lightning, but it's a bit hard, I think, for him to gank some of the other lanes at the moment. He's just going to run away. Fenrir's just going to jump away.
Soul probably has the least escaping potential. She's got the immunity with that Disapparate, but definitely can be caught out if this duo lane of Ping can force the Disapparate to come out early. Then you're right. Having Hot Dog come in with that Zeus ult is absolutely terrifying.
I mean, really, if he casts his abilities quick enough, he's going to be able to, you know, kill the soul before she gets her Disapparate off.
That's true. That is very true. Moxie having a little bit of a difficult time in this solo lane. Obviously, the Fenrir in the early game, you know, he's going to have a hard time being stunned out by the Odin constantly. And we saw that Wild was able to get a great play over him a little bit earlier as well, but I would expect Cat for this Fenrir to start being able to catch up and to start being able to rip a lot of damage, but I don't know if he's ready for this Zeus rotation. Has the ultimate available? Are we going to see it?
Does he have any magical protection? He does have magical protection.
We're going to see Wobby ult into the mid lane, looking for this Anubis, forces the beads out immediately as the Anubis comes back underneath that T1 tower, survives, very low HP, and those beads being down, Cat, that could be risky for Ping 269 now for the Anubis.
It could be. Or they could just play it safe until they have beads up again, which, you know, most players should be doing, theoretically.
Should be. Could be dangerous though. I think Wobby is going to get his that assassinate ultimate up earlier, but we're going to see the blink coming out from Prenzel here. Fires off that no escape ult and pulls in two, and Hot Dog's made a rotation over as well. He's looking for the play, and Cat, you're alright. Pretty Hectic's going to turn it around on Prenzel, but Snowy finds Sleepy for the win. A 1-for-1 trade in the duo lane, but that's exactly what you said they were looking for. They were waiting for Hot Dog to be able to rotate in. Great Pillar is going to trap Pretty Hectic next to this wall, but doing so much damage on the soul is preventing the engage. Loki has found Snowy though, and Robbie picks up a kill. There's the ultimate from the Zeus, but isn't enough. He's trying to find two, and Wobby gets himself a double kill on the Loki and pushes Expendables into the lead.
It was a great trade. I mean, it's the old case of, you know, who ganks first. It, you know, isn't always the most beneficial. But you did see, like, the Zeus, like, teleported from the right teleporter over to left lane. So, you know, they would have never known that he would have been coming from that angle. So that's really good use of that teleport.
Yeah, how do you kind of see that coming? He comes out of nowhere, comes in from behind. But I like as well that it was kind of a bit of a back and forth. Like, we saw the Loki, you know, Wobby really turn that around. And Pretty Hectic did a great job just kind of holding his own there and surviving.
Yeah, and he wasn't, you know, afraid to turn around and throw a few autos as well. Like, he was more than happy to fight, but there was no one really else there. And I don't think that either side really needed to push too much.
That's true.
They both got their trades.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a very brawly game so far, which a few of these gods really like. It feels like, though, Kat, this Soul needs a little bit more time to sort of get online so that she can brawl a little bit easier towards the mid game, but I think this Zeus is loving the opportunity to get value out of his ult in the early game.
And it won't be too long before he gets the full item and he'll be doing a lot of damage to whoever he comes across. Just like any god, really, you know, but you just really want it for this Zeus. Really needs to get in there, do some damage.
Nice little
very
impale.
specific targets.
We're starting to see that Snowy's on her is starting to chunk out a lot of damage, and it makes it a little bit difficult for this Soul over in the solo lane, though. Hot Dog, he's found Moxie on this invade over towards the blue buff. Blink already forced out of the Zeus on this World Weaver, likely to connect, but Wobby, he can't find an angle to get in there. Great little protection there from the Anubis to completely zone out this Loki. Great kill from Ping to keep themselves in the game.
And his ult was just coming up. Like, you literally saw the diamond flashing. He was, like, so ready to just go on, like, someone really low, but would have been a case of my ult's up in like 5 seconds, but
Just
unlucky.
barely mistimed it, but that's good for Ping. They need to be looking for these little picks
And
to
that
keep
Zeus
themselves
blinked
in the
down
game.
again for another 4 minutes as well.
It is. Do you think this blink is worth it, Kat? I mean, it's kept him alive twice now.
I mean,
but
it could be 0-3 by now, so
it's true.
I
That's
think
true.
it's definitely worth it. Because
He
what
is
is he going to do?
only-
You know, beads an ult and die anyway, or Aegis
yep.
and probably die anyway.
Being
It's
able
like
to potentially,
sometimes positioning is a bit more important than damage immunity.
especially a god that doesn't have an escape like that Zeus, being able to potentially blink out of a Loki. I'll dive under this T1 tower in the solo lane is going to be enough as Wild falls to Moxie. Not sure what the Odin was doing there, but Wobby was ready for it and he completely punished the Odin play.
Yeah, I mean, that's, you know, really the solo lane are pushing up when, you know, buffs are up. So that's just like, you know, obviously the jungler's going to be there, but I don't think their buffs are on the same timer, so, you know, he might not have known.
No, might not have known indeed. And a bit of a grouping here. Wobby's made a rotation over towards this duo lane once again, trying to really get the Expendables ahead. Flop in from Sleepy as he finds the burp off the back of it as well onto Brenzel. But this area is going to be hard to take off the map. It doesn't matter to the Expendables though as they fire off this World Weaver. And that's a very big global ultimate down to not find a punish onto Brenzel. As Hot Dog's made a rotation over here as well, trying to just keep his team alive, prevent any invades from going on. But Expendables, Cat, they're grouping towards this Gold Fury.
They might dance around it for a little bit. But I think really either side really needs a pick before they can do anything.
Oh, Soul
They
Ultimate
both have
comes out,
good-
but it won't connect
yeah.
with Brenzel.
I mean,
That's
that
a
makes it a bit
lot
rough for
used.
them and their objectives secure, having a soul ult down now. They don't really have anything else, like a buck assault. You know, not really the greatest, but could do.
It's a lot used there, and Hot Dog does have his ultimate available on the Zeus. Going to try to engage here onto Sleepy, but the flop up and down is good, and Pretty Hectic has to follow up, and there's the Zeus ult! CC immunity forced out of Sleepy's on the Barkers here, the Arnher ult. Those pillars connecting so hard, but it's not enough to find the Barkers, and now Wobby is on the way over. Moxie does find the solo kill onto Wild once again. Wobby is here, but Prenzel, he's found the no escape, forces the ultimate out of the Loki here, and down goes Snowy. Great engage onto the Arnher, despite the 3v2 position. Hot Dog, low health on this Zeus as well, just not able to find an engaging amount of damage to follow up on.
Did you see the solo? This whole kind of disapparated into the team, just did not care at all. Not disapparating away, disapparating towards people, you know? That's
Straight in. What's the point of having movement speed if not to be aggressive with it?
Exactly.
And speaking of which, the Expendables, they've started up this Gold Fury, already down to about 3,000 health. They have identified the weak point of Ping 269 right now. Moxie going to step up and try to zone away. Prenzel here will receive a chain though. Huge turnaround from the Expendables. Pretty Hectic, gonna find Cosnado wrapping around on that Anubis. He wanted to find that steal, and that Death Gaze ultimate. It would have been enough to steal away the Gold Fury, but Expendables, they knew it was coming. They took him off the map, and now they're 8-3, Cat, 3,000 gold in the lead right now.
I mean, you don't want that 3k gold to turn into 10k, you know, before 15 minutes, but, you know, it can be come back from, but once you get to that mid-game, and it's more of a 10k kind of diff, it's a bit rough from there.
It is a bit rough, and you know, we're seeing that the Expendables, they've got this Neath. Carter is on this Neath. It's one of the highest picked gods in Oceania right now. It is definitely highly valued, and we're kind of starting to see the value that it brings to the team. Carter hasn't been in a lot of fights, but he's still 0-0-3. He's been firing off these World Weavers, and he's been sort of connecting consistent damage and supporting his team from a distance. And that's really important, Kat.
And they're all level 11 as well, so they've all farmed really equally, obviously with the support being lower. But they're farmed very equally and well and efficiently.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And the fact that, you know, Carter doesn't have to rotate to have an impact means that he can keep farming up efficiently. You're absolutely right. As we're going to see the jump in here from Snowy, looking to try to knock this Soul off the map. The chase is there from Prenzel as well. Beads were good, and it allows Pretty Hectic to get the Separate off and come back underneath his T1 tower. But a lot was used there to force Pretty Hectic back into that position. It might be enough for Sleepy for the win to step up, and step up he is trying to do. Looking for Prenzel hiding inside of this bush. The chains do come out, though, as well. Weaver charged up once again, looking for Snowy. Will connect, forces the ultimate out of the Arnher, but he's turned it around well onto Sleepy, and here comes the no escape ultimate, the Barkus. He's trapped under the tower. Pillar Impale is good. Tower shot is better. Prenzel finds the kill, and Sleepy is punished.
I think it's just the same as Smite 1 though, really, isn't it? Like the high value that's placed on those kind of global gods. You know, they don't have to be in that
Hot Dog
lane.
caught out on the Zeus, fires off the ultimate and actually forces 2 people to completely back away from him. But Moxie is here. He's used the Ragnarok and follows up with the Brutalize to pick Prenzel off the map. And now the Expendables, they've got the position here to face down, and Snowy's forced under the T1 tower. That is not a fun thing to say. Pick the Prenzel is too much for me.
It's only going to get better. As you
It is
get
only gonna
louder,
get
as
better.
these casts go on, and you speak quicker and quicker, the slip-ups are only gonna become better.
Speaking of confusing names, Wobby's made a rotation around this T1 tower, sees that Snowy's fired off that jump, and 3 men in there. Wobby knocks Snowy off the map, and now this T1 and left is in a lot of trouble in the meantime. Sleepy actually forces the beads out of the Anubis Cosnado under this T1 tower in mid as well. Expendables are putting so much pressure across the map, Cat.
They are, and there's not much you can do about it at the moment. I mean, you've got, you know, the Odin kind of proxy farming at the moment, because he can get away with that because everyone is elsewhere, but that's about the only thing they can push at the moment.
Could be punished for it here, as we've seen that Moxie's made a rotation back into lane. Doesn't look like it'll happen. Hot Dog on that Zeus, still around in the area. But Sleepy trying to find potentially an invade alongside Carter on this Neath, and it might mean that Hot Dog is going to take a bit of a spill here on this Zeus. If he's spotted out, there's so much CC that Sleepy can get off. But potentially just looking for this blue buff or red buff invade, and Sleepy on this Barkers, he's got a lot of damage available, a lot of CC available. He might be able to force something out alongside Carter here.
I think they can really get away with pressuring like this because they've got 2, you know, immobile gods. You know, it's not really, actually no, 3 technically with Ares, you know, aside from Isolt.
Yep, that is true, but unfortunate for Expendables, they weren't able to steal away that red buff. Wild and Hot Dog trying to chase down Moxie here, won't be able to find it. Cat, what do you think Ping kind of need to do? They're a little bit behind here as well. We're going to come out onto Snowy once again. Pretty Hectic follows up straight away, and Robbie fires off the Loki ult once again. Assassinate into an auto from Pretty Hectic will take Snowy off the map one again. 1 and 4 for this Arnher. 3 levels down, Cat.
I mean, they can't take any farm. Ping can't take any farm from Expendables. They just have to keep managing their own farm and showing face at objectives and hoping that maybe, you know, sacrificing 1 person would be enough to steal an objective, but you know, you wouldn't be sending any more than 1 person in there.
Gold Fury started up here by the Expendable, sorry, almost down to about 1,000 gold here. Carter, though, does pick up Cosnado. Fired off is the no escape ultimate straight inside the Zeus ult as well. It's huge in the cage. Wild finds 1. Carter's off the map. Sleepy trying to zone and CC out, but it's not enough. Hot Dog finds another one. This Zeus has gone massive in the fight, and it's enough for Ping269 to turn it around. Will they try to pick up this Gold Fury? Moxie is here and healthy on the Fenrir, stepping up towards the Gold Fury pit as it's pushed down lower and lower. 5,000 health. Snowy, great use of the pillar to slow down Moxie and prevent this Fenrir from getting into the backline, but he found a low health target, and Hot Dog doesn't connect the Brutalizer. Has to jump away, and Snowy hits the Impale and forces his Fenrir away as Ping269 lock in that Gold Fury and pull themselves, Cat G, back into the game.
Yeah, they did a really good job at juggling that Gold Fury there. Just making sure that, you know, because Moxie's, you know, there's going to be some point that he has to jump in and to do it, you know, and he did that pretty soon on. Then, you know, they just kept juggling it between them and realized he's just going to walk away because there's really not much he can do. You know, even if he has his ult, that's not really going to help him steal Gold Fury. It's only going to postpone things.
That is very true, but I have to talk about it. That was a great catch up there for Ping269. They're only 2k down at the moment. They were over 4,000 gold down, and they took a great fight. It was off the back of the Zeus ult, but more importantly as well, there's no shells for the Expendables. They can't get out of Odin ult.
I mean, and like the positioning of like where the Ares altered as well, like they wouldn't have expected him to blink into their jungle behind them, which is where the teammates were. So that would have been like a really bit of a confusing play for the Expendables to be like, well, why is Ares ulting here and then blinking over there? So yeah, that really worked well.
Essentially, a bit of an early Ragnarok forced out there by Moxies. We saw Hot Dog make the rotation on this Zeus. While that 1v1 was going on in the solo lane, Sleepy for the win is going to step up towards this Pyromancer, likely to be, Cat, the next objective looked at by both teams. Expendables, they've got the lead right now, but Ping kind of have the momentum behind them. They might try to force this Pyromancer. Do you think Expendables are in a position to take a fight around this objective right now?
They're not afraid to show face, you know, they're not afraid to lose a member or 2, you know, just to try and potentially stop them from getting objective. You know, it's worked so far for them. You know, in the last 5 minutes, so why wouldn't it work again?
Naga has
And
been
they're not
started up by the
behind.
Expendables deep in their own jungle, but Ping 269, they're going to take the aggressive position and try to stop this Naga from being done. Although, Wobby making a wraparound play, through the mid lane and has come in behind the aggressive position from Ping 269. Has to wrap back around through the mid lane though, trying to find himself a target. Does have the Assassinate available to try to pick somebody off as Naga once again started up by the Expendables. It's forced though Ping 269 to bring a lot of members around this Pyromancer, and given time for Expendables to position themselves well around this, Pyro started and restarted by both teams now as Wobby. He's just, look at how he's playing right now. He just wants to find a pick. He wants to
He
find an engage.
does. He's
desperate
like, come
for
on,
it.
team, man, make something happen so I can come pick someone off. But they, there's a bit of damage. The Expendables have a few people that are a little bit damaged, so they need to be a bit more careful. Because even, just missing 1/4 of your HP bar, that's your pick. You're an easy target for the enemy
It's been a
team.
very large grouping from Ping 269 around this Pyromancer. It's not getting anything out of it, but Hot Dog has actually made a rotation over towards the duo lane, might be looking for a pick onto Pretty Hectic, while the rest of Expendables pick up this Naga on their side of the jungle. It could be that Pretty Hectic goes down here, and that's going to be a huge boon for Snowy. It's going to allow him to rotate and get back into these fights. In the meantime, in the mid lane, Prenzel, he finds a two-man ultimate, isn't going to be able to pick up Sleepy, but does force the beads out of Carter, and that's going to be massive in the next fight. It's going to give Cosnado an opportunity to start popping off on this Anubis. How, though, is this soul still alive? She's managed to wrap all the way back around towards the T2 tower on the enemy team, and Hot Dog and Snowy, they can't catch up, and now Pretty Hectic, he's got his team around him. He's going to survive on this soul.
Yeah, that's the problem with having an immobile, jungler. They're not really going to be able to catch any carry.
Moxie aggressive into the jungle of Ping 269, fires off that Ragnarok and forces the beads out of Prenzel there. That was the beads item, I believe, as well. Talisman of Purification popped there, so that big group beads is no longer available. Good play by Moxie here, and it might be enough for Expendables to push into the T1 tower in mid, or potentially, Cat, look for this Pyromancer.
I mean, someone better drop this Pyromancer soon. I've been dancing around it for so long. Even if you just start it, see what happens.
It is being started up here, down to 7,000 health, but Prenzel and Cosnado are around, and that Death Gaze is available. The Anubis ult could find a lot of damage here, and actually, the pressure that Ping 269 have put on just by rotating and showing face here forces the Expendables off the objective, and kind of just wastes out their time, Cat.
It's kind of interesting how they kind of, they've been forced to have to get the Naga, to get the objective. But then also kind of got left on the objective, so they kind of wasted their Naga, unfortunately.
Gold Fury started up by Ping 269. Prenzel walks in and he immediately receives a Wellweaver ultimate down to half health on this Ares and starting to be picked off, but fires off the old Gold Fury taken. Couldn't tell which team got it, but Snowy, he picked up Carter as the Odin ult's been dropped, and Hot Dog follows up once again. Sleepy is down. Pretty Hectic left alone around so many members of Ping 269. Double kill for the Arnher, and it's enough that Ping have found themselves in aggressive position in the mid lane, and the Expendables are in trouble, Cat.
I wish I was watching the gold there. Then we might have been able to tell who got that Gold Fury.
Would be
but
nice.
It could have been anyone.
It is going to be mid T1 tower taken off the map by Ping 269, and they found themselves with just barely a disparity in the gold right now. But Kat, do you think this T2 is too aggressive, or can Ping pretty comfortably take this off the map without being punished?
I think when you're grouped as, are they grouped as 5? Yeah, they are grouped as 5. You can do whatever you want when everyone else is split, and they know that everyone else has to back, or they're doing their camps.
Good group play here by Ping as they're going to push now towards this Pyromancer. So in that entire time, I want to say that they picked up that Gold Fury. So it was a Gold Fury into a mid T1, mid T2, and a Pyromancer with no response here from the Expendables. And Cat, Fire Giant's up, but I think it's too early for Expendables to try to punish these low health bars on Ping by picking up the Fire Giant.
Yeah, I mean, they're ahead of them in gold now, so they're pretty much even.
Love to see a nice little catch up here. 12 kills to 10 on the scoreboard right now, and potentially some towers could be knocked down here, Cat, by the Expendables. Maybe this mid T1 tower to alleviate some of the map pressure and catch up the gold difference a bit, but really, it feels like Expendables just want to play for a really brawly team fight sort of situation. They're not looking to start off objectives at the moment.
Yeah, they want to run it down together. They want to get their picks, and then they want to kind of, play disciplined and wait. But I don't think Ping are letting them play disciplined and wait. They're kind of forcing them to have to do stuff.
Has fired off this Odin cage, but surrounded by 3 as we see the Ragnarok use. Picks up Wild, and this Odin, he's going to take a Worldweaver too. Chased down with that Brutalizer. Moxie picks off his counter solo laner. That's a really huge kill to get there for the Expendables. Now that Odin Cage is down, and we saw, Cat, that Ping's whole team comp right now is relying around the Odin Cage, followed up by the Zeus ult. So this next sort of 40 seconds while the Odin is down is going to be huge, but Snowy finds an impale into the wall. Pretty Hectic has to use his ultimate here. The auto attack trades are huge. They're much better for Pretty Hectic, though, trying to find autos between these minions. Not enough as the separate comes out. Will there be an impale? No. Pretty Hectic takes down Snowy and now can freely push this T2 tower in left.
Oh, he's the first person, level 20. He can get away with
no
doing
escape,
both of
finds 2 under the tower, but Wobby is here to prevent the punish. Cosnado, slow rotation from this Anubis. If he'd been there, he could have found a great follow-up, Cat.
He could have, but I think they were occupied otherwise and probably distracted by the fact that Carry just got soloed.
That's true. That's true. I'm distracted by that, honestly, Cat. That, you know, who could
I
have
mean,
seen
it always feels bad when you know they're sitting at your T2 and you know your whole other team is on the other side of the map, or they're just coming back from outer base. Like, you know, no one can help you there.
That is true.
You just have to go for the 1v1 and see how it goes.
Crazy that we've come back to this sort of 2,000, about nearly 3,000 gold lead for Expendables, and really it's come off the back almost of just that solo kill between the ADCs and the unfortunate positioning from Wild on this Odin, where he got picked off by Moxie there. And, you know, we've seen, Cat, that Ping are always willing to fight. They'll take this next fight. I guarantee it from what we've seen of them, but Expendables are farming so well, Cat.
They're keeping up. You know, they're not falling behind. You know, a game that could have easily been like a 10k disparity at, you know, 15, 20 minutes. Didn't go that way because they just showed face, they made plays.
That's true.
Tested objectives.
We've talked about it a lot, but this is a classic OCE barn burner. So close in the gold, a lot of brawling in the jungle, and once again, I think we're going to see it as Wobby stepping up towards this Gold Fury pit while Ping 269 have heavily grouped around it. Carter, though, is here underneath, so there's a lot of damage potential available as Prenzel. He's wrapping around from the mid lane, trying to get into the back line of Expendables, but Ping are forced completely back, and Prenzel's left alone here. Hot Dog, he fires off the Zeus ult too early as Pretty Hectic has taken Prenzel down, and now Expendables have the aggressive position around this Gold Fury. No secure now available for Ping 269. Gold Fury started up, Wobby trying to find a little bit of poke out onto the backline here of Ping 269, but Pretty Hectic ripping through the Gold Fury health bar. 3,000 health left, and nobody from Ping is able to step up. Sleepy doing a great job zoning out here. Will be CC'd down. Sorry, that was Moxie and trapped inside of the Odin Cage, but he doesn't care. You're not trapped in here with you're not trapped in here with him. He's trapped in there with you. No, Ragnarok fired off. Pretty Hectic picks up Wild, and now Snowy being chased down. Hot Dog, Pretty Hectic double kill, trying to get out on this Zeus as the chase is on from Expendables. They found a Gold Fury, they found the kills, and potentially, Cat, they're going to find this T2 tower in the mid lane.
And unfortunately, it's going to be difficult to tell where anyone is on the map because, yep, looking at the play damage and what have you, kind of just took everyone's icons off the map.
I've heard that this game is an alpha, but the Expendables don't care whether or not they can see the map. Blink out from Prenzel. Huge use of the ultimate there. No escape, at least for Pretty Hectic, but he's impaled away straight away. Moxie in the backline on this Fenrir. Low health, but gets out. Carter, though, does find Hot Dog, so the huge damage from this jungler is down. Pretty Hectic finds another one. Double kill as Snowy goes down, and the Expendables, they're pushing into the Titan. This game went from a completely even state, Cat, to it nearly being over. 8,000 health left for the Titan. Nobody alive. Wild up in 2 seconds. Cosnado is here. Does he have the Death Cave? Look how low they are. Chaos Titan picks up one. Wild the other one. Cosnado! Is it enough? Pretty Hectic ends the game! Expendables find the win!
Oh, they didn't even need FG.
They didn't even need FG. It was dead even until that fight. They were 1 HP and they were like, end, we have to do it. And
You
they
just gotta
found
run
it.
it down mid. That's just a classic case of running it down mid. Everyone's, you know, one falling after the other, just domino effect, you know?
That's true. It would
What
have
can
been
you
really
do?
cool if we'd been able to sort of see, hear the comms there, because it must be so difficult in that position, Cat, to kind of decide, are we going to run it down mid? Do we need to sort of hesitate and go to the
We're gonna
fight
be
line?
disciplined. We're gonna be too disciplined, and then we're gonna take 2 Phoenixes, you know, when we could have killed the Titan, but no, they just ran straight for it, which is what you expect to see. So, I mean, they just did such a good job in keeping up with gold. You know, it was an even game all around, but you know, one team fight just decided the outcome.
It did kind of just decide it all, but it was excellently played by both teams. I think, you know, that Ping 269 roster, they were able to find a lot of fights. I think maybe the Zeus could have been a slightly different pick that still has a lot of damage and still, you know, but maybe has some CC and some escape potential too. That could have made a big difference, but great fighting from Ping 269. That was an OCE Bard murder, Cat. We love to see those.
Yep. We'll see plenty more of them, I'm sure.
All right. Well, Kat, that was an exciting game. I believe we're getting ready to go into picks and bans here for our next one. Semi-final game, Sunday School vs. Fish. I'm going to fire it off, send it to Nuxel and Osme for picks and bans.
Yay.
What a game we have on our hands just then. I believe you're muted, Nuxel, if you'd like to know. But
Ah!
yeah,
Hello.
what a game we just watched there. Pretty hectic. Unstoppable on the soul. Just
That
absolutely tearing through anyone who dared step in his way.
you could say that was a pretty hectic game. Haha.
Pretty hectic indeed. Now, this match we have here between Sunday School and Fish is becoming a tale as old as time in this Apac Founders series.
Very
Who do you think
infamous.
is going to get the upper hand this time, Nuxel?
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, we saw Fish play earlier today, and their team coordination was off the charts. It was amazing to see. So, I think I'm kind of leaning towards Fish for this series. What about you?
Look, I think it's been pretty back and forth between these two teams, but Sunday School looks so clean in last week's finals, and I don't know if they've had a roster apocalypse. I don't think they have, but if not, I'd expect much of the same. But it's just going to be throwing blows week in, week out between these two teams, and every time they put on the same side of the bracket, we see these new enemies emerge following these games as well. So Sunday School and Fish, strong teams, but yeah, just exciting games every time they meet.
It's like a saying, you get beat and you come back even stronger. But Sunday School taking the skill level even another step up, even more. They've got Super Saiyan up their belt. But pretty standard ban, I think, for both these teams, the Fenrir and the Jingwei. I wonder if we'll see something a little bit more cooking this week. You know, a bit more chalk mid. Be interesting to see. I think for these teams in specific, up against each other, they want to play what's going to be absolutely as comfortable and coordinated as possible to win out these very, very important team fights that'll be happening.
Yeah, no Baron getting picked in this top two is very interesting.
Or your
Unless that Jing is a misinputted ban, which that could be the only explanation I can think of. But yeah, we see no Baron in, and
there you go.
He comes now, deservedly.
My guess is Yamodra is going to be picked straight up for Sunday School after this, and then we might see something interesting after that. Because I'm assuming this Neath is going to be in the ADC. We've seen her mainly in the ADC role, other than last game, Carter playing the Neath mid, Mordred getting picked up, and then the Odin. Okay, I'm eating my words. No Yamodra this week at all. Interesting.
Yeah, we've seen that Sunday School have had this Yamodra taken away from them so many times in the past, but this week they decide they don't need it, and it is open for Fish to pick up right now, but we know that their support in Ultimaton really does have comfort on that Bacchus pick. But Noir, Athena, why not? That's a nice pick comp they've got there so far.
Yeah.
This Baron wrap or a Athena taunt will lead into so much follow-up from that Noir.
This is interesting. I feel like last week, it's so interesting to see the comparisons week on week. We see a very consistent God pick with the Neath, the Odin, the Fenrir bans. Obviously with Baron coming in last week, he's been pretty consistently played, but Yamodra was pretty prio last week, and now we're seeing more Athena getting played than Yamodra at all. And it looks like the Bacchus Soul is what's going to be prioritized here, so it's going to be Neath mid, I believe.
Yeah, Sharks saw the pretty hectic performance from last game and just said, okay, I want a soul on my team. And this team comp is very well-rounded from Sunday School, especially in a sense that they're taking away lots of comfort picks from Fish. And Amaterasu top pick, it does leave open quite a bit of real estate in the draft to come, because there are lots of gods that are being prioritized quite heavily. And I think at the end of the day, though, both teams have come out with quite a nice draft. But personally, I would much rather be playing on the side of Sunday School for this match.
Yeah, I think Sunday, they definitely needed a god like the Soul to be really capturing as much value out of really good Odin ults with the Supernova coming out and just blowing up Fish ? As much as possible. But yeah, they have a very brawly comp. They've got that World Weaver map presence as well. They want so it'd be interesting to see how this gets played out. I think I will give it to Sunday School, definitely with the way they play and everything. This is definitely a comp that they will get a lot of value with, but I don't want to put down Fish ? Comp even slightly. They can play this really well and stop Sunday School in their in their boots if they're really able to catch people out.
Yeah, I'm really keen to see if Sharks has cooked up their game plan different to the other weeks so far. But yeah, I'm not sure if we're quite ready to go into the game just yet. But
yeah, we can yap for a little bit longer.
Yeah, we'll chuck it right over to Diceheart and Devane on the cast to get us into this monumentous occasion of Fish vs Sunday School.
Yeah.
This is indeed, as the desk said, Osmay and Nuxel, thank you, monumentous Sunday School versus Fish. But I'm here as Diceheart alongside Devane to bring back the rivalry that we're constantly seeing in OCE at the moment between really the top two teams.
Yeah. I'm surprised to see him this early, but I guess like with the current format, it is just you don't really know where the teams are going to sit.
That's true. This time we're seeing them battling it out in the semi-finals. We've seen a few times we get to a Fish and Sunday School grand finals, but you're right, we never really know where it's going to go. Tell me, Devane, we've seen these teams battle it out a few times. Who do you think is going to take it this time? Just which team is better, Devane? Go on.
You can't call me out like this.
I'm calling you out.
Well, we have seen excellent like teamwork from Fish. They have been doing really well, and they have been improving each week as well. I don't think Sunday School. They definitely, I don't know. They're very like a lot more strategic in their plays. They always go for they always have a certain strategy, a certain god they want to focus on. Just the way they play is very different. So it really just depends on how Fish is going to respond to that.
Sunday School, Devane, they've gotten this Neith again, and we see this Neith having so much success in OCE. She has such a huge pick rate between all of the teams at the moment, and it's so highly valued. Can you give me a bit of a breakdown as to why these teams love the Neith so much?
Well, it really is just a global potential, right? It's just the way that she's able to lock people down. If you have, especially with teams with synergy, if you have a teammate that knows they're going to try and get a pick, they could be like, oh, like I've almost got this person, can we get an ult? Like, looking to get this person here, and Neith could just, as long as she's in a good position, she can just ult and, secure that kill for them.
97.14% is crazy. That is nearly every single game in OCE. We're seeing a lot of aggression coming out near this mid lane. Is it enough to get the pick? No, Athena is out. Beads popped immediately by Yada there. Immediately as we're talking about it, Devane, we see that the Neith gets value and forces the Nuwa into a terrible position in the early game. Those beads being down is not great at all for this mage.
Yeah, especially really early on. I do feel, I don't know who has better pressure early on. I would say the Nuwa, but yeah, I don't know. I guess she's doing well there currently, and
look at the pressure that Sunday School are putting out just across the entire map right now. They've got duo lane pressure. We saw the kind of flop in there by Pesto, followed up by the burp. They've got mid lane pressure. This Nuwa can't step out, and I think she's going to as well, as Mordred is around this corner, and it might be enough for Platinum Pete to find the kill. Nuwa, no beads. First blood is going to go to the Neith. Great use of the backflip to secure the kill, and Sunday School are going to find themselves right up in the lead in this early game, Devane.
That Mordred was really just lurking around that jungle there. He was waiting for the right moment to jump in on Nuwa.
He really was.
And it was a good like patiently waited was worth it.
Yeah.
It could have been, you know, like just losing out on farm, just sitting there waiting, but it did work out in the end.
Yeah, it was you know, really intelligently played. I think Devane, we see really often in casuals and ranked, sometimes in competitive play as well, people will be like, beads are down on this character, and then no one does anything about it. But Platinum Pete did something about it. He waited around that corner and he punished it really well.
It is also really important to note, like, one of the reasons why Neith does so well in the middle lane is because she does have an escape. She has more of an escape than other middle lanes.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
And, you know, Nuwa, she hasn't got ult yet. Her ult is the only escape that she has. And, you know, so obviously the Mordred one's going to take that opportunity whilst they still can. Like, no beads, no ult. Let's take her out now, try and get the pressure on this Nuwa early on in the game. They do know, like, Yada is a very strong player.
I've heard.
You heard. And, you know, like, he's been doing a lot of damage on Nuwa today. We've already seen, like, you know, he's been getting a lot of kills. Yeah.
I mean, Nuwa is a very competent god. I think though that Devane, we can't ignore the fact that on the other side, Texi is playing this Odin, and Nuwa has a really difficult time getting out of the Odin ult. She can go up into her ult, but it feels really bad for sort of a zoning tool to force out a really defensive ult like the Nuwa ult. And you know, typically we see the Odin banned out. He has a very high ban rate in OCE, so the fact that he's being allowed to be played, actually, Platinum Pete is going to fire off his ultimate and forces Armor to use her own. Wellweaver, though, is likely to connect here. And now, Osha in a lot of trouble. Chase down. There's that Odin cage, just as I was talking about it. And it's enough for Texi to get the kill over Osha. Typically a very safe and a very strong solo laner is Osha. For him to be taken off the map so early for Fish is a very dangerous position for them to be in now.
And there you see the Neith ult really having that value where it's just, you know, we're going to get this kill right now. Can we just, like, you know, get an ult out, and then, yeah, the Odin cage as well. It's very good.
Yeah.
Good work
Group
there.
team play, right?
Good
Like,
team play.
it's... Yeah. I think I would have loved, again, to have been able to hear the comms. We heard some comms from an earlier team. I'm sure we'll hear some later, but I have to imagine that was beautifully communicated between the players on Sunday School there to say, yep, I'm doing this, kill secured, see you later.
Yeah. And you know, you have the Odin ult and the Neith combo is actually pretty good because then you can just stop the guard in the tracks and then the Neith ult. It's a perfect lockdown.
This is a big grouping from Fish as Athena is going to dash in and use that taunt immediately, but not timed perfectly as Tilly was just about to get into the disapparate, so simply not able to find value. Throwing that sort of gank over towards Sunday School's duo lane. And this Athena, she's starting to fall a little bit behind Platinum Pete on the Mordred. It's difficult, you know, Athena has a lot of global presence, trying to potentially counter out Vintage Cow 6 on this Neith, but she's just got no great targets at the moment to kind of rotate into and find pressure on.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of Athena today, especially in the jungle. And I have not really been seeing her used effectively yet. I am hoping to see that here today in this game. But yeah, she gotta, I don't know, just get the taunts out first. You gotta be there first. Do the actual ultimate rotations.
I like that Simply was looking for it, but once again we're going to see Texi using that Odin cage, and there's the World Weaver again. Osha, he's going to get the Athena ult. Calm down, is it enough? Yes, it is. Alive still is Osha, but Mordred ult used and wasted. I'd say that Fish did hear that coming as well, and Simply would have been ready with that taunt to punish Mordred for getting under that tower if he had dove right there. So I really like Simply holding off here. He is going to taunt, but the 1v1 is not great as Platinum Pete takes Simply's health down so far on this Athena. Around the corner though does come Osha on this Amaterasu. Invaded away is the blue buff by Sunday School, and they're also able to rotate this pressure away around to a red buff invade, and this is going to put Yada even further behind Vintage Cow, Devane.
Yeah, he is getting bullied a little bit. But that Athena play was kind of exactly what I was talking about, what I want to see from Athena. Just being able to rotate, save your teammate, like, not necessarily trying to engage, but trying to peel for your teammate as well.
So Mordred once again, Platinum Pete, he's been so patient, and he comes into the solo lane and finds so much CC onto the Amaterasu. It's enough as well to take Osher down, and so far ahead now is Texi over towards this duo lane or mid lane area. It's going to be an engage from the Baron onto the Barcus, and it is enough as well for Pesto to be taken down here. Great kill for Yada, and a good little bit of map play from Fish to try to secure a kill on the other side of the map while Sunday School were putting pressure on the solo lane. And now, Devane, they've started up this Gold Fury.
Yeah, that was excellent map play there. The way that they knew that the pressure or focus was being put on the solo.
Used by the Soul. There's the ultimate. Isn't enough. Yes, Sunday School steal away the Gold Fury. Great play there by the Soul. Tilly able to completely take that opportunity away from Fish. And now they're diving so deep into the backline near this mid T1, T2 tower. Not going to be able to find a kill. And it came off the back again of this Athena's just not quite able to get enough CC and zone out against Sunday School, Devane.
How disappointing for Fish to just miss out on getting that gold. They didn't burn it fast enough. And then you could see that they were like hoping that they could maybe get a kill off the back of that. To try and negate that loss, and it didn't connect, unfortunately. That must suck.
That is heartbreaking.
It was a good play, but that soul steal was great. Yeah.
I think what we're seeing between these two teams right now, and it's kind of been the conversation a little bit between these players and these teams, is that Fish have really good macro play. They're at the objectives at the right time, but Sunday School have great execution and mechanical play. Tilly waited for the taunt to come out. He used the beads, used the Sappho, stepped up, no threats to him, used the ult and went, this is secured. I've got this. And then, clinically, Sunday School were able to disengage away from that.
Yeah, I do feel, Fish's gameplay works well a lot against other teams because they probably haven't got the experience, especially, with all the team changes and all that. They just play better as a team and they know how to work the map very well. So it's been working in their favor a lot. But then when they come up against Sunday School, these players are also really experienced. It's not going to work the same way. So they still have a little bit to work on in order to execute those plays better. They have the right call, but it just wasn't quite executed.
Osher is finally going to get one of his own blue buffs here as zoned away is Texi, but Sunday School, they're going to put pressure onto the mid lane. Great double stun there though from Yada, and the follow-up there as well from ulti on this Baron is going to prevent Sunday School from putting that pressure on. Mordred used here by Platinum Pete straight through the Odin cage, and again, it's going to connect off the back of the World Weaver. Athena down, and simply he's just not able to find a way into this game, and Platinum Pete, he's 2 levels up in the jungle.
Yeah, Athena slowly falling back here, which is a little tough on Athena. She does need to be a bit higher level to start having more value in these team fights because she needs a bit more health in order to sit in front and bully the enemy team a bit.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a little bit rough.
It is a little bit rough. I think as well, Devane, we're looking at sort of all of the fights that are breaking out right now, and it feels like Sunday School just have such excellent engage tools. If it's not a Neath, it's a Mordred ult, or it's an Odin cage, or it's Pesto being able to jump in. They just have so many options to engage with, and it feels like Fish are forced to constantly be responding to something on the map at all times.
Yeah, it does feel like the Odin, the Mordred, and the Neath are really good combos at the moment, especially in that solo lane pressure.
Yep.
And then you have, Tilly and Pesto are holding up on their own. And yeah, I was thinking about a thread regarding the Mordred combo. I'll think back on it. Oh, it's Athena. Yes, Athena. So I was thinking, maybe a way for her to get back is just they need to start getting picks, maybe with Athena rotating, with her ult, to try and slowly combat that lead.
This might be the opportunity here.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's not. Pesto able to comfortably jump away on this Barcus back under the T1 tower. And Devane, I think you're right. If Fish had been able to find some picks leading up to this situation, but before this Gold Fury had spawned, it would have been a much more comfortable position. But Sunday School are able to be heavily grouped around this left side of mid lane, and they should be able to start up this Gold Fury. In the meantime, Platinum Pete, he's found his engage onto Yada, forces the ult out of the Nuwa, and Athena had to use that Defender of Olympus as well, is going to use the taunt to force Pesto back on this Barcus, a little bit of poke coming out onto the support, but Odin, Texi, he's rotated and is in an easy, clean position to start up this Gold Fury. Sunday School, 4 members strong, going to pick up this Gold Fury. In the meantime, Flix, he's on this Anaher and has a great position to use that pillar and try to force a position, but in goes the Barcus, and there's the Odin cage once again. Neath finds one, Mordred picks up the Baron, gets himself a double kill as down goes Simply on the Athena, and just a little bit late to the fight is Osha, finally using that ultimate, but followed up there by the Odin. Texi chasing it down, won't very likely find the kill onto Osha, but it's enough for Sunday School to lock down another Gold Fury and push their lead to 8,000 in fact, gold.
That is
Wow.
quite a lead. That, yeah, Odin and Mordred, I feel like they're absolutely owning this game right now. It's just, they're really able to make so much impact in these team fights. And they always, it almost seems like every time they choose to pick someone off, they do.
You're absolutely right, Devane.
Like, I don't know if Fish, like, they haven't seemed to be able to fight back whenever it happens. There is nothing they really have in their arsenal.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. You know, compared to the last game we saw where we saw the Zeus jungle and he didn't have very many great engage tools or you know, escape potential, we're seeing now the Athena jungle who has a fantastic engage tool and a great movement ability in the dash and the taunt, but it just feels like, you're right, Devane, there's no great targets, there's no great ways in here for Fish. But in saying that, they're still rocking up to objectives, they're still trying to play for the team fight, and I think that Sunday School, if they make a slip here, Fish are going to punish it, and this might be it. Dash in onto the Barcus, the taunt does connect. Baron trying to find a stun, isn't going to be able to connect it. In the meantime, this Neath fires up a huge chunk with that arrow, and down goes Simply's health. He won't fall just yet, but this Athena just struggling to find a way into the game, and Texi, he's rotated over to the mid lane, he's putting pressure on to this main area of the map, and now threat is onto Yada and Ulti trying to defend this T1 tower. Sunday School, they're going to start up the Pyromancer.
Yeah, I do feel like Athena, shame that she's always losing out on health and having to get, like, sit back, and then she's always showing up to the fight just a little bit too late. And I guess it's also important to note, Athena, while she has, like, she needs to focus on those rotations because, like, say for example here, she rotated, this is what she needs to do.
In the duo lane, you're right, this is exactly what she needs to do, but here comes the Mordred. Platinum Pete is in such a great position to come into these fights, but a great impale followed up by the pillar as well, is going to get this Mordred so low. One more auto will do it. They can't find it though. Platinum Pete, he's the Duke Lord and he gets out.
Oh no.
Wow.
That was probably, those are the kind of plays that Athena needs to be able to make to get back in this game, because she is falling behind a fair bit. She's 4 levels behind the Mordred now. And it was a good play, but Mordred being there on time, oh my gosh. Like, just, you know, Athena was able to teleport, but I don't know if Mordred came through a tower or something. He was there as well.
He was just faster than the rotation. I loved seeing the gameplay. You're right. Simply had his mind in the right place. He knew where the pick potential was, and they really did nearly get that Mordred. The fact that they're, you know, a little bit behind right now, 9,000 gold in lead of Sunday School, isn't deterring Fish at all. They know where to find these kills, and Simply, you know, he's a little bit behind, but he's not going to stop on this Athena.
Yeah, it goes back to what we were saying before. They're doing the right plays, but the execution isn't happening. They're not getting the kills. They're not getting, you know, the Gold Fury. It's just
might be too far pushed up here. He's going to be stunned out and trapped in this cage once again. And the Mordred is here. It feels to Devane like he's all over the map. Ultimate used by this Amaterasu as the Sunder is going to connect. Chased down. There's the Mordred ult, and there's the kill. Rampage for Platinum Pete, and Osher is struggling to find a foothold in this game because wherever he goes, there's a Mordred. Taunt out though towards this duo lane or mid back camp area. Barcus, he's going to be forced out and stuns himself and the Neath, but it's just not enough for Fish to follow up with damage. Worldweaver fired off there by the Neath as well. Isn't going to connect. No, it was just charged up. I don't think she fired it. But Gold Fury.
They might be looking at the Gold Fury. It is time for one. It is Gold Fury o'clock.
It is Gold Fury o'clock. You're exactly right. And
taunt didn't hit. It's
just
just
barely not
we
able to
really
connect it.
need to execute these.
Yeah.
And I was thinking as well, Athena doesn't have an ultimate that works in team fights. It's all about the picks. But I feel like we're prioritizing the team fights, so we are kind of down one ultimate, one big ultimate, which, you know, the other team does have.
It's
and
the
they have
jungle
been
ultimate
doing.
as well, and that's a hard position to be in. At Sunday School, they're going to start up the Gold Fury already down to about 4,000 HP. Flix is here, but he will be stunned out by that Well Weaver. Although the disengage coming from Sunday School, and it's off the back of the low health bar on Pesto's Barkus here. Great zone potential from Osher as well, as he sits in that Oracle's pit and forces out the Sunday School backline. In the meantime, though, in goes Osher, stunned out immediately, but this Baron is low and he's trapped inside the cage. Texi goes in, Texi finds a kill, and that's the opportunity for Platinum Pete to fire it off the Mordred ultimate, defensively used again. It is the defender of Olympus as Odin, Texi finds a double kill on her down. Two members of Fish fall, and Sunday School are going to start this Gold Fury once more. A good taunt this time coming out of Simply, but the follow-up damage isn't enough as Osher is just far too tanky. The stun comes out and Simply forced away. Sunday School have 3 Gold Furies and an absolutely massive lead, Devane.
That was crazy. Odin also was quite tanky, though could not do any damage onto him.
Yeah, it's very difficult. He is kind of huge. And it's also difficult, you know, Yada is a little bit behind, so he's struggling to find magical damage onto this Odin.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just thinking that. It was like the only one that can do damage here is the new Ra, and it's not happening. But yeah, Sunday School, they're now 10-1. They now have 3 Gold Furies. It's looking to be quite a league, 10k up. This is quite a big lead, especially between like Sunday School and Fish, who are, you know, you would say these two teams are pretty close in skill, I would say, in the league.
I agree.
But they're doing really, really well in this game, Sunday School.
I have to say, it's starting to seem like Sunday School's coaching, Sunday School's practice and scrims are really paying off for them, because you're right, in the early weeks of the open bracket, we saw Fish were not ever able to fall this far behind Sunday School. I think, Devane, if this was a best of 3, we would very likely see that Fish would be able to kind of rethink their strategy, rethink how they want to play these games, maybe plan around Platinum Pete on this Mordred a little bit. But they have to do this on the fly now, and it feels like Flix is doing a good job taking advantage of that. Taunt coming out once more, but it's onto Pesto, and too tanky is this Barkus to find enough follow-up damage. I think, Devane, maybe Fish have to really rely on this Arnher on Flix to find follow-up damage off of Simply's engages.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, we have seen some good impales from Flix in this game and some good plays. He just hasn't been able to do enough. It's always just missing out. But
Engage onto the Barkus, and the Baron ult is good. That's the way towards the party as Talisman of Purification is forced out here. But once again, Texi using that cage to excellent effect and completely zones out Fish. But it's not enough for Simply. He goes in, he finds the kill, but it's traded out by Texi. Although, finally, this Odin taking a little bit of poke as this Baron is getting into a position from ulti to be able to get a lot of CC off and find a lot of healing for his team. And it makes it difficult for Odin to engage in the backline when his cage is down. 1-for-1 trade there, Devane, and it's starting to seem that Fish are finding some signs of life and some ability to team fight.
Yeah, and you know, the Athena dying again wasn't really that big of a loss, so it was a good trade. Neith looking at probably an Arnher pick.
Well, Weaver fired, forces the jump out. 503 was the number connected there, and it forces the ultimate immediately out of Flix, but there's the beads as the rotation comes out immediately from Platinum Pete. Solo used, and it's enough to get the kill.
And unfortunately, Amaterasu coming out just a little bit too late there. I was seeing those two just duking it out in the duo lane whilst the rest of the game was in the middle lane, and I was wondering if there was going to be a solo. But yeah, you just see the the value of a Neith ult. You know, if there is a 1v1, you can quickly just confirm that for your teammate.
I think, Devane, we talked in the earlier section of the game about why this Neith is so highly valued by OCA. We saw that pick rate, but I think as well that the Odin has always been highly valued in this region too, and he's getting picked up a lot more. Normally he's banned out. He has, I think, a 45% ban rate, so normally he's just not allowed to be played, and this is starting to feel like it's why. Look at the gameplay that Texi is having on this Odin. As Sunday School, they're going to pick up this Fire Giant, but it just feels like it's impossible for Fish to play around this, because he's got zone potential, he's tanky, he's doing damage. What do you do against this Odin right now?
Yeah, and it is interesting that he was banned out before. I do think he was probably a little bit too strong, and he did get hit with a few nerfs, but I feel like he's now in a good spot where he still has that value, but it isn't like a must ban. So now teams can actually use him, like, for, you know, the strategy of his ultimate and you know, the things that he's meant to do.
I think
so there
Texas putting on a show with this Odin Devane.
Yeah, I was surprised Fish didn't look at getting the Gold Fury a little bit earlier. I don't think they'll fight all around there, because this is an Ancient Fury here, and they need to look at defending them.
Fish are likely to try to defend it, but Gold Fury, Ancient Fury has already been taken down by Sunday School. Well, we've been immediately charged by this Neath, and the cage is dropped. The party is that way, but this Mordred, he fires off the ult and immediately has to Tokyo drift around. Bit of an awkward angle there, but Neath going to pick up the Sparrows and Mordred traded off there. Amaterasu. Osha is able to finally get a pick, and Texi forced out of the fight on this Odin. Fish do trade 2 for 1, but it's enough that they've taken Pesto out of the fight, and Fish have an aggressive position around the mid lane. Great fight there from them. However, Vintage Cow on this Neath is in position to prevent Flix from pushing this T1 tower. He has Yada alongside him, but Osha is backing on this Amaterasu, and Vintage is going to step up, might have the damage available on this Neath. If he can find a backflip and a follow-up, Flix is trapped, up and down he goes, and uses that pillar too. So aggressive is Flix, and look at the minion damage. Vintage is trapped on all of those minions. He can't get out.
That was probably an unfortunate for Neath there. I would have thought that Neath was going to be able to defend that, because he was caught out. I do understand them trying to pick off, you know, a tower just for a little bit of gold, get a little bit of the lead, but unfortunately their minions weren't quite pushed up. They weren't able to get enough damage onto the tower. Good escape though for the Neath. No, for the Anher. Oh, well.
For the Anher.
Anyway,
In goes Texi once again, and there's another example of this cage being used. However, we're going to see Simply using this Athena rolls aggressively this time. Pesto forced to jump away, and look at the 3-man Mordred ult followed up immediately by the Barcus. Baron is down. Osha chased down into the Phoenix. Double kill for the Soul. And Tilly, he's absolutely going huge here. This mid-Phoenix aggressed on, but Devane, that was all Platinum Peak. 3-man Mordred ult, followed up by Pesto on the Barcus. Crazy play there by Sunday School.
It was just a crazy teamwork, being able to play off your teammates like that. I think that might be game. I don't think they're going to be looking at doing anything else here.
Flix is doing damage to Pesto, and the Barcus has flopped in aggressively, but look at the amount that Tilly is able to do to the Titan. It's already gone. Devane and Sunday School have taken this first semi-final game away from their rivals. Fish? Great game.
That was a really clean game for Sunday School.
It was very, very clinical. We saw a few signs of life, Devane, from Fish. They found opportunities to take decent team fights, but I think the talk of the game was that Mordred, especially at the end there, what he was able to do.
Was insane. Absolutely. Especially that last ultimate there.
Oh yeah, terrifying.
That really worked.
I think Devane, you know, it would be nice to be able to see Fish maybe reevaluate some of these team comps that they're putting together, find a way to give Simply either a god that he's a little bit more comfortable on, or potentially build a comp around a god like Athena, who definitely takes some teams by surprise. I don't think Sunday School saw the Athena coming. It's just that he couldn't find great engaged targets there.
I think we've yet to see Athena played well today, like in the jungle position. I know it is something happening a bit more in, you know, in these leagues, in these games, but it hasn't really quite happened yet. Maybe it's been happening in scrims, been working in scrims and, you know, casuals, but
I think
just
if
not
anyone's
that
gonna
game.
do it, it's Simply.
Yeah.
No, just not that game. Still, well played by both teams, and it's exciting to have these two sort of top teams brawling it out at the semi-final stage, because it means, Devane, that we're not going to see the same finals that we've seen a few times. We're not going to see Sunday School Fish. It's going to be someone else, and in the next semi-final game that we see, we'll find out who it is. For now, though, we're going to send it off to a break before we come back. Thank you for watching, and stay tuned for more.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Founder Series Apac. I'm joined on the desk by Devane. We have another banger up ahead, Devane. We have got 99% engaged versus the Expendables. So we've got some new faces. I believe 99% engage is a completely new team. So that's pretty wild. We've seen a few of these names around, but not together.
Okay. I can't quite see the names, but I'm sure I'll be able to see the names eventually.
Yeah.
Okay, got
Thank
it.
you.
Yes.
There we go.
Thank you.
Yeah, got the
Okay,
blinding light out of my
great.
face, so I have to look at the schedule. Before we get in, I have to shout out 2 Chimps, 1 Trench Coat because that is my favorite name of all time. What a banger name. But yeah, we saw Swifty and Furin were on the trial last week. They were together, and Infiltrate was their coach, I believe. So now they've exploded their team. They've taken Jed9 and 2 Chimps, 1 Trench Coat from Goblin, and brought Infiltrate into the jungle. They've made their new team. And the Expendables we saw earlier today, which is also kind of a, mismatch kind of team made recently. I believe Pretty Hectic is subbing. I could be wrong, but I'm fairly sure that is the case.
Yeah.
All right, so believe we're going to be getting into picks and bans shortly, but I'm really excited to see this 99% engaged team because I think they have the potential to be really good. I think that these players are all really, really good on paper, but I'm just, obviously, if you've never really played, you haven't played much. This team, I know for a fact, hasn't had much time to play. It's just
Yeah.
it was made yesterday or the day before, very, very recently.
It is a team that looks good on paper, but they probably haven't played that much as a team together.
Yeah.
So it will be interesting to see how they show up today. It could be just one of their first times playing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm interested to see Neath band.
Yeah, we've
We're
seen
not
this
seeing a Neath game here.
first on blue side every game. I think, obviously I'm not these teams. Maybe they've decided that they've got something or they'd like to try something into Fenrir, but in my opinion, I feel like Scrims is like where you do that. Fenrir just feels way too strong right now in the current meta. He just feels levels above everyone else, especially in jungle. I understand the Jingwei ban, but away from Furin, it's Furin can absolutely carry a game, but I think that Infiltrate can too. And leaving open Fenrir first pick just feels so bad. I really like the Neath ban from 99% engaged, just like a nice clean target ban. It's not top of the list by any means, but it's still really strong. What do you think of this top 2 from the Expendables?
Yeah, well, Odin has been is still really good. Obviously, he doesn't seem to be getting banned much today. But he's still been getting a lot of value in team fights and locking people down. Baron is an interesting pickup because I feel like I haven't also seen that much.
Yeah.
Positives in terms of Baron for today. So I guess we'll just see how that, like, maybe they'll combine those well together with team fights.
Sure.
Yeah.
I also think it's a nice like potential flex. Not that you have to, but you don't necessarily 100% know where each pick is going.
Yeah. Well, Fenrir as well. Like Fenrir can be.
Yeah, for sure.
Almost anywhere. So we still don't really know where it's going. Yeah.
We keep that up with the Barcus as well. So, could be solo, could be support, Fenrir, the same, could be all 3. Arnher locked in. We've seen a lot of Arnher this week, which is really, it's an interesting point that, I guess we'd have to have a talk about later. But I think it's good. I think that there's nothing wrong with it. After Jingwei, I think that they're all kind of even, or that's what I've,
Yeah, and
heard.
Arnher works pretty good against Odin and Baron because Arnher has
very
CC immune, and he can also jump out of an Odin cage if he has
Yeah,
to.
yeah.
So
Totally.
he is a good pick into their team comp currently.
A lot of early pressure with the Barcus and the Fenrir too. Lots of early fighting potential, skirmish potential. Nuwa and Susano on the side of Expendables. I think that there's nothing too crazy going on here. Nuwa seems to be one of our prioritized mids. The Susano, the same in jungle. Just lots of circles, lots of AoE damage to go with this Odin and this Baron. But the Morrigan Hover, I do like it. It's a bit interesting. It can go.
We've seen it before, and it worked really, really well. I can't remember if it was Swifty.
It might
Yeah,
have been
he
Swifty, yeah.
played Morrigan last week, and he
Mm.
changed into the Fenrir every time. And I'm pretty
True.
sure it went
This
very
is
well
awful.
in their
Double
favor.
Fenrir.
Yeah, that is a
Oofed.
really good pick. If it goes the same way, yeah.
Oh man, this 99% engaged comp just looks so good. I think the one thing that I will say is that if you're transforming as Morrigan into Fenrir, you've got so much CC, but
Mm.
where's the damage? You know? I mean, I
Yeah,
know that
yeah.
Arnher obviously.
That is a trade-off with Morrigan. Her value is really her ultimate, I feel. She doesn't get that much damage
Yeah,
in
yeah.
general. But Shark, I feel like a lot of times people go Odin, people go Shark. Shark probably goes well against the Odin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just kind of like an unlosable lane. Like he has so much sustain, lots of wave clear depending on the starter you go, what build you go into first. Super safe. He's got decent blue secure as well. Soul picked up as well. I mean, it could have been any ADC. That's like the only one left. Dunsborough's banned.
Yeah.
So you know,
And,
that's all.
well,
That's all there is.
and Soul has been doing well. I feel like
Yeah.
she's back in the game. She's got, a lot of priority. Not so much in this game, but she has a lot of pressure. Yeah.
I think I really like 99% engage as comp. I'm a little worried because can this on her output the damage? I think Furin's a great player. I think he's a great teammate too. I've teamed with him in the past. I believe he can do it, but just looking at a no-names perspective, I think that potentially 99% engage as comp can lack damage, but their CC and engage is through the roof, Devane.
Yeah. They do have a team that counters the Expendables. But the Expendables does have a damage, so it's really is the Expendables going to be able to pull off that damage before they can counter, or like before they can get away, that kind of thing.
All right, well, we will keep you waiting no longer. Jumping into the game with Diceheart and Valve.
Thank you very much there, Jay Beto and Devane. Exciting stuff. My name is Diceheart, and as the desk said, I'm joined now by not a Valve game as we get into our second semi-final match here, 99% Engage versus the Expendables, and I don't think these are team names that we've seen yet, Valve. These are some new teams coming in for Apac.
I've heard rumors about these roster changes that have been going on.
Oh yeah.
And I do have a question. Two chimps, one trench coat. That's two things playing on the same account. How is that allowed?
How is that allowed? How is that? One of them's using their feet, the other one's using their hands. That is too many things in one game.
Too many buttons can be pressed at the same time. That is, listen. Even if they're too short to reach the keyboard, and they have to sit on each other's shoulders, and they're in a chair, right? So they have to be able to reach the keyboard. There's some sort of, the spy from TF2. There's some sort of trickery going on with that. They've got a cigarette in their mouth. They're changing their form. That's what's going on here.
This is down to Hi-Rez. They should have put in there that you cannot be two chimps in one trench coat playing the game. But here they are, and it's 99% engaged, and we're going to be sitting alongside their two chimps, waiting to see if they can get a pick in this early game. But Expendables are playing it safe. They're not going to step up to this bush, surely.
I think they have an idea of how people have been grouping. They're looking for something, and you know what? They just don't even want any of that. They're making sure they're safe. They're going to their own buffs and not really trying to fight. Their comp is more centered towards the late game. This Odin, just the undying character he is. The Baron Sam D, just all the healing he provides, all the CC he provides. So effective. The Nuwa, all the damage she has.
True.
I just don't want to fight in the early game if I'm the Expendables. I'm not trying to expend my resources just yet. Wait until that late game to do so. One thing I'm, kind of confused about is how powerful Amaterasu has been. We don't see either team pick her up.
No, that's true, and it might have come off the back of what we saw last game where Sunday School was able to so comfortably punish the Amaterasu for where she was positioning and kind of use that very high value at the moment Odin to just prevent her from getting involved in the game. But this is a different game, it's a different set of teams, so, it's surprising, you're right, to see them not at least try to bring this Amaterasu in.
Yeah, well, that's Sunday School. They're a known, established team. And this is a different, two different squads, and I just feel like all the Amaterasu dominance that I have seen, how explosive she could be in that jungle and the solo, but this might be an explosive fight over here.
Jet9. They've wrapped around this right side duo lane, trying to find the up-down from the Furin on her, but it's not enough, as look at the damage that Pretty Hectic is outputting. Sleepy, he did get low on that Baron, but he's got heals available. It was a good play there from Pretty Hectic to keep his support alive, but Jet9 likely to step up here and try to find a flop. Great pressure here from 99% engage.
Look at the right side, though. This Fenrir is hunting for a kill over here on this Odin, looking for something. He's leaping in, looking for it, but Odin's just going to slip away.
Odin's safe.
A little ambitious by me, thinking the Odin could possibly fall there.
I think this highlights what you talked about, though. Expendables don't want to fight in this early game, and 99% engaged. They want to 99% of the time engage, and there it is. Pillar is used, and it's going to force the bees immediately out of this Baron. Up and down from the Arnher, sorry, but there's a Susano here, and he's looking to try to punish Furin. So far up is this Arnher, and down he goes. Can't get the first blood. Pretty Hectic takes it off him, and Sleepy for the win survives on the Baron.
That Susano dash, by the way, that basic attack would have connected on the Baron Samdi, probably resulting in his death. But the Susano dash went right in front of it. The classic Mr. President get down situation right there out of Wubby. And that was just, it was perfect setup, you know.
Great positioning.
The whole positioning, everything that went, it just went together there for the Expendables, punishing the over-aggression out of the dual lane. Dual lane's got to be a bit more conservative with their aggression.
Too pushed up here, though. Doesn't look like it as he's firing these auto attacks off onto Jed. Rooted is Zabarkus as well and might not have the flop to get out. Furin forced to body block for his support, but Infiltrate has made his own rotation over from this jungle position. Start out and forces the bees immediately out of Pretty Hectic. Picks up the kill for the Fenrir, and it's 1-1 on the board. Over in the mid lane, though, the brawling continues as this Susano Wobby, he's going to get the pull off onto Swifty. Morrigan stun out, gets under the tower, and Wobby's baited by the clone. He doesn't get the kill, Valve.
Ooh. That's just, I don't know if that next basic attack does finish off Swifty. That is a ambitious dive for sure. But if the Nua is there to follow up on the damage, speaking of the Nua being there, that's a very dangerous dog. Looking to put out some damage onto you. And that, I'm sorry, that fog, it's just that the Fenrir's trying to capture the extra gold for his team, and then the fog is there, and then the Nua creeps is there, and just everything is preventing you from doing it. You're just like, man, I just want to get this gold.
Although this Fenrir has found a position that he can punish here as he's invading over towards this red buff, but it might not be enough. There's the cage and there's the Fenrir ult. Swifty's made that transformation. There's two Fenrirs chasing you down. Which one will get it? It'll be Infiltrate, taking Wobby off the map, but Moxie's not done. He tries to find the bird bomb, but it's not enough because there's a second Ragnarok here, and Infiltrate zones away Moxie and prevents him from taking Swifty down. Great little play there by 99% engage. That mid-jungle core duo there just played so well around each other, Valve.
You know, this is a big difference between, I'm not trying to play like a region supremacy here, right? Big difference between the APAC region and the NA region. When I see new NA teams, even ones with some seasoned players, I don't see coordination like that a lot of the time. It's usually a bit more scrappy and things like that. They're a bit more aggressive, but that was just clean-cut coordination right there. They had a plan when they went in, and that's what they executed on right there. And that's what you want to see, especially from a new team like this 99% engaged team. Not new players, but new to each other.
Yeah, new to each other, new to this team comp together.
Yeah, it's just, that's really hopeful as to what this team can bring, especially if they win this one out and go on to the finals. It'll be a very exciting.
Oh, I think we're going to get a replay of this. Yeah, the double Fenrir play here. This is what I wanted to see again. We saw the jump in from Swifty after that transformation, and then the blink from Infiltrate. It's so scary to have that double brutalize there. And this is what we were talking about, Valve. Look at that. Just Infiltrate protecting his mid laner perfectly.
He was doing that. Little protection, little peel. That Ragnarok is a tool that you could use in a variety of ways, and that is one way to use it. Take them where they don't want to go. It looks like Baron Samdi might be somewhere he doesn't want to be. No, he wanted to be to try to invade, but Baron Samdi's just going to kind of walk away.
Yeah, I think that the movement speed that Baron is able to provide kind of allows him and his team to get really aggressive in the jungle like that. I'm surprised that we didn't see Infiltrate sort of follow up on it, but how do you chase down a Baron when he just goes, movement speed for everybody, see you later?
Yeah, I'm gone, but Moxie's also gone. Dove under the tower after falling low beforehand.
Group fight over near this Gold Fury pit, and Infiltrate fires that Brutalize onto Wobby as he was trying to dash away. It's not enough though. In goes Furin, and he does take Sleepy for the win, down 5-1 for 99% engage. And they're around this Gold Fury pit. very early, but likely to start this objective up.
I mean, that's just, you got 2 picks, 3 picks stretched across if you count Moxie falling as well, and that's just we got the numbers, let's take this Gold Fury. There's 1 Sunder in this game, though, 2 chimps in a trench coat. They might have another relics, considering it's 2 people, but it is
well, 2 chimps at least.
We gotta contact some admins about that. That's crazy. That is crazy.
That is crazy.
Well,
they are
with
so
how strict they've been with the rules, you know, you think that the 2 chimps in a trench coat wouldn't be something that the comedic value of that getting past them is wild.
Wild that 2 chimps in a trench coat could walk into Hi-Res Studios office and go, no, we are 1 human, do not worry.
We are 1 human.
Going to see a bit of a disengage from team fighting here, although aggression from said 2 chimps in a trench coat trying to invade away this red buff, and followed up here as well by the Barcus to try to prevent the secure there, and it looks like it will be stolen away there by 2 chimps in a trench coat. So well played for the invade, but the Expendables, they're going to try to punish this. They've grouped around the Chark, but can't catch up to him in time. So Valve, these 2 chimps in a trench coat, they're able to get so much value off of the Chark gameplay right now.
That Sunder was just why that was secured. The Typhoon, Chalk really isn't out securing the Typhoon, at least most of the time. Early on, there's a chance, but Chalk isn't really... He's got to commit the ultimate usually to out secure that Typhoon, especially when it charged up as much as it did.
Yep.
It's just that Sunder was enough to secure it. Early on, this Sunder is powerful. There's not enough abilities, unless it's multiple abilities, that can counter out that damage. Now, as Chalk has itemized into a split strength and intelligence build to get that healing up and to get that damage up, but Fox is getting aggressive in mid, a little bit of poke.
Aggressive in mid, trying to dive this tower and infiltrate. He's going to use that. Ooh, wow, Ragnarok under the tower, but it will be beat away. Swifty trying to get out, but Wobby, he's going to punish it, and this is what the Expendables needed. Wobby's going to CC immune out with those beads. The Barcus Burp is the ultimate from Nuwa enough. No, Fire Shards cannot do the damage. Jeb will survive under the tower. And in the meantime, 99% engaged. They saw a fight break out in mid, and now they're pushing down the right side solo lane T1 tower. Good objective play, good macro play from 99% engage here.
Yeah, very well done by 90%. Wow.
Wow.
99% engage. You know, sometimes you just gotta look back at it, you know? It's just wild. It's early for me, right? You guys may have some time. It is early for me, though. The amount of... There's so many things going on in the game, and you hear these comms, and then somebody could have just said, let's get this tower. Or when solo laner gets ganked by 2 or 3 people, they're like, go, you know, and that's just snap. We're going for it right there. And that's a T1 tower. That's an objective there for 99% engaged, because the Expendables did get a win there. They got 2 picks, and well, they got 1, and they got the shell, forcing the Bacchus to reset. Well, I don't know if the shell was necessary, at that point. But it's exactly. It's basically a pick at that point, because he's forced to reset when he didn't really want to. Now, something that's a bit interesting that I noticed with these items is that this Fenrir went into the Brawler's Ruin straight into this Breastplate of Valor. He's going right for cooldown.
Oh, like. I'm going to interrupt you here as Swifty and Infiltrate once again. This combo of jungle mid are going to take Carter down on that right side of mid tower, but they're still diving for more. Ragnarok used once again is just going to pick up 1 person, but is it enough? Sleepy for the win is going to punish Jed for that deep dive, but there's 2 Fenrirs in your mid tower, and they will take Wobby down. Great use of the cage, but it can't trap Swifty as he uses the Brutalize and the extra blink that he gets from his transformation as Morrigan to get out of there. Infiltrate chased down though into the opposition jungle, will jump away and might have a Brutalize available as well. Furin on this Arnhurst sitting around in the jungle protecting his Fenrir, and it's enough for Infiltrate to get out. Great team play there by, again, 99% engaged, despite the fact that Expendables were able to trade 1 for 1.
Oh, Chalk's on the red buff again, don't worry.
Of course he is.
No, this is well, nobody's there to respond to him, so why wouldn't I just go steal the red buff? Right now, I have a T1 tower advantage. I'm up 2 levels, 3 levels on anybody on the map except for this Nuwa. It is a powerful start. The cooldown rate I was talking about with the Fenrir, the Chalk now has it as well. You want to be as aggressive as possible with this Chalk advantage. You want to force them to fight you. That red buff is going to keep going his way, at least until later on in the game. And
found a position around pretty hectic here. He's going to force that to separate and the soul ultimate out immediately. Those are big cooldowns to be down right now, and it might be enough for 99% engage to collapse around this Gold Fury. The Expendables might be out of position here, as we're going to see pretty hectic try to rotate back in and protect his purple buff, but maybe not enough, as Furin's going to steal it away. Wobby dives deep on the Susano and uses that ultimate, forces immediately the Aegis to be popped, but look at the damage! Wobby finds Furin and the chase is on. Jed 9 being forced back behind this Gold Fury pit, but collapse available for 99% engage. Jed turns around and finds a triple stun with the burp. Swifty is here, and around the back is Infiltrate. We know this Fenrir has the damage. Stunned out immediately though, but his team is here, and there are two chimps in a trench coat going to take Carter off the map. Ragnarok used too, and it's enough for Sleepy to fall. Double kill, Infiltrate takes Sleepy down. Odin Cage popped, and another Ragnarok used. Is the Odin Cage enough? No, it's not. Moxie's down, and Engage have found themselves 4 kills, and likely this Gold Fury, Valve.
that was just playing your numbers correctly. They bought time. After the On Her got picked, they bought time waiting for two chimps in a trench coat to show up, and he showed up before Moxie did.
That's
meaning that there was so much impact that the Chalk had with the rotation. That Storm Call was a big hit onto, I believe it was 3 members of the Expendables.
Yeah.
It was a lot of people that I saw
a lot of
were
people.
silenced. It was a lot of people that I saw were silenced, and it was just such an effective usage of that ability. The Chalk was able to do so much damage, and it all fell apart for the Expendables. After a fight that was a really good start for them, the Susano being patient, not teleporting to the On Her too soon to get CC'd out, letting him, you know, get that damage off and finish him out. But
pick onto the 2 chimps in a trench coat as the party is exactly that way. Sleepy for the win is going to pull him in, and Jed 9 Furin too low to defend their Chark here, but he's defending himself. He's prevented them from chasing using that slow that comes from the rain, and this Nuwa roll, it's not going to quite do enough damage, but Wobby's on the chase and he's going to pull in too, looking for Furin. The dash is good, is it enough? But he's forced. Furin, can he jump over the wall? No, Wobby will punish it. There are 2 chimps in a trench coat over this wall, but Jed 9 is currently the target of Wobby's aggression. Will he dive this Phoenix? Is it enough? Jed, up, down, goes down. Wobby falls, but Infiltrate is here and will punish the opposing jungler. Unstoppable for this Fenrir, Valve.
even though the Fenrir is unstoppable, I do think that is Wobby getting a win. You know, that is not something that I would be upset about if I'm their jungler. The Fenrir's already fed. Right? There's nothing that they could really do about it. He got another kill. Oh no. You know, we could shut this guy down. His bounty will be even bigger. That's the mindset you kind of have to have at this point.
Yeah.
And we are in a position where we're behind, but we're not, like, catastrophically out of this game just yet. It is a 6K lead, or about 5K, as the Ring of Spears is off the mark on the Fenrir. That is
what you want to
brutal.
say there.
You know, that's, I was saying that's the mindset you gotta have, and the mindset is, damn, I'm not feeling too good about that.
No, and it's difficult, right? We've seen this this Odin get so much value in the last few games, but when you're potentially against 2 Fenrirs at a time, with Blink as well, it's so hard to lock them down, and really this Fenrir is who they want to target out. Carter, though, might be caught out here as the jump in to T1 tower is good, but Sleepy, great use of the party. Doesn't matter, though, as Swifty has dove the tower and found the kill. In the meantime, we're going to see the Ragnarok used by Infiltrate, trying to pick Sleepy off the map, but this Baron so safe, so well positioned. Pretty hectic, though. He teams up with Wobby to take down Furin.
You know, that Fenrir there, this Fenrir, look at his build. He's built into a tanky build. He's got the Brawler's Rune for the anti-heal for a bit of power, bit of damage. Or excuse me, a bit of strength, a bit of damage. And the tankiness is what is really going to prevent him from falling here. That Spirit's Robe is something that gives you wonders, especially into something like this Baron Samdi, who roots you out or mezzes you with that 3. And then the Nuwa Stun combo can do disgusting damage, but it's a CC. It gives you that extra protections. The stun out from the Odin. They don't have much to stop this Fenrir in terms of his Brutalize. So that's just the typical Nuwa. The funny Nuwa button is exactly why I call it that. It is the funny Nuwa button. You know, it used to be because it does 800 damage in the late game, and then your carry has to age just, but now it's just because it's stopping backs.
It stops you from backing.
It stops you from backing here, and it tickles compared to the Smite 1 variant. This doesn't tickle.
Trying to look for Swifty, and he's using that ultimate perfectly here, but Swifty's turned it around. He's transformed into the soul himself and trying to get the punish off. Swifty will survive, and Jed 9 comes in. Barker's flop is good, but Wobby, he's able to pull away. Not enough, though, as Infiltrate uses the Brutalize and takes Pretty Hectic off the map. The brawls going on constantly here, Valve, are just crazy.
back and forth, back and forth. That's all it is. They're looking for fights, and this is what 99% Engage wants. They want to be fighting. They want to be fighting all the time because their late game, while I don't think it's bad by any means, it's worse than the Expendables, right?
Yeah.
You've got the Baron Sandy, you've got the Nuwa, you've got the Susano and the Odin, all powerful picks in the late game. Not to mention the Soul, who's itemizing, I would say, more into crit. That's what she's looking towards. Not that she has any crit just yet, but it looks like that's what she's going to be building
Aiming
towards.
for that, yeah.
Yeah, and the late game, while you have that Morgan, which is that assassin style mage, you have the Fenrir, who is, you know, I wouldn't say he falls off, but you've got this tanky build, he won't be doing as much. This Chalk, I'd say is worse than Odin in the late game, at least in Smite 2.
Speaking of this Chalk engaged on here by Wobby, but is going to use the ultimate there to completely punish Sleepy for the win. Don't worry though, this Baron has healing and won't fall too low. Swifty Fury and Jett are around this Gold Fury pit, trying to play aggressive, now pushing towards the mid T1 tower. We saw Nuwa ult forced out earlier by Infiltrate on this Fenrir, using the Ragnarok ultimate, and now 99% engaged. They're going to push towards the Naga, give themselves a little bit more aggression potential for the objectives, and Expendables, they can't really respond to this right now, Valve.
They really can't. There's not too much that they could do right now. It's just this lead that this Fenrir has, the lead that this Chalk has. Odin is 3 levels down, probably 3.5, because he just hit 14 and Chalk's been 17. It's really rough if you're the Expendables right now. This Chalk is massive. This Fenrir's massive. It's a tough hill to climb.
Valve, you called it. It's not fair for someone to be playing as 2 chimps in 1 trench coat in 1 game of Smite, but he's managed to get himself a 3.5 level lead, as you said. Maybe Wobby can punish this though, as he's making the rotation over towards this Chalk. Odin baiting the 1v1. Here comes Wobby. He's going to find this dash in, and there's the pull, but look how tanky this Chalk is. Not even down to half health and still healing up. There's the ultimate, and look at the turnaround. B's forced out of the Susano when the chase is on. No chance for Wobby to stay in this fight, and in the meantime, this jungler is completely distracted, so 99% engaged. They've got control of the map. They can be wherever they want, and it looks like they're putting the aggression towards the duo lane. Infiltrate rotating around, looking for this soul. Jed9 also in mid, putting pressure on Sleepy for the win on this Baron. No real plays sort of came out of that aggression from Expendables. I sort of thought 99% engaged would punish that, but it just goes to show that you can't kill this Chalk right now.
Yeah, I don't think going over to that side of the map is going to do anything for you. This Chalk is not killable by your jungler, at least. It's not something that you could effectively do at this point in the game. You have to look at other places, other avenues. This On Her, this Morgan, both killable.
Oh, yeah.
You have to look at them. You can't be looking at this Chalk, who is now level 18 in this game. If you're trying to get a way back in, you're trying to get some picks, trying to get something done. You don't have, you know, the damage, the pen, the way to get through this Chalk's tankiness.
Well, they're going to try it again, as Carter's made a rotation on this Nuwa towards the solo lane side of the map, maybe to punish the aggression coming out from these 2 chimps in 1 single trench coat, but again, forced away is Carter, not able to find a punish here. In the meantime, Infiltrate's going to find his own punish, but Robbie, he's put his aggression onto the Fury, just like he said he should, and that's a great teleport over the wall, but Infiltrate, again, protects his ADC. Great use of the Ragnarok ultimate, and the follow-up is there from the Brutalize. Will Pretty Hectic be able to output enough damage with these auto attacks? The trade is on. Jump out from Infiltrate, not going to be able to connect just yet with Robbie, but should have this Brutalize soon. Excellent stun there. Moxie used used that teleport to great effect to rotate around here and zone out the potential chase down from Infiltrate. It's a disengaged fight, but still well played by both teams, and showing that Expendables, they will not fall over. They will not give up in this game, Valve.
No, that you never should in this situation, especially because you are, listen, you're down quite a bit of gold, but you're also, there's been some positive fights. There hasn't been, you know, an overwhelming sort of crushing defeat.
No.
Listen, you're not killing this Chalk. I think the most crushing defeat is that the 2 ganks that have went towards Chalk have not worked, and Chalk can kind of just do what he wants, right? At this point, you kind of just have to let him, and you have to fight elsewhere. You can send one person over to respond to him, to clear the waves, and just sit back. This Odin can do that, or you could have Nuwa sit under the tower and just throw fog. Like,
again, Sunder to secure the red buff. Oh, it hurts. It actually hurts me to know that this Chalk is allowed to walk into the red buff 5 levels up on his opposing solo laner, steal that away while the rest of his team do Pyromancer.
I mean, this is a monster. This guy is a monster, and that is all it really is. I would call him an animal, but that was pretty obvious. The point being is that you can't you can't stop him. He's doing whatever he wants. He doesn't even have a defensive relic in this case. He just has the Sunder, which is all for securing these buffs. And in this case, it's been the invades. He can use it on the objectives later on, but right now it's not what you want to do. Looks like they might be going for this objective, though, as Fenrir's, posturing. They're setting up around it. They're watching. They're sniffing around. This dog's got a good sense of smell here.
Two Chimps and trench coat out as well. Naga started up here by the Expendables, but Swifty and Infiltrate have spotted it out, and 2 Chimps in a trench coat around the corner jump in there from Infiltrate. He's going to pick up Wobby and take him off the map immediately. Divine for this Fenrir, and the chase is on. Great ultimate though, the party is that way, and pretty hectic. Is able to trade out 2 Chimps in a trench coat, but here comes
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower. Double kill.
in this roster is absolutely going off, Valve.
That is a, the type of party is a bar party, because that is a dart game that he just played right there, putting the 2 members of the Expendables on the wall, hitting bullseye on both, taking them down. And that is a rough situation if you are the Expendables, because you thought you had a pick there, and it is, it's not something you're ideal with. You're too happy about, because you thought you had the Fenrir. There was an opportunity, it was big. This Fenrir's tanky, but we could take him down. And it was so low, but not enough.
Just not quite enough. And I do like that Expendables are still looking for these opportunities and looking for the punish potential. It really goes to show that, the gold lead doesn't necessarily mean too much in this game. It is allowing 99% engage to start up the objectives a bit sooner and to obviously be a bit further ahead in their builds and in the map state. But the Expendables are showing that their team comp still deals a lot of damage. They've still got a lot of fight potential. And it means that, a mistake potentially by Infiltrate or Swifty, too deep of a dive, or a good pick opportunity by Expendables is absolutely possible and could completely prevent Engage's potential to continue this game. However, Valve, they're going to find this Fire Giant, and maybe Infiltrate is going to find more. We'll take Carter off the map. Immortal for this Fenrir. He's just impossible to take down.
Immortal indeed. 11, 0, and 6 on this Fenrir. They've tried to take him down. They've gotten him low a couple of times, but he's looking pretty unkillable. The way he's itemized, he's got damage, he's got tankiness, he's just not going to die. And they're trying and trying.
They are, you're right, Valve. They keep trying to punish this Fenrir. And we see how deep he's playing. You should be able to punish him. You should be able to stop a Fenrir at your back camps, but they just can't do it. The Expendables are just not... I don't know what it is. The kid's getting out on 1 HP, Valve.
It's just the Fenrir character is a bit too strong, I think. And this Fenrir, with his build, he's itemized into, I'm not going to die. And the way they've been setting up for each other, they've been playing off each other. This Morgan, this Fenrir.
Fenrir once more finds the stun, and there's the Ragnarok forces the bees out of sleeping for the win on the Baron. And there's the Odin cage as well. Jed 9 trapped, and Baron ult is good. Will pull this Barkus in, but the shell is enough to keep him alive. And there's the 2 chimps that are absolutely huge. Double kill for Furin, and Swifty picks up 1. Triple kill for Furin. This on her in the late game's going off. The 2 chimps find another one. Dear side, and 99% engage will push into the Titan. Valve, I don't see this game lasting any longer. The 99% engaged boys found this win.
I mean, if the 2 chimps are so big, how are they both fitting in the trench coat? That's what I want to know.
They are too muscular for that trench coat.
it is a. Have you ever seen a chimpanzee? Those things are absolutely yoked.
That's true.
But beside, I digress. The dominance shown in this game was off the back of 2 chimps in a trench coat and Infiltrate. Swifty came in whenever Infiltrate was ready to go. Swifty was ready to go, and it was just a lock in. And then you had the Bacchus there that was also ready to go. It was a full commit. It was a gas pedal comp, and that's what they did. They hit the gas pedal, and they went in and got those kills.
Yep, they absolutely hit the gas pedal. I mean, a lot of it came off the back of how consistently that Shark was able to steal away red buffs. I think people might be taking notes from that game because it goes to show that a solo laner can completely delegitimize farm and nullify the ability for mid laners, for junglers to be able to farm. We did see, we talk about it a lot, but Fenrir is one of the highest banned gods in Apac, and I think for good reason. But Valve, you mentioned it early on. This is a new roster together, but look how synergistically they played together, especially Swifty and Furin.
It is let's hope it's not just like a honeymoon phase, and let's hope they stick together and they are playing this well continuously, because that was a powerhouse performance out of a supposedly new roster. I don't know which players of them have played together before, either in the past or within, recent times, but it's still an absolutely stellar performance, and they played that comp as well as they could have. They shut down the Expendables. They didn't let them get to the late game, and they finished it out. It's just clean-cut gameplay.
Have to agree, and that's the semifinal. It's the second semifinal, so we're going to see that 99% engaged roster going into the finals against Sunday School. We will have a third place match up next, but before that, Valve, we're going to take a short break. We'll be right back with you all soon.
Hello, welcome back to the Apac Founders Series. I'm not a Valve Game, joined by Kat here on Picks and Bans for this third place match, the Expendables versus Fish. And got this match, seeing the Expendables last game was, interesting to see because they had fight in them despite that powerful dominant performance from, I'm forgetting the team name already, but that newly formed team, it was still, they had fight in them. So I'm excited to see what they could do against Fish.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what kind of picks and bans we have here. If they're specifically targeted or they're just going to ban the top picks away.
I would not be surprised if they get rid of this Fenrir because that kind of ran an absolute disaster show on them last game. And it is something that is being first picked every single time it's left up. This Fenrir has been absolutely dominant this weekend, and we need to see some respect shown to it. And yeah, it's taken
And
away.
there it
I'm
is.
not surprised. Not surprised at all. The Baron Samdi, though, is the first pickup here over something like the Bacchus, the Amaterasu, the Odin, which the
Yeah, might be
Expendables
picking
all
up
could
the
look
flex
towards.
pick.
They definitely could, but the Odin is the hover and the lock-in for the Expendables here.
I think we're
solo
starting to see
lane.
trends here with first picks and bans. Doesn't really matter what team.
I guess so. Doesn't really matter too much, but the Neath is left open, and I do know you get the Apac series does love their Neath. They do like their Neath, the global pressure she provides, the damage she provides. So, not too.
The only global pressure guard we have in the game at the moment.
Athena exists.
Oh yeah, Athena exists, but with that 0% win rate,
Numbers
we
only
go
mean
a
so.
lot faster.
Listen. Numbers only mean so much here.
For so
also,
long.
Nua exists. We got so much global pressure here. We got 3 characters, and listen, if you count the Morgan, we got like a little asterisk there because you can have global pressure.
You can.
But these compositions are kind of rounding out here with this Chalk, this Nua being picked up by Fish here. This Chalk is likely going to return to the solo lane once again. He can go jungle, but usually he's going into that solo lane, and Nua being locked in means he's not going mid. That Nua is more than likely going mid here. And what do you think the Expendables are going to pick up in response?
They really have to pick up the jungle here, I think, because there's not going to be too many left open, and they don't want to leave them all open for Fish. But there's just so many options. Oh no, they're going to go for, going to get their duo lane.
Lock that in and confirm it with that Bacchus. That is an aggressive dual lane for sure. The Soul Bacchus is something that could round out a few kills if you're not safe, you're not careful.
Yeah, that's always good. The buckets knock up into the Soul ult and the Neath ult. It's always going to finish someone off.
It's always going to finish out a kill, at least pretty easily. The Mordred hovered and locked in by Fish here. That's probably going to the jungle by Simply, and that is a powerful early game aggressive pick out of the Mordred. What do you expect to see from him?
Like at what stage of the game? Like, early game, mid game, late game? I expect you to be playing jungle.
Well, no, I'm saying just in general, what do you expect to see? Like, how do you think he's going to play it? Do you think he's just going to wait until the late game where the rest of his team kind of flourishes, or?
I don't think that's really how Simply plays too much. Late game, he'll probably be looking for the picks, on the carries. But you have to be kind of careful, and in really good teams, because they'll always respond back to you. Looks like we're getting an Amma jungle.
Amma jungle is a very interesting response, with the Cernanos being picked up. This is a pick that a lot of carries just kind of, don't look at. They ignore. They pretend he doesn't exist, because I don't know exactly why. They just don't like him. A lot of times it's this Jingwei that's on her, this Neath. It's just, Cern's there.
I think it's the ult. Do you think it's the ult? Like, it's not the most exciting ult out of all of the carries.
I still feel like he has quite a bit of damage, and that ult can be very impactful in the team fights. It's just, I think maybe just the build doesn't favor him as much, because he has that mixed scaling a bit more so than, he relies more on the mix than Neath does, where Neath does like a lot of that intelligence. She has some of the strength, but she does like a lot of the intelligence. Cernos really likes doing both. So maybe it's just the build path isn't really optimal for him. They don't like it as much. So, you know, it's a bit of a hit or miss with Cernanos, which is something that Hunter players don't really like too much.
I mean, but he's always the comfort, you know, pick for most people. And there's really not too much else left open at the moment.
Well, yeah, you've only got so many picks left. I mean, we've seen in some of the other regions, they do like to go into... You see Jingwei and Neith are gone, and then you see Susano, you see Loki, you see Kukulkan, Anubis are picked up, but it seems like we have a bit more traditional here from Fish, going into a traditional carry pick this Cernanos. And I'm excited to see it. It's been a while since I've seen Cernanos in a competitive match. And it's not like the usual sort of... listen, I was expected to see something, you know, a bit more out there in terms of the picks. Like I said, the Loki or the Susano, but the Cernanos, I think, could definitely be a powerhouse in the late game, but I don't know if it will match the Soul of the Neath just yet. Do you really think that it's going to do that, or do you think it's just going to be kind of squashed?
If they're focusing, you know, everything on that Odin cage and, you know, really trapping him in there, there's really not much he can do about that. Like, you know, at least the Arnher would have been able to get out of that, but, you know, it could be a bit rough for the carries late game trying to get out of that Odin ult. And away from that Amber and Bacchus.
Definitely could be rough. Now, it is a tight game, especially for this Cernanos, because he has no way, he needs that Phantom Shell to get out of this Odin cage. He's got no way to just leave it. But we'll see. You're going to be leaving us, though, because we are going into game. We have Osme and Nexual taking the cast. Take it away, boys.
Hello, welcome back. Nuxel here, not quite Nexual, but I'm here with Osme. How are you, man?
I'm good. I'm very excited to see if Fish take out another third place for this week, and if they can get their points up coming into our really important finals coming in the next few weeks.
Remain close.
Man, we can't get Yada off this Nuwa, can we? He is just insta-locking that god whenever he can, and he's played it every set today.
Yeah, there's been a bit of a choice between Hecate and Nuwa in the previous weeks, and with the new updates that come quite frequently, like the small balance patches, we saw Nuwa picking up some buffs and Hecate actually picking up some nerfs, when some people would argue that Nuwa was already stronger than Hecate, but that could be the reason why Yada's just back on this Nuwa every game. It's a strong pick, comfort pick. Oh, he might be
speaking of, might be getting a little bit caught out here. Aegis already popped out. Oh, she just was not looking behind her. That sucks for her. No Aegis, and probably looking at an early gank there. But to go back to God Chat, we're seeing, to talk about like picks and ban rates, we've got probably the most picked and banned characters on the Expendables. We've got Neith and Odin here. Oh, never mind. I thought I would be seeing Odin on the pick rate, but I know he has about a 45% ban rate, but Neith with that massive 97% pick rate is just absolutely crazy. There you go. Odin with 45%, close to 46% on the ban rate, and we've got both of them, both of those top of the ban and pick rate on the Expendables.
Yeah, it's an interesting point when in the draft kind of scheme mind space, when you've only got the two bans collectively for the whole match. Lots of things just form trends, as we've seen. But one thing I really want to highlight is Flicks on this Cernanos. If you've been playing a few, I don't know, casuals, ranked, just in the OC server in general, you know Flicks really enjoys this Cernanos pick. And I'm actually really excited to see how it fares against these more kind of commonly picked up ADCs we've been seeing, like the Soul and Arnher from previous games. And Cernanos has an interesting identity as well, where he can actually look towards the intelligence build. It's not as strong as some of his scaling was shifted to be kind of nudge him in the direction of being more of a strength-based hunter. But yeah, Cernanos exciting for me. Any gods stand out to you in particular?
Yeah, I mean, it's really nice to see that Cernanos, especially with a new god like, well, I say new god, newish god that we've seen in Smite 2 with the Baron, which is a bit unique. So getting a bit of a double root off with the between the Sonanos and the Baron with their own retrospective abilities. But I'm kind of keen to see that combo. It's a little bit unique to see in comparison to some of the other games we've been looking at, to see the Odin in support. The only time we've seen that today, I believe, was in the first game today.
I think the
so Yotruck on it.
They might be in the wrong order. Sleepy's playing the back support.
Oh, you were totally right, and we're in the solo lane looking at it right now. I didn't click in my head.
Wraparound coming from the Armor here.
Yeah, Armor's
Good
going straight in. We're seeing the Armor jungle coming out straight early and getting a first kill for herself. First blood coming out. Mordred's trying to get a kill in return, and Armor's taking down. That is a return kill, but still the first blood going over for Wobby there. And he'll be loving that gold that he can go spend back in base. A little bit of a quick, speedy back there, but that's a lot of gold over to simply to give up, unfortunately.
Yeah, I believe we saw the same trend last game with the Expendables. Robbie getting good early impact.
Mordred's still here. Chuck's going straight onto this Odin, leap out, and also already coming out so quickly in the game. Pursue the Weak straight onto this Odin, and the Ring of Spears isn't quite enough to block out the rest of Fish ? He'll be getting taken down, and a little bit of a fight here, chipped out in the mid lane too.
That feels so bad if you're Moxie on the Odin. You just got yourself a little bit of a lead, and then simply comes back to rip it away from you and lead into this.
Vigilant,
yeah.
right?
Lead into this follow-up jungle invade. It's very brutal. We saw last game how impactful this Chuck can be from ahead. 2 chimps, 1 trenchcoat, really showing that if you give these solo laners too much farm, they just become this immovable force that even when you commit 2 to 3 people for a rotation, you just can't take them down.
Yeah.
So, dash caught.
Dash being caught over from Nua, stunning her out, and she is straight dead. Lots of damage coming out from Mordred, but Nua's picking up that last hit. A little bit of shared kills around, but 2-0 on Simply already, as we saw over in the solo lane. That was an amazing stun from Yada.
It definitely was, and that's very rough for Wobby. He got his right side jungle camps invaded straight into the left side trinkets, so he's really going to be struggling. Already a whole level deficit in the jungle, and Simply might be looking for more here.
No ult on Armor. She's having to dash away. Viewers, look behind you, because Simply is absolutely everywhere on this map. It is crazy the speed that he is able to just jump around, and here's the roots that we're talking about. Life of the Party coming out and taking Bacchus straight into that party, but he'll be leaping away, and they'll be quite safe under this tower right now.
Bacchus just wants a quiet night.
The fight doesn't end. Still no ult for Armor here. Mordred is using his ult, and then Aegis getting popped. He's just fighting and absolutely demolishing this Amaterasu. He's ignoring the rest of the Expendables. They just can't quite do anything, and that's a kill for Mordred. And oh, that's a root! So close. Aegis having to be popped to block out the fire shards. Mordred's just trying to get away, and Nua's maybe getting a little bit more than what she came for. Good stun out. Sonanos coming in to support the rest of his team. Burb coming out straight onto Nua. Aegis having to get popped, and that looks like that's going to be close to the end of that fight if they can get out of there. Yeah, good stun, and they're out. Oh, Armor's actually in, dashed in. Nua's just dancing around in her miss. Has she got the jukes? Will Sonanos come? World Weaver coming out, 1 HP, and Amaterasu is going to be securing that kill. Wobby now 2 and 3, a little bit more in this game, but hasn't been able to spend barely any gold. He's going back and forth between the base right now, but finally he has ult.
Yeah, Yada just fell for what I like to call helper syndrome, where you see your teammate who's got themselves into trouble completely by themselves, but you just want to help them get out and you fall for it. I think Simply had his personal vendetta there, and Yada should have just let him settle that score himself and get on his merry way farming. But it's good to see that this Fish roster does back each other up, and Simply still got out. He's way, way, way ahead in farmed on this in comparison to this Amaterasu. So who knows? Maybe Simply might fall trying to help Yada in the future.
Speaking of help, we're straight into the enemy jungle here. Fish question mark. A great leap over the wall to just get out of there. Red buff getting invaded. Fish is able to secure that out. Expendables not really being able to contest that. They're hiding in the bush though. Odin, Moxie walking straight into that. Good route coming out. This is the 3v3 right there. Pursue the Weak going straight onto the Baron before he can start that party. Ring of Spears as well. Party started and Fire Shards going out. Just trying to get out of that Ring of Spears. And it looks like Nua's going to be getting that first kill straight onto Sleepy for the win. Ooh. And a double kill coming out. Neith picking up one for herself as well. Mordred's getting taken down and Baron is going to be killing that Neith in return. But blue buff is going to get taken for Fish question mark. And they've only got one down across to the Expendables who got 3 taken down.
Yeah, that feels so bad if you're on the side of the Expendables. Showing up for your buff to defend your buff after they got invaded the time before, and losing that many teammates is just a really bad feeling. And we saw there something that we wouldn't have seen in Smite 1. Yada with the extended range auto attacks, being able to find the last little bit of damage they had that he needed, as now Fire Shards is somewhat of a stim ability, if you want to consider it that way, adding insane range to your auto attacks. And I actually haven't seen any use come out of that yet. So I'm actually very excited to see that.
Yeah,
overstepping here, no Fire Shards for Nua.
Getting a little bit stepped up, but she doesn't have the ult to play around, just like you said, but she's going to be safe, dropping into a mist and just getting away. She'll be all right for now. That mysterious fog is certainly mysterious. But Bacchus is staying around, and he's going to be the one that's staying mysterious. He's leaping around, but he's shown himself now, and it looks like nothing's going to happen from that.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what you need to do on this side of the Expendables. You're already leaking gold with these right side invades coming off on cooldown now, it seems, but you're showing up with team members and you're just dying. So they might need to look elsewhere and perhaps pressure a different side of the map. We saw a little bit of pressure coming out into mid there. That could consistently be a better outlook than turning up for these right side buffs, as we've seen. Moxie's really got the upper hand there.
That's the dazzling offensive coming out straight onto Flix there. 3v1. He doesn't have anything to play around with, but can Fish question mark maybe get a trade across the map? It doesn't look like they're really positioned for it at all. There's not too much going on, and Flix just going down for nothing. But speaking of, I'll eat my words. Nua is getting a buttload of damage straight onto this knee, tearing her apart a little bit. Fire Shot's coming out, but that's an Aegis to block that damage. And she will be living for now, and Flick still dying in vain.
That's the Baron's Brew ladder stall cancel we just saw from Yada. Really picking the kill there. But this Nua seems to just be doing whatever she wants. There's no real response that can take her down, it seems. Bacchus's damage into any follow-up just doesn't seem like it's enough. And there's so many members on the side of Fish at the moment, as this Chuck might be getting picked.
This is the Storm Call coming out to silence as much as he can, but 4 people onto the Chark. I don't think there's much that he can do to live here. So many leaps going straight onto him, and Osha will just be down for the count. 4v1. They're grouping well the Expendables to start shutting down some of these gods over on Fish question mark. 3v1 killing the Cernanos, 4v1 over for Osha, but they're splitting so much for these kills as well, and they're losing a lot as well. We saw Fish turning a 4k lead, a 2k lead into a 4k lead, doubling that, and they're still sitting around that sort of 4,500-ish gold lead. And speaking of, they'll be upping that even more with taking the first tower here in the duo lane. It's just ever expanding. Fish just know how to play it so well. Pursue the Weak coming out. Dazzling offensive is able to CC immunity, but Neek doesn't have that luck for herself. Bacchus is getting taken out. Mordred getting the kill onto Bacchus. Good Fire Shards, getting a little bit of chip damage out, but Neith's going to be safe under a tower, at least for now. Mysterious Fog is holding a Nua there. Amaterasu maybe not expecting it. Look how much damage that Clay Soldiers and Shining Metal just absolutely shredding that Amaterasu. Wobby just not really expecting that, but 4 levels above Wobby. He's just absolutely shredding that Amaterasu. Your health does not matter there.
Yeah, I like the the enthusiasm from Wobby. That's a good pick to try and take, but again, we just see Yada's so farmed. Level 12, eats Amaterasu's for breakfast. And
Yeah.
this is a very, very fast-paced game that Fish are really like taking it to the Expendables at the moment. We know they're a newer roster with some subs stepping in, and maybe they just don't have what it takes to keep up with this pace. Like, we saw them get a left tower, go into a fight, CERN rotates, gets pyro, pick and mid. It's just all happening, and it looks like at the moment the Expendables are just kind of leaking golden XP and really struggling to keep up.
What we saw a lot very, very early on in one of the games before with Engage 99%, another bit of a, I'm not going to say newer team, but it had a bit of those team issues. I'm going to catch my words there for a second and stop, but never mind. It looks like the fight's not really going too far off. Fish question mark will be taking this Queen Naga down, but they, very early on, at sort of that 15-minute mark, were 5-man deathballing around the map. And it's interesting to see the Expendables, when they were taking those revenge kind of kills on the Cernanos, not the Cernanos, my bad. The Cernanos and that Shark with the 4v1, a little bit reminiscent of how we saw Engage 99% playing. So I feel like that's the way to claw back that lead. You know, you kind of, with the Odin, with the armor, with the Bacchus, deathballing isn't a bad thing. Your team can do that. And unfortunately, with the fire shards, Nua's pretty safe, but she doesn't have that fire shards to work with now. And 4 people from the Expendables going into the mid lane. Mordred, not a lot of health to work with. Do you walk this out? Gold Fury's coming up. This is a good fight if you can chase this down, or at least 26 seconds on that Gold Fury. Get the tempo around that. They're chasing a little bit far ahead, and this looks like what exactly I was talking about. Those 5-man groups are really what the Expendables need right now.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Consigned Spirits is just such a busted ability, giving so much movement speed, heal, and slow cleanse to your team.
Party is engaging here straight away. They've turned it around, and Moxie's already dead. This is going in, dazzling offensive, but Armor has no one with her to help her kill this backline. There is an attempt made, but Armor's dead, Neith's dead, and the Expendables have to get away. Fish question mark taking this Gold Fury all for themselves in the light of what looked to be a bad fight for them. But the party has started. Baron killed that off. Moxie down first, and Fish question mark coming out ahead yet again. 10k up now.
Yeah, as you said, they need these 5-man groups, but Fish were just like, I bet, let's do it, and mowed them down. And
they just weren't ready. Like, half their team was sort of a little bit far back. They were taking a bit of gold. They didn't really want to be grouped, and Automaton was just like, I can see you, you know, and I'll just engage now. You're not here, and I've got the rest of my team.
Yeah, it's not looking too good for the Expendables. There are still ways back into this game. They still have lots of potential map gold to take if they do end up winning a team fight. And the levels, yes. Oof.
Oh my god.
Pretty hectic.
Coming out, Stormcall trying to kill the soul. She's so low, but Chuck's all by himself in the left lane. This is what we're reminiscent of what we were seeing before with the 3v1s. You can't do that, Osha. You can't yet. You're not that far ahead. But it looks like the trade will be coming out onto Moxie. This is a 1-for-1 for solo laners, so I guess in the end it doesn't make too much of a difference. But Fish question mark are going to be taking the tempo here and going straight into this fire giant. It almost doesn't seem worth it for the Expendables. Fish question mark are just going to easily be taking this down.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a worth trade, but because that Chuck is very big and is going to give lots of XP towards your soul. But they just said, okay, fire giant time, and completely wiped my smirk off my face. So
yeah,
Fish are really playing the map super well at the moment, and it seems as if this Umma's just so far behind. They have no jungle presence from Wobby at the moment, and Simply, on the other hand, is finding picks on the right side of the map at the right time, while the other team are just forced to scrounge whatever farm they can take off the map.
Yeah, and you know, Chark, he's going for 3. It's not like he has like a shutdown or anything really that's, you know, it's the benefit of 1 kill, but you're not getting any bonuses, and you've just lost a Fire Giant and a Pyromancer and your own solo lane. You know, maybe it wasn't Forsort, but it's just, they're in such a difficult position right now.
I think if Fish, there is like, as someone who has played quite a bit of competitive Smite this season, if Fish are to deathball at this point, it's extremely, extremely difficult to get back into the game. If you've got a good lead, levels in every role, lots of go. Look, we can look at that itemization difference from team to team. There's at least a full item plus a couple of components in every role.
I mean, just look at jungle. The item difference there is absolutely nuts.
Yeah, if Fish now deathball and just group up and push everything together as one, yes, there'll be opportunities for people like Moxie to find farm on the right side of the map. But
Party started. Automaton getting it down again, and Nua is going to get that first kill. Flick's getting a second straight onto Sleepy, and they're four-manning the death ball, like you said. Armor is wanting to get a little bit more done. He's dancing around these clay soldiers while his Neath is just getting killed. There's nothing that can really be happened here. There's two tanks dancing around, but Phoenix is being looked at. They don't have their wave quite yet, so Baron's going to be tanking it up a little bit. Archers are coming in, and that Phoenix is dead. Down for the count. Storkor coming in. Nua picked up that kill, and Cernanos is getting another. I think that's game. 18-7. This is one of the fastest games of Apac series so far. 18 minutes in the game. 10,000 health left on the Titan, and no one's left alive for the Expendables. Pretty Hectic's back up, but what can he do with 5 people on the Fish ? Team? Absolutely shredding your Titan. There's nothing that you can do. 18 minutes on the clock, and the game's already down for the count. This is not what I expected for this game.
Absolutely insane. They just, as I said, found that death ball, found a few picks, tower led into Phoenix, game over. Very impressed with Fish. They really put the pedal to the metal and just found that game in their grasp and took it away from the Expendables.
I think you almost did the opposite of Caster's Curse. You kind of buffed Fish ? And nerfed you nerfed the Expendables. And they just did exactly what you said, and 2 minutes later the game's over. Like, what's going on now?
Yeah, it's really, really tricky to get back into a game if you're the Expendables when you're in that map state and the other team just deathballs, because you have to take these fights or else they're going to take those Phoenixes one by one by one. Moxie did the right thing, I think, in trying to find farm, but he just couldn't get enough or have enough impact in that defense there. And there you go, Titan's gone. It's just that easy for Fish.
And yeah, that's the coordination that we're seeing. It's really been the token to take out of this week 4 of Apac, is just Rust Apocalypse going absolutely crazy. Fish and Sunday School, they've sat on the top, but even more so now because this is their 4th week playing together, and the rest of the teams, for the most part, they've got mix-ups and change-ups, and they just don't quite have that reliability of, I guess, communication that a lot of these other teams, just like Fish ? And Sunday School, just already have indebtedly to them. That's just, it's disappointing, but hopefully in the next coming weeks we can really see that pick up again. A lot more scrims happening. I'm sure a lot of the teams, all of that was happening during the week, so we'll start seeing, along with this week, a lot more of that experience being built with scrims and everything like that. And I'm really keen to see what next week looks like for a lot of these mid sort of teams. But MVP wise, what are you thinking?
Oh, it's tricky. Probably Yada, just for the amount of damage he was outputting. That burst was outrageous. But something I wanted to note is, like, we see Fish having these performances against what you may consider like mid or lower table teams, but when they get into these higher end games against Sunday School, it's almost reverse. So, like, I'd like to see if Fish can really keep their fundamentals that they're putting forward in these sorts of games against these really tough teams. And I reckon they have what it takes, but it just maybe seems that the enemies at the higher end of our ladder aren't going to allow that as much as some of these teams that we've been seeing tonight.
Yeah, there's a lot larger hill to climb here, but that, in saying that, this isn't an impossible task. A lot of these teams, mechanically, they've got the ability to really run up that hill all steam ahead. You know, it's just getting that coordination and getting a lot of that macro and the little finite bits, and just, you know, not making those silly mistakes and stuff like that. That I think is going to be the real difference maker. I think I think Yada made an absolutely great performance, but I think, as is usual with a lot of these snowballs that we're seeing, I'm going to have to give it to Simply for me for my MVP. He just really carried that great game, brought the aggression across the whole of the map. He was everywhere. And as silly as it was at the start of the game, where Yada got a little bit of those, you know, helping his teammate maybe a little bit too much and then gotten killed for it, Simply just had a phenomenal performance, and he was able to bring back his you know, his mistake for the rest of his team and everything like that. But I think what we'll do is, we've got finals coming up next, so we're going to go in a very short break before we jump straight into finals. So we will see you all very shortly, and I'm keen to see some finals. Welcome back, Smite Week 4 Apac viewers. How is everyone going? My name is Nuxel. I will be on desk today with Devane. How are you?
Hello, I'm doing well.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
We've got finals today. Well, right now, I suppose.
Well, yeah, now we're up to the finals.
But how'd you feel about those previous games?
Yeah, no, they were pretty good. It was very interesting, actually. Taking
Yeah.
a lot of notes, a lot of interesting choices in terms of guards, what guards are doing well, what guards aren't, that kind of thing, what the trends are in
Yeah.
OC at the moment. Yeah.
Yeah, still Neath being absolutely a prio pick in the region, maybe impacting her win rate a little bit that game, but she is still being picked nevertheless. But
Yeah,
right
I mean, when
now,
you're getting picked almost every game, you're going to be about 50-50 anyway.
yeah, you would
Yeah.
think so at least. One team's
Yeah.
going to get her at least. But
Yeah.
for our finals, we've got Sunday School and 99% engaged. We've got our veteran team, and we've got a very new-ish team. We've got players from across the region
Yeah.
joined into one new team-ish, I suppose.
Well, it's
So
only from like a couple of days ago that they got formed. But obviously, like names we've seen, you know, and this week we saw again Swifty on Morrigan doing the same strat that he did last week. So,
yeah,
you know, just carry it on into the new team. Yeah.
it's nice to see a very unique strat from a player that not really anyone else in the region
No
is
one
doing.
else has done it. No.
No one's playing
I
Morrigan,
haven't.
and seemingly
Morrigan and
both.
picking Fenrir.
Yeah,
Like
well,
the
seemingly
Fenrir
they've
and Morrigan
somehow
mix.
gotten the Fenrir each time they've, well, at least that we've seen them play, and then
Yeah.
they've just picked up the Mori with it. So, I'd be, yeah, there you go, the Fenrir band. So I'm kind of interested to see what they play this match.
Yeah, well, we've been seeing Odin every game, Neath almost every game. We've seen Neath a few times, not Neath, Athena a few times today,
Yeah.
but not really fruitful, I would say. It's hard to get, teams have been finding hard to get the value out of her. So
There's
no
that Neath.
surprises, we got a Neath.
Yeah.
Yes, almost pretty much expected there.
Yeah.
And yeah, probably a bit later.
And then Baron as well. This is
Yeah.
the insta-locks that we've been seeing all games throughout the sets today, and Odin as well. Like this is
Yeah.
very
It
almost
is-
textbook Smite 2 so far.
It is almost, if there's no Fenrir open, it will be a Neath and then a Baron and Odin. There's
Yeah.
not really any other kind of combo that teams pick, unless they have like a favorite or a weird pick like Anubis for some reason.
Yeah, we've seen that a little bit today, but
Yeah.
the textbook's getting written. It's all brand new. It's all coming up, right? There's no OG thing to learn off. We're all going off of we're all making it as we go.
That is
right?
true. That is
Figuring it
true.
out.
The strats are literally being written right
Yeah.
now. Yeah.
Super cool, but again, a very similar to what we've seen today. Pick with the Mordred Barkas. I'm assuming the Mordred will be going straight into the hands of Platinum Pete, and on her Baron is going to be what's picked up over for 99% of gauge, which is cool to see. I'm interested to see if
Yeah, and
we
we've
see some...
seen, I'm pretty sure we've seen Furin on Arno today already, and we've
Yes,
also
yeah.
seen Mordred on Platinum Pete. Is it Platinum Pete?
Yeah, we
Okay.
have seen that. I'm
Yeah, and
kind
it
of
works really well.
I'm surprised we haven't seen an Anher Emir combo. You know, the pillar into the wall. Like, I suppose you can do that with the Odin, but that seems like, I guess, a very Smite 1 textbook kind of thing. That duo lane. It's kind of
we
interesting we
haven't
seen
seen much Ymir today either. I think
Yeah, we haven't seen
maybe
any at all.
maybe he's just not. People don't feel like he's as strong at the moment. People would be picking other supports. So we got Shark, which I think usually goes against Odin. And Shark has been doing pretty well. And Soul for the duo lane.
Okay, Cuckoo's getting picked up for Swifty. That's a very new pick for me to see him on, but Cuckoo's been a god that's been in the game, if you think of the context of Smite 1, for years and years and years, since the very early inception of Smite, if not the beginning, correct me if I'm wrong. but obviously the kit was very changed back then, and we're seeing a very different look now with the different dash and
we had a
everything like that.
noodle to begin with. Yeah.
We had a noodle to begin with. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a character that Swifty certainly has experience on. You know, we saw in the interview last week, I believe it was last week or the week before, saying, you know, he's coming back to Smite 2, but he's had such of that early on Smite 1 experience. So I'm curious to see how he plays the Cuckoo. I'm kind of keen to see that.
Yeah, same. And I mean, he's had a really good showing today. You know, for someone who's only come back after several years of break, for the most part, he's been doing pretty well. And yeah, and this newly formed team, they've done pretty well for a newly formed team. They did seem to have synergy right off the bat.
Yeah, I mean, straight into finals as impressive
Yeah.
as it is.
First
And
week.
I think it's going to lock in solid how they perform against Sunday School in terms of how well this team instantly synergizes with itself. But I'm sure they've still got plenty more to grow from. So, yeah, well, it looks like the game is about to start. So we've got Jay Beto and Dice Heart to be your casters. We'll chuck it over to the game for this very exciting finals.
Oh, caught it. Thanks, Nuxel, for chucking it over, and thanks to Vane for being there on the desk. Thanks, Jay Beto. He did say that. I thought it was pretty clean.
Yeah, it was good.
I'm excited to catch this one as well because it's Sunday School versus 99% Engage. And Jay Beto, this team, this 99% Engage, I think we can talk a little bit about the roster because it was finalized a few minutes before cutoff for this week.
Which is crazy, right?
That is insane. And it's made up of players that we've seen from a lot of different teams. We've got Swifty and Furin who were on the Trialed.
Yeah.
We've got... who else have we got? Jay Beto. We've got Jed9 who was on Goblin.
Yeah. We've got Furin, 50.
We've got Infiltrate. Infiltrate wasn't on a team before. I think he was playing with coaching for Team Fifth.
Yeah.
He was coaching for that Furin Swifty team. That's right. And then we've got 2 Chimps, 1 Trenchcoat. Who did he play on a team? I think he was also part of Goblin before. So it's a bit of an amalgamation of a few teams.
Yep. Had some explosions happen.
Yeah, a little bit of a roster apocalypse. I'm sure that'll come up in some kind of podcast down the line this week.
Maybe.
But it is exciting.
See a podcast curse.
Well, at least Smite Too Long Didn't Watch is maintaining their podcast, and hopefully some roster apocalypse conversation will happen there. But Jay Beto, you know, the Sunday School team, they were able to take down Fish in the semi-finals, and you know, the last time they met in semi-finals, Fish were able to take the win. This time we saw a very, very clean, clinical game from Sunday School to take them down. And, you know, this time we've got 99% Engage challenging Sunday School for this top position. And it makes you kind of wonder, first of all, about the 99% Engage versus Fish matchup. And second of all, whether or not 99% Engage can really take it to Sunday School and have this brawl in the best of 3.
Yeah, now before we really get into these skirmishes, I want to highlight what I think featured matchup of this game, which is Platinum Pete versus Infiltrate. As Bark is flopping in, just merely trading in duo. But I really think he had a standout game in that first game we watched of 99% Engage. And obviously Platinum Pete, in my eyes, is the best player when Tilly Fan Club or Shank is not playing. I think Platinum Pete is an unbelievable player. If you've been around OC for any amount of time, you know. I really want to see how these two players are going to match up against each other. I want to see the decisions they make. You know, already we can see a different pathing. We've got Infiltrate full clearing his jungle, maybe for a duo side gank faster. Platinum Pete is prioritizing these mid camps, playing around Vintage Cow 6. Lovely name.
Look at the aggression Vintage Cow 6 is able to put out Swifty as well, connecting that route through the wave as well. Not great positioning there from Swifty on that Kukulkan to stand exactly where the Neath is going to clear the wave, take that poke. But, you know, we've seen this Neath. We talk about it constantly. She's the highest picked god in Oceania by a huge margin, and that's going to carry through from this week as well. She is prioritized so heavily. You know, it's interesting to see that Swifty hasn't been prioritizing it as much himself. I think that he was probably the reason a lot of these teams, or at the very least that pick rate is as high as it was in Apac. You know, so he's not prioritized that, but actually, Vintage Cow 6 on said Neath is being engaged on by Infiltrate here. Will the whirlwind be enough? Tick is on. I don't think that Swifty will be able to find that kill, but it's a good bit of pressure in the meantime. Platinum Pete's made a rotation over towards the duo lane. A lot of damage coming out into Furin. The dive is there, and Tilly will find it. Low health is Pesto, but it doesn't matter. First blood for Sunday School.
Beautiful, beautiful. And I'm really surprised that that's able to happen because I thought that Infiltrate was full clearing to duo side, but Platinum Pete's able to make a play there at the beginning of the game. I didn't quite catch his pathing after those mid camps, but amazing play from them. Vintage, in my opinion, like coming a bit close with that damage. You know, one or two more autos from Swifty, and I think he goes in there for first blood. But a bit over aggressive from Furin and Jed9.
Yeah, very unfortunate. I think, though, that it definitely doesn't speak to the entirety of this game. You know, it was a really good play there by Platinum Pete, and we saw in the semi-final game against Fish that Platinum Pete is really able to play this Mordred to almost perfection. You know, he's across the entire map, and he puts pressure everywhere. But we've already seen that this powerhouse god in the mid lane, this Neath, is being punished, and I expect 99% engaged to continue to do that, to really take away the global pressure that Vintage should have on this pick.
I mean, I'd be interested to know, but I'm fairly sure Sunday School have 100% Neath pick rate so far in Apac. I could be wrong, because I don't know, maybe we haven't casted all their games, but I'm fairly sure every game we've seen them play, they're playing Neath ADC or Neath mid. They played a lot of Fenrir. Obviously, it's banned this game. I think that was a really great decision from Red Side. We've kind of been talking about that today. That was a hot topic on the desk, on basically every desk.
Platinum Pete is looking to evade over on this blue buff side of the map and Infiltrate. He has eaten a Well Weaver and goes down to Platinum Pete, but this is a great use of the Odin Cage. However, has to jump away to the aggression from Texie and Platinum Pete, and this is going to be a successful invade on the blue buff. Well played by Sunday School. And again, Jay Beto, this is a Neath.
Yeah, I have to say, I feel like this should be known at this point. Sunday School invade solo side buffs on respawn every single time on the first one. If Shank is there, if Shank's not there, and I think the teams really need to either start respecting that or cross-mapping, counter-invading on the other side, either vertically or diagonally across to the purple and speed buff. Getting something, because, okay, fine, Odin Cage is down. That's not that bad of an invade. You know, you lose basically your entire solo side jungle if you're 99% engaged, which does feel bad. You know, Platinum Pete upper level now, but it's not that bad if you're able to trade back across on the other side. I think that this is Sunday School's game plan every game. I think that this is something teams need to be aware of against, like when they're playing against Sunday School. They like to draft early pressure and they like to invade.
You're absolutely right, Jay Beto, and it's exactly what we're seeing now. And I think a lot of teams, you know, we saw it with Fish, and we're seeing it now with 99% engaged. They feel the need to try to brawl against the aggression and the invades that Sunday School put on. But if your composition isn't really aligned with being able to do that, or you're not able to rotate enough players over to brawl and to punish those invades, then you're right, you do need to be cross-mapping and looking for something somewhere else. And I don't know, it feels like Sunday School are forcing teams to fight them where really they shouldn't be taking that fight, and that's how they're getting their leads.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Sunday School as well are just so good at fighting when you do bite them.
Wow, flopping a burp out, as well as the Weaver onto onto Infiltrate here, followed up with the Mordred, but Swifty, great job using that Tornado, and the Spirit of the Nine wins, trapping Platinum Pete under the T2 tower. First kill here for 99% engage, and a great punish for the deep dive there out of Platinum Pete on the Mordred.
Yeah, I mean, Platinum Pete has been a bit disrespectful there. You know, I'm sure he's just having a laugh in comms there, like, oh, my bad. It happens.
Yeah, you're right. I do think, though, that this is sort of the game plan that Platinum Pete is always trying to put on, as Jed9 going to be flopped on here, and the use of the Intoxicate ultimate from the Barkus as well is going to get Jed low, but Swifty punishing out Vintage Cow 6, and we can see that Infiltrate's made a rotation over as well. Furin taking this 1v1 and a great use of the Impale. He's going to force it to separate out early here from this Soul. Tilly eating the spears, and will get low on the Soul. Didn't see Infiltrate manage to punish Vintage Cow in mid, but great play there in the duo lane.
So much aggression coming out across the board. Not as many kills as I guess I would have expected. Hold that.
So engaged on here by Infiltrate. It's an interesting target here for the jungler, but in the meantime, we constantly see that Swifty and Jed are looking to play off the distraction that comes out from Infiltrate to try to pick off this
beautiful.
Neath. great macro play, you're right, but Pesto is in the area, and this Gold Fury is going to chunk through the 99% engage health bars. Pesto might be able to punish this pretty comfortably if he's not turned on. We'll get a flop off and fires off that shell immediately, but Swifty doing a great job with that whirlwind. Double ult here from Platinum Pete is going to pick up 2 in the Spirit of the Noman's a little bit too early. Double kill for Platinum Pete as Jed goes down. Swifty not able to get the punish off, and now this is a Gold Fury just completely free for Sunday School. It was a great play from Engage, but a great counterplay from Sunday School. J-Beto, what went wrong there?
I think that you can't finish. You can't stay on Gold Fury there. I understand the idea. Guys, we've got Cuckoo. Let's just finish it. But if we have... Oh, is this a play over in solo?
No, we're going to have a replay here.
Yeah, so I feel like if you're standing so far back at the end of the pit and just allowing yourself to get engaged on where, you know, you've got Baron, you've got like a Loki ult that was not used in this fight. You could try to engage, bring them in, engage onto this Barcus who's standing too far forward, maybe onto the Mordred as he comes in.
Look how deep the Mordred is, taking the 1v1 with the Loki at the moment. We're not going to be able to see it on the map, but we do see the rotation coming out from the Barcus. The Whirlweaver is good, and the Mordred ult is better. It gets him out of the life of the party. And this is what the difficult thing about Platinum P is that he can dive deep, and he still finds a way to get out. He just isn't being punished, J-Beto.
Yeah, this Mordred is seems to be so good for invading. You just can kind of do whatever you want, and it's really hard to fight him. And then he's also really safe. I know that obviously the ganking potential is really good. Yeah, this feels bad.
What's going on down there?
Odin has Thunder.
Furin, Platinum Pete, he's walking around the he's walking around the back camps, he's still alive, Furin can't find it! He's got the health shield and the rest of Sunday School rotate in and protect their jungler, no!
Oh, that's...
Well, Petro's looking for Furin, the auto attacks are good, and Jed can't protect him, jump out from Furin. Will he get out? Yes, he will, but that hurts so much to see.
That is worst case scenario for that. I mean, worst case is if he dies, but basically worst case scenario. You don't get the kill, he gets out. He steals the buff as well, picks up the shield, so he's farming as he does it. Whew.
That hurts so much to watch. Heartbreaking there, and again, Sunday School, they're pushing their lead even further. It's a 4,000 gold lead at nearly 9 minutes. And, you know, Engage, they're looking for these nuggets, they're looking for the intelligent plays and to try to punish what Sunday School are doing, but it feels like Platinum P gets away with far too much.
I also feel like Pesto's getting away with far too much too. Like, I get he's just scouting there, but don't let him do that.
That's true.
I send one person at least to fight him off, to push him away, because he's got so much info. Guys, there's 3 people on this buff here. Yeah. It's so much free info. Look where Tilly's playing now because he's allowed to do this. He has vision of all. They're all in mid now.
We'll be in power
you see in the top right jungle, the junglers are meeting. So Tilly has full info on what the team is right now. He can play super aggressive.
And aggressively playing he is, as we do see Pesto stepping up next to this right side neutral camp. And now Barcus flops in, finds some poke onto Jed 9, but this is the story of the game so far. Platinum Pete has made a rotation over towards the solo lane. He has this Mordred ult available and can dive the tower. Very likely going to look for it, and this is the combo. Whirlweaver out, connects with the Mordred ult, and it's too much damage. You cannot get out from this, although... The 2 chimps? No, he is dead. Okay, Platinum Pete is going to be credited with that kill, and 2 late is the Baron ult as well to be able to punish anything happening here. Not going to do enough damage to Texi. Good try, but
Platinum
it's
Pete
just not
opened
enough.
up that trench coat, realized it was 2 chimps, and struck them down.
Truly, he did do that, and you know, it's a perfect combination of gameplay. If you don't have the wards up, if you don't know where this Mordred is going to be, how are you meant to survive it? Vintage Cow will be aggressed on there, infiltrate.
And they're trying this mid play, but they just can't. They just can't get anything. Vintage is playing so fast and slow on his
Mordred ult out once again. Look at the cooldown that he has on that, engaging onto this Baron. Jed 9 in a lot of trouble here. He might be able to get some movement speed to get out of this one, but probably not in time as Platinum Pete finds himself another kill. 5-1 on the Mordred, and once again, J-Beto, he is running these games.
I spoke at the beginning of this game about my featured matchup in my eyes. Have a look, Dice, at the level disparity in jungle.
Yeah, it's terrifying.
That is brutal. That is brutal to play against, especially as Loki, you know, you want to be scaling, you want to be getting those items so you can build your proc build. Mordred, 4 abilities, 4 damaging abilities that are really easy to hit, very fast, and he does so much damage in this early game. The invading, I would hate to play against that. I've got to say, like, you did say it's a beautiful combo what they did under solo tower. I say it's disgusting combo from solo lane. If I'm in solo lane and I'm Odin and I cage myself, I cage them out, and I get Shark ulted, Neath ulted, Mordred ulted through a wall, I'm F6ing immediately and leaving the game.
I think, Jay, we've talked about this a few times. Odin, as of last week, was the highest banned god in Apac. He has been banned out, and now that he's not being banned, a lot of these teams are opting to pick the Odin up. But we're seeing that Mordred is a perfect counter to that god. He can go through the cage and prevent the disengaged potential that Odin has to protect himself. Sunday School, they've started up this Gold Fury, and there's no one here from 99% engaged to defend it, to prevent this from happening, and they push the gold lead to 6,000, Jay-Beto.
That's a brutally steep hill to try to climb up right now. I feel like 99% Engage's team comp needs time. Kukulkan needs items. Baron needs items before he's tanky, before he can, doesn't have any cooldown on yet. Baron really needs cooldown.
Mordred alone in mid here will
How's
pick
he
up
allowed to do
Suzo,
this?
and Swifty, low health under his tower, forced to use the Aegis as Vintage Cow, tries to find an engage. Jed9 does find the life of the party, and there's the follow-up this time from Swifty. Shutdown is huge for Infiltrate, and Vintage Cow might be aggressed on here. We'll get back under his tower. Jay-Beto, that's what we needed to see.
I don't think that it amounts to much, but it's a mental boost. Okay, he can't do that. Ignore this. Don't look at this. If you're a 99% engaged fan, don't look at that. Remember the mid play. They get a pick onto the most fed member of Sunday School. It feels good. All right, we're going to punish them for overextending, for playing when they shouldn't. We have a numbers advantage. Forget about the duo side tower. Don't look at the level disparity in duo either. It's all fine.
Sounds like you're coping a bit here, Jay-Beto.
I'm just having some fun. I do think it's a great play, but I mean, Tilly is just kind of straight up flooring this lane. Like, he's actually kind of steamrolling it. It might not look it, like he's got 1 kill, he's up 1 level now. Doesn't look too bad. I'm sure he's up a decent amount of gold, but the pressure that he is exerting out, look at the left side wards as well. He's so safe.
Sunday School, they're going to take away this red buff, but a fight may just break out. Pesto zoning completely out any members of 99% engage. And you're right, Jay-Beto, please do go on. I don't think that a fight's going to break out here.
I'm just saying, like, Tilly is simultaneously putting out so much pressure, but he's also so safe. Look at the wards. I think Tilly's a very respectful player when it comes to respecting other players.
Mordred out once again, deep behind the T1 tower in mid. This time the Spirit of the Nine will connect, but nearly for no damage onto Platinum Pete. The punish is available though, as Jed9 going to try to hit this life of the party and bring in this Pesto Barker straight into the T2 tower. Backflip won't be able to get Vintage Cow out of the Odin cage, and 2 chimps, 1 trench coat are going to punish this one. Platinum Pete doesn't have the ability to get out of this chase down, but Texi is here to zone away this Odin. Great play there from Engage, and they're showing still signs of life and still the ability to punish this Mordred. Love to see it, Jay-Beto.
We do pan the camera over to Tilly, and I was going to talk about Tilly. Hang on.
Invade on the speed buff, but Tilly is here. Here's a lot of damage available, and there's the ult. Punishes Infiltrate immediately.
All right, I can still talk about Tilly. In that time, in that fight, I was watching the map dice, because I wanted to see what Tilly was doing at this time. Furin rotates out halfway to try to, maybe join his team, and then the fight kind of fizzles out and he decides to go back to it. In this time, Tilly gets purple buff, the side camp, and a kill, and pushes 2 waves in. He is just permanently farming 2 levels now, set 2 levels, not 1.5, that's 2 level lead.
Yeah.
He is, and they're not even fighting around him. He's so strong.
Engage in mid lane. Platinum Pete finds Swifty right next to that T1 tower in mid, and Jay-Beto, it feels like this Baron isn't able to peel for the Kukulkan, just doesn't have enough options in that kit there, and he has a few CC abilities, but when it's a Mordred, a Barkus, a Neath, there's so much CC, so many options to lock down this Kukulkan.
Yeah, I mean, it's gotta feel bad, right? No beads on him either. No beads item picked up by Jed either, which I don't want to call out, but we did see that happen again. Sorry, we did see that happen before last week. This is again with that amazing Loki and Hikade play from Simply and Yada last week. And they got caught, and Jed didn't have beads item, which could have saved his team. And I'm not saying, oh, the game's done if Jed has beads item, but if he has talisman, it's so much easier for Kukulkan to play. I feel like you have to go it early. I know that it feels bad. It's not the ward item. They don't really have a lot of magical damage, but I don't know. It's such a strong passive.
Well, 7k gold in the lead are Sunday School, and looking to push it further with this Gold Fury that Pesto has started up alongside Texi here. This may be an opportunity, though, for 99% engage to 100% engage on Platinum Pete, or start up this Pyromancer, but instead they forced to disengage. This is a free Gold Fury for Sunday School. And Beto, it feels like 99% engaged. They had the right macro in mind for how to counteract this play and where to be on the map, but Platinum Pete just presents so much pressure that it's impossible to punish.
I will say Furin was forced to reset as well, which means that there's absolutely no chance at a Fire Giant, even a look. They have Kukulkan and Sunder. I feel like that's something that I would really like to have seen there. I can't really tell. I think there's some red wards. I mean, they all look the same to me. Or are the Chaos wards yellow on the right side?
Yes, they
Okay,
are.
so I really feel like there's a lack of vision from 99%. If they knew that that was coming, maybe Furin could have rotated over, caught mid, just given the Gold Fury, started a Fire Giant. It would have been risky, potentially, but I think you always can finish it there if you are able to get it too low. Maybe that they're not ready on her only really having 3 items. I'm not sure if Dev Gauntlets were finished stacked by that time, but I can understand, you know, boosting scale, but I mean, you're almost 10k down, and I've highlighted this before. Sunday School always play as 2. They're always holding each other's hands, walking together. Tilly may be caught here, but sniffing out this invade, just getting some vision. Pesto showing up as well.
And he might be able to engage here, although Tilly did just use his damage quite aggressively. Pesto will flop in, but won't find anybody. The burp is good, and it's going to lock down Swifty here. Use of that Intoxicate ultimate as well, but Soul will not connect her own ultimate. Here comes the Mordred, though. Platinum Pete, he's going to lock in and try to find Furin here. The CC immunity was good, but Platinum Pete was better. Furin down. Texi deep in the backline, zoning away any chance for 99% engage to find a counterplay, and it just means now that Sunday School are going to walk in and take this mid T1 tower, Beto.
And I don't know, Dice, the game is feeling pretty brutal. I feel like this could be a Fire Giant angle as well. You've got double ADC. Soul does so much damage to objectives. Looks like they're just going to reset. But I'm thinking Fire Giant on the table soon for Sunday School.
I think I have to agree with you here, Beto. They've got a huge gold lead at the moment. Not as bad as it was, only down to about 8,000 gold now, but still quite considerable for 18 and a half minutes into the game. I don't think this is over for 99% engage just yet. They've got a lot of tools that they can use, a lot of pick potential across the map, and we've seen them counter-engaging really well on Platinum Pete, but, you know, what they're getting punished for at the moment is the heads-up plays. Now, Infiltrate is going to look for Texi here, and it's a big rotation out as well as Jed9 going to fire off this life of the party, looking to try to pull Texi out of the T1 tower. Will force that Talisman of Purification out too, and Jed9 going to be credited with the kill onto Texi, but so many ultimates and abilities used, and now Sunday School making the rotation over. Pesto in the lead, followed alongside by Vintage Cow. Here comes the Mordred ultimate, and will catch Jed9 inside that T1 tower. Looks like 99% engaged. They've said, leave Jed9, he's going to die. Tilly will get the kill. But it's a 1-for-1 trade in favor, I would say, of engage, unless Sunday School start up this Fire Giant. And Beto, I think that's what they want to do.
I'm sorry, Das. I would have to disagree with you on that one because Jed got the kill, and on the other side, Tilly got the kill. Doesn't matter who died. The gold is on Tilly, and Jed getting, I think it was a shutdown. It looked like 600 gold to me. That's not what you want to see.
No, it's not what you want to see. But this is what you want to see if you're Sunday School fans. As this Fire Giant started up and taken down to about 6,000 health, Furin, good job knocking down that T1 tower and split pushing out, but this Fire Giant is gone. First one of the game, first one of the finals, and Sunday School have a commanding lead, Beto.
As long as Furin's able to get this reset off here, Chuck, looks like he's TPing out. Yep, nice. Okay, so he's able to collect 2 waves, a tower, push out that wave to give himself some time. They're able to reset and look towards this Gold Fury. I like the cross-map play from Furin. I mean, it's like, what can you do, you know? Look at the vision at Fire for Sunday School. Kuku ult was down. Odin was nowhere near. Like, your support's dead, who still doesn't have Talisman. But yeah, I think it's a hard way to engage on that. So I like the cross map. 99% engage. I don't know, Dice. It looks hard. What's your options here? You know, this solo side tower is low. It doesn't look like mid's going to be falling anytime soon. And that tier 2 duo as well. It looks unreachable.
Are going to give the option over to 99% to engage. Jed9 trying to find potentially a play up onto Pesto here. But the Spirit of the Nine was forced out early, and Swifty's going to be engaged on by the 2 tanks. Jed9 doing his best to zone out and peel away for his mid laner. And a great body block coming out from the Baron as well. But here comes the Mordred ultimate, and it will connect with Jed9 on this Baron. No escape potential. The cage is dropped. Will it get him out? No. Platinum Pete credited with another one. I'm back on a killing spree now. Gold Fury was already done, Beto.
Oh, I didn't even see that.
School still took the fight.
I think Tilly must have just done it. I know him as a player. He likes to just sit on objectives and says, "You guys just fight. I trust." Like this team, they've been playing together for so long. You know, there are some swapped in, swapped out. You know, Texi solo. We've got Corb support. I mean, sorry, Pesto support. But you know, Vintage said it in his interview, right? Him and Sean have been playing together for years.
Yeah.
Killy the same.
Killy as
They've been
well.
playing together for a long time. They have so much trust in each other. And on the other side, you mentioned at the beginning, the same basically formed last night.
Yeah.
Like, I know that they've been scrimming and trialing some different rosters, but this team has only just recently started. So when I say that I'm seeing a lot of disconnect, I think, you know, it's not a jab. I just think it's a talking point because it's understandable completely. In that fight, Swifty ulting like nothing, but also there was no setup. There's just no trust there yet. That can be built, obviously. It's one game that we're watching here where it's looking a bit disconnected, and the CC to hit is a bit difficult. You know, you've got Odin Spear, Baron Root. It's not super reliable. A lot of them can get out of them too. Like Barkus can jump away, Neath can jump away. Chark's really hard to one-shot with Kukulkan. Doesn't have any pen yet, from what I can see, or not enough pen at least. So I mean, I understand, but I also think there's a lot of disconnect from 90% Engage. So what if they're,
you know, we saw 99% Engage have some very strong connected gameplay with each other last game in that semi-final game.
Yeah.
Between, you know, especially Swifty and Infiltrate. And, you know, they're not able to display it here. Do you think maybe it's, as you said, they formed last night. They haven't had a lot of time to play together, scrim together, and build that up. I think they're definitely going to be able to, as you said, like a little bit of time, and they're strong. But do you think that maybe this team comp doesn't suit how these players want to play around each other? We know that Swifty and Infiltrate play off each other perfectly, but it doesn't look like Infiltrate is able to set up as well for Swifty right now. Maybe a big assassinate into the Spirit of the Night wins is good, but it's a hard one to set up, especially against Sunday School's aggression right now.
What I want to see, I think, from 99% Engage is Game 2. You know, I don't want to say it's over yet, but it's looking pretty rough. Game 2, take blue side, you know, let Sunday School ban away the Fenrir, and then take a god with agency. Whether it's this Mordred or this Neath that Sunday School are prioring, basically every game. Get some agency on your team, allow yourself to walk around and make plays, because in my eyes, Kukulkan and Loki, yeah, they can play off each other really well, but it's so hard for those two gods to play off each other. You know, like Loki ult, Kukulkan ult it's a bit unreliable in my eyes. You're committing two ults where potentially it just gets beadsed away, and there isn't too much beads force on 99% Engage in the core 3v3, right? Baron, he just gets backflipped away from. Maybe you can ult after that, sure, but Barkus does have the beads item, so, you know, notable. Loki, no CC out of his ult. It's really hard for these guys to force beads on Neath, on Sol, and then try to make a proactive play. So that's what I would like to see, just an adaptation from this game. Take blue side, draft some agency.
I think you're right, Jaybedo, and I think this team comp from Engage is nearly complete. It feels like maybe this Kukulkan doesn't quite fit into what this comp is looking for necessarily. We see that Jed is able to find individual people to pull in with that life of the party. Infiltrate is able to find comfortable 1v1s, but Swifty is looking for big plays. You know, even Furin is looking for individual picks with his god, but we're going to see Sunday School start up this Fire Giant, and it's going to be Texi firing off that ult in the backline using this Chark, and a lot of damage already coming out. Life of the Party will come out, try to punish off Pesto, but this Mordred ult is in the backline, and Furin managing to survive for a fair while here as Swifty is pumping damage into the Sunday School front line. The shell is popped, and so is the beads item. Vintage Cow 6 will pick up the kill into 2 chimps and 1 trench coat, and now the push is on Sunday School. Platinum Pete wrapping around the back here and trying to find even more damage. He's completely unstoppable here. The Aegis is popped, and it completely prevents the damage coming out from Infiltrate. Pesto has found a double kill. Swifty, though, punishes it and picks up Pesto. Shutdown is good, but Sunday School, they take 3 members of Engage off the map. It is a 2-for-3 trade, though. I don't know if it's enough for a Fire Giant yet, Jaybedo.
I'll tell you what, that fight was actually really good from 99% Engage. If they weren't,
maybe we can get a
13k down. Yeah, that would be nice.
Oh, there it is.
That's perfect. All right, so let's have a look. So I feel like they go too far forward here. They were to kite back with Kukulkan and Anher so well, and like it's so unlucky that they're so low.
Yeah.
I feel like if they weren't 13k down, this fight looks so good because Sunday School Okay.
Getting out of the replay, we immediately see Tilly picking up Swifty, and it looked like it was too aggressive around the trying to stun the side John, but Infiltrate is going to look for Texi here. A lot of damage coming out from the Shark, but even more from the Assassinate. And look what he did to Vintage at the same time, but Tilly picks himself up a double kill. Still too low to pick up this Fire Giant. Tilly's going to try to solo it, though. It's already down to 6,000 health, and he pops that Dagger of Frenzy. Has the Nagas as well. Very likely to be able to solo this down. Vintage in the area as well. Can finish it off. Great Fire Giant play there. Infiltrate did what he could, but Sunday School take the objective.
Yeah, like I said, Tilly just soloing the objective. I mean, it's so strong, right? Especially with the Nagas. You just they just don't die to fire. So you don't even need your team on there. You just drop them. They tank up the fire. Yeah, I mean, it's a bit unfortunate that we kind of exited the replay straight into getting one shot, but Infiltrate able to get a pick there. And I'm going to say it again, if they weren't nearly, what is this now, 16k down?
Yep.
This would be like a good late game. I think that Sunday School made a huge mistake there that might have cost them the whole game if, I think they really chased too far, and 99% engaged love to kite back. They're come into me, yes, let me CC you more, let me Anho you, walk into my Kukulkan Tornado, please. They were in a really tight spot too, which suits their comp as well.
Might be out of position here. He's going to cop that. Well, Weaver Presto tries to find him, but a good dash out there from Swifty will keep this Kukulkan alive and forces out that global ultimate as well, Jay Better. That Well Weaver's not going to be available for a little while, although Sunday School, they want to push into this this Phoenix in mid, and it is disabled off the back of the Ancient Fury. Great engage here from Tex. He does find two with the ultimate, and there's the Odin Cage stopping Platinum Pete from getting into the backline. Jed9 is going to throw out the life of the party. The mid Phoenix is already gone, but no kills yet for Sunday School here. They take the Phoenix and intelligently disengage away. Jay Beto, are they going to push for this left side Phoenix, or do you think they're going to back away here?
When they came what they got for left side Phoenix might just be
might be in a bit of trouble here, but Pesto in a lot more. The chase could be on right now as two chimps in one trench coat are going to try to get anything that they can find here. Swifty, Spirit of the Nine wins. It will connect with one, and that has put Texi down to low health. Counterplay, though, from Tilly has gotten 99% engage, even lower, and forces them back into this Phoenix. And now it's enough for Sunday School to push in. Texi on the lead, and no one from 99% engage can prevent this from happening. Swifty doesn't have Spirit of the Nine with the left side. Phoenix goes down, and look at what Platinum Pete is doing, Jay Beto.
The whole time, guys, they're 20k down. They're losing a 4v5. They're full health.
They are full health, just coming out of the base right now. Are 99% engaged, might be able to find a pick here. The Odin Cage is good, and it's trapped Pesto to win. He's going to be able to jump away from that one, and the Mordred deep in the backline. No, sorry, Texi trying to disengage out of this fight. Engage 99% of the time, are able to find something here. Holding this right side Phoenix down, and here comes Jed9 with the huge ultimate. Life of the Party's going to pull in one, but here's the Mordred once again. He picks up one. Spirit of the Nine with off the back of the door is going to zone off Platinum Pete. He's still looking for more though. Furin trying to find Pesto, and he will be able to get it. Tilly though trades off Infiltrate there. It's a good 1-for-1 trade so far, but Platinum Pete, he's in the back line, and Infiltrate Engage don't realize it. Swifty, he's finding damage with the whirlwind. Furin impale into the wall is good, and he jumps in. Beats out from Vintage is good. Double kill for Tilly. They're holding though, Jay Beto. Engage are not done. Swifty poked out there though by Tilly. Will Engage hold this Phoenix. Tilly does so much Phoenix damage though. Texi stepping in. He's looking for the axe. Won't find anyone. Down goes this Phoenix though, Jay Beto. Sunday School, they take some losses, but they will win the fight.
Guys, I just keep thinking, what if they weren't 20k down? That fight, again, looks so good for Engage. They're able to just hit for free. Sunday School's late game doesn't seem to be that strong. I mean, Soul, you know, but they're just so far ahead. I think, really, if I'm 99% engaged, I'm a bit frustrated. Like, oh man, we had a really bad early game. But our late game, we're actually really strong. Furin's 1-5 and is still, I mean, like, he jumps in there for a kill, but he's still doing meaningful damage. Maybe you just run back the carries and try to, you know, maybe draft some more early pressure and support and in jungle. Because, you know, Baron kind of just gets ran at all game. So, I'm not sure. I think blue side, pardon me, I think blue side is a must. I think it's really strong. But man, these fights, they're looking good, but the gold disparity is just too much.
It is very, very much.
Tilly's up 2 items.
Yeah, in favor here of Sunday School. And, you know, we are getting to the point where this gold disparity is starting to fall off a little bit, but we're seeing how Sunday School are able to take advantage of their gold. Yeah, the items are starting to be finished up a little bit by 99% engage, but look at the ward control that Sunday School have currently. They're full of wards, and Engage are not able to reciprocate that because of how far down they are. They need to try to complete these items so that they can fight.
I mean, look
And
at
Jay
the inventories,
Yeah.
right? Like they're
Yeah.
full on Sunday School, and there's one sentry on 2 chimps, 1 trench coat, because I guess he's the team player. I like this play on the left side, but I really don't think they have enough catch and enough damage with Loki and Odin. I think maybe if the whole team was here and then they were gonna, get a kill and then push out for maybe a bird, give them fire, but maybe you're just playing a bird for Titan trade there, and no one likes that. But right now they're not really getting anything from it. I guess I've got
Gold Fury?
I don't know if this does anything though. I mean, it's a gold injection, but are you ever touching these towers? Look at the towers. 2 of them are 1 health anyway.
2 of them are
Fury is,
1 health.
useless.
I think though that Jay Beto, this is showing that Engage do know how to play the macro and know not to engage on Sunday School on that Fire Giant, because that could have cost them the game right there. Mid Phoenix is respawned and left side Phoenix for Engage are coming back up. They're not likely to last long, but Jay Beto, they might distract Sunday School just enough for Engage to be able to find some good picks, find some good damage, and maybe an overextend again from Platinum Pete.
Mid wave being pushed up, duo wave as well. Still Fire Giant waves in all 3 lanes. That's the last one in mid there. So not too bad.
Not here. So if Sunday School look for an engage, they might be punished out for this one. Should play it slow though. While the old Mordred pushes out this left side, I might have liked to have seen 99% engage, 100% engage in that mid fight. Give up that left side and try to take a fight. Platinum Pete's still slow playing this over this left side, but he now has potential to ult in and find a pick. Good poke out from Swifty onto Texi here, but Tilly able to step up into this middle Phoenix and completely wipes it off the map. In the meantime, Mordred engage on the left side is going to be punished out really well though by Swifty. That Spirit of the Nine Winds does connect, and a great use of the Odin Note as well to completely zone out Sunday School on this push. Both Phoenixes, left side Phoenix still alive, and Swifty still able to find a lot of damage to punish out Sunday School's aggression. The left side Phoenix does finally go down here, but no members of Engage have taken a spill yet, and Platinum Pete Platinum Pete and Tilly, the only members of Sunday School still with ultimates available. They're healing up quickly from Fire Giant, but not as fast as Engage inside their own fountain. If Sunday School try to end here, they might be punished. Jed9 stepping up and might be looking for a little bit of CC here, try to pick off Pesto or Texi, but Vintage Cow is stepping up and finding a good bit of damage and a great position on the Engage team comp. In the meantime, Platinum Pete on the right side, engage in from Infiltrate, has to blink out though as Tilly fires off his ultimate, and the backline Engage is good. Pesto is trying to lock down members of Engage, but it might not be enough as Swifty is able to just find whirlwind after whirlwind into the backline of Sunday School, and again forced to disengage, but Texi goes in, he's not done, fires off the ultimate and finds Fury, and the axe is good, and this is it. Sunday School, they're pushing into the Titan room. Swifty, good use of the Spirit of the Nine Winds, but it's not enough as Tilly is here, and the game is over, Jay Beto.
Oh man, what a clinic from Sunday School. I love that end from them. Let me mute myself real quick. Yeah, what an end from them. Like, it's so conservative and then so snappy when it has to be. They go mid-bird, awesome. Then Platinum Pete forces a 1v1, gets Loki to push out. He gets hit by Spirit of the Nine Winds, doesn't die. They're able to get left bird. They reset. Shark's healing himself. Everyone's healing off Fire Giant. They re-aggress back. Texi dives, zones out the backline. They get right bird. And I'm not... Like, I really feel like this Loki didn't really do anything this game. Like, I saw it at the end there. He tries to go invis behind Tilly and try to one-shot him. And he just... Like, I guess he procs his one and then just ults out immediately and can't really do anything. I know that they're, massive amounts of gold behind, but yeah, I think take a breather, reset, go game 2, take blue side.
I think Engage showed that in that late game, they have the team fight potential. They understand the game well enough to take fights with Sunday School. If they hadn't got, as you said, as far behind as they did in the early game, there were fight opportunities there. We saw the damage and the positioning that Swifty was able to output there. If he was a little bit further ahead, those are kills onto Platinum Pete. Those are kills onto Texi and Pesto and Tilly. So you're right, a reset there, change things up, take a breather, and play for this mid to late game. Make sure your early game doesn't fall too far behind. But Jay Beto, I think we're going to send it off to the desk to bring us to picks and bans for game number 2. Nuxel and Devane, take it away.
Back again.
Hello,
Game 2.
hello.
Sunday School
Game 2.
are the winners of the first game, and they'll be taking Chaos side, as 99% Engage will be taking Order side. Crazy match. Domination almost.
It was actually, honestly, it wasn't as dominating as I thought it would be.
Yeah.
Like, I still feel like 99% Engage put up a pretty good fight. And it was like Jay Bodo said, like a lot of those fights, it was, imagine if they weren't like at a gold deficit in comparison. Because they were about a whole item behind Sunday School. And so it could have like, if it really shows how important the early game is.
Mm.
Yeah.
I think the name of the game for 99% engages for what's coming up is how can we get through the early game? How can we get through this mid game? Do we do we contest these things that are being forced? Do we just play our own game? Do we play our own farm? Take the things that we can? Do we really need to be contesting this? Or can we go and get this tower? Can we go and snipe this pyro instead? Or do you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
and you saw that a little bit, but it was obviously Sunday School did it better in general. I do wonder how these picks are gonna go. So we got a ban on the Neath.
Neath, which is interesting.
Which is interesting because Sunday School does normally pick Neath.
I wonder if Jingwei is going to be picked up pretty soon here. But something that I really want to see that I haven't seen at all in these competitive matches in Apac is very unique uses of beads. The most unique uses, sorry, not beads, blink. The most unique uses I've seen has been Swifty on the Morrigan. When he has transformed into the Fenrir and being able to use the Blink Relic and make some interesting plays there under tower when he's getting dove. But obviously as a support and stuff like that, you want to pick up relics that are keeping your ADC and your mid alive and everything like that. But could you imagine a Baron ult life of the party and then blinking, to engage mid life of the party ult? Or
I think it's just I think it's because there's only one active at the moment, and when you have guys like Odin usually kind of makes it seem that everyone needs shell.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, he
or not
really
necessarily everyone,
forces
but
the
it
hand
really does
there.
take away run relic for a lot of people.
Yeah.
So I do want to point out that we got Mordred again on Sunday School. I have been thinking maybe Engage should consider banning Mordred, but I don't think it's possible to ban out gods for Platinum Pete. But he was so strong on the Mordred. I really think that improved that early game a lot. So for Engage, I think they really need to prioritize maybe some lockdown for the mid and the jungle. Have that, a setup and a response to do the damage for Swifty, because Swifty had really well placed damages, but the jungle wasn't quite helping him secure those kills. There could have been better, kind of a better mix up there, or a match up is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I think it was very it was unfortunate to see Infiltrate down as much as he was last game, and then taking that into the mid to late game. It was just it was rough. It was rough to watch, and I'm sure it was rough to play. Hecate is going to be picked up for the first time today, which is quite interesting.
That is interesting because we have been seeing Yada picking up Nuar over Hecate.
Yeah.
But Hecate has still some very, very controlling ults, so that could be pretty useful here. And you have Ares and Odin. They do seem to be going for a pretty controlling comp at the moment.
Lots of displacement, lots of AoE. The Nuwa is going to be picked up straight away for 99% engage. I think, again, something very unique for us as the viewers to see on Swifty. I think that's going to be really exciting to see. There's a lot of good plays. We saw Yada playing with the Nuwa. I think this will be maybe faring better for him. I mean, the Cuckoo did look very good there.
Yeah, at least
in the disengages.
Nuwa has a better escape.
Yeah.
So there's that, and she has a stun, which actually can help you escape as well. So I'm surprised to see that Loki picked up again. Yeah, although I don't know what else they could hit.
You mentioned a good point with banning something like the Mordred or something very engaging for them. I think it would be interesting to see a they were saying in the interview earlier at the start of the game, where we're kind of getting to the stage where maybe 2 bans is worth it.
Yeah.
With the amount of gods that are in the game right now. Even so, there's so many priority gods for a lot of these teams and stuff like that. We're pretty much seeing Jingwei and Fenrir banned out of most games today. Pretty much all games today, except for what we're looking at now. Doing something that mixes it up and make sure that, even if you're on Chaos side, you're getting maybe 2 of those picks. That's something that is you know, maybe you're going to give up something like the Fenrir, but then you pick up something that's very strong for you, like the Baron and the Jingwei or something like that, and whether you think it's
Yeah, I think
worth
it's
it.
hard because you do have so many really, really good characters, like up there in the top tier. So it's pretty hard to ban all those out.
Yeah.
And then you obviously have players who are really good, mechanically good players. You know, you have Platinum Pete on Mordred. He does really, really well with that god. And it's how do you, pick around that then?
Hopefully we can see Infiltrate have a bit of his own game here, running his own map and everything rather than playing in response to Sunday School. If he gets Blink, this is another thing I was thinking about. If he like ulted and then blinked while ulting and he just like lands an assassinate halfway across the map or something crazy like that. I don't know. I'm keen to see what these teams bring out.
Crazy plays.
I want to see some crazy stuff. Blink has so much opportunity, but we're seeing a very defensive region at the moment. But let's jump it straight into this game. I'm keen to see what game 2 brings us. Let's bring it over to the casters, Dice Heart and Jay Bodo for game 2.
Thank you very much, Nuxel and Devane. Seen the cards there for a second, but my name is Jay Beto, and I'm joined
Your
once
name is
again
Jay Beto?
by Dice Heart. Yeah, my name's Jay Beto. You're Dice Heart.
I see.
All right, my name is Dice Heart. I'm joined once again by Jay Beto as we get into game number 2 of the finals here for week 4 of the Apac Founder Series.
I'm keen. Now, Dice.
Yes, Jay Beto.
Dice.
Yes.
All right, buff spawn. I believe it's 126. I think the respawn timer is 3 minutes after that. I'm fairly certain that's correct.
Okay.
I've looked it up. Could be looking wrong, but I believe so.
Right.
So at 4 minutes and 26 seconds, I don't want to see Sunday School getting invade off for free. I want to see engage, not allowing that either by fighting. They don't have Neath this time, so they can't make it a numbers disadvantage. And I want to see potentially engage cross mapping. We do have the names at the top are flipped, I believe, but that's okay. So
they are flipped, yes.
That's all right.
That is
but
okay.
For everyone else, if you are a bit confused, the engage is on blue side, Sunday School is on red side.
That is true. I think, Jay Beto, we saw exactly what you wanted to see here. We've seen a bit of a shake-up in the team comp. Swifty switched over to this Nuwa, who might be able to, or doesn't necessarily have to rely as hard on Infiltrate's Loki. And Furin has moved over towards this Jingwei, who is going to be able to scale a lot better into the late game than the Arnher did. But Jay Beto on the other side, we're seeing Vintage playing this Hecate, and we know how potent and the potential that this god has. And look at this very early invade coming out from Sunday.
I love this. Sharks made a video about this, and we haven't seen any of it so far in APAC, but this is the first proxy start that we've seen. Super smart.
Very impactful proxy start. And it also looks like it's going to be a punish out onto 2 chimps and 1 trench coat. Low health bar trying to get away is going to tick up off the back of that chalice, but the pressure that Sunday School have gotten off that Jay Beto is so immense.
Yeah, rip Barkus lane, like that's kind of just over. He's going to be level 1 and Tex is going to be level 3.
That's true, but Jay Beto, we're seeing exactly what you wanted to see. Infiltrate is cross-mapping here. He's invaded the red buff. He's invaded a back camp.
Nice.
He's being chased out by Platinum Pete right now. I think this Loki should be safe enough going to invade away another back camp there as well. So, Jay Beto, I think this is the shake-up that you wanted to see. Yeah, great play there by Sunday School, but 99% engage have calmed down a little bit, decided not to force a fight over there. In the meantime, Pesto over in the story lane is going to find a few chains onto this Jingwei and the Baron, but it's going to be turned around and Infiltrate's made a rotation over as well. Furin needs one more auto attack blink out from Infiltrate. Can he get it with a Loki? Jump in from Tilly. Beans popped. It's not a kill, Jay Beto. It's not enough.
What was that? How are they not dead?
Oh, no. It was so clean. It was so strong coming out there from Engage, but they just barely weren't able to find it in the meantime. Platinum Pete has found first blood onto Swifty in the mid lane.
I mean, I'll say what, it's really unfortunate that they don't die there. Like, it just feels terrible, but I love the play. I love Infiltrate's pathing there. I think that he absolutely smurfed that. I think that you report Swifty for playing aggressive when his jungler is guaranteed left side, and that they can't dive Varkus, You haven't seen him in duo. Where is he going to be?
Chain. One more chain's gonna do it. Chain. And here's Platinum Pete once again. Furin able to dash back underneath his tower, but it came off the back of the beads. Pesto being punished out a little bit, and Infiltrate's made another rotation over. Might be able to find an engage here onto Pesto. A lot of damage is coming out. The CC is good. Counter kill here, but Jay Beto, it goes to Jed9.
Yeah, we saw that last game. It's not too bad this time, but yeah, you'd love that to be on the Jingwei or the Loki.
It's fine, right? You know, you need these early kills to come out. Low health again for 2 chimps, 1 trenchcoat, and we're seeing the impact that early invade start has had on this Barcus. But Jay Beto, Infiltrate is flourishing right now. He is maintaining pretty much an even game with Platinum Pete this time, but he's able to rotate around and have impact across the map, which is not something he was able to do last game. And once again, he's over in the middle lane, forcing beads out of Vintage Cow, playing off the back of Swifty here. This Hecate has to be so much safer now, but Platinum Pete's made a rotation over as well. We can see Jay Beto. Infiltrate has a lead over Platinum Pete right now. He just barely ticked up to level 4 while Infiltrate was 4 in that mid lane when he got there.
I'm hoping this means that Engage are going to be able to secure their own buffs.
Platinum
Pete is looking aggressively.
He's not going to let it happen.
This can't happen.
Infiltrate did use that teleport to get to the T2 tower, though, in the solo lane, and Jed9 is there as well to punish Platinum Pete. They know that this player is coming out, but Texi is in the area as well, trying to secure down their own red buff. I believe it was stolen away, though, as Platinum Pete did secure that one, and Texi fired off that Odin cage. It's going to be enough as well, as Infiltrate does fall off the back of the cage, and the spear. 2-1 now for Sunday School, and that's rough, because Engage sent more players there.
I hate him. He's so smart. He sits in the bush behind them, waits for them to come in. How does he think of this? Like, in the moment, and it just works every time?
Yeah. I think Jay Beto is always the element of surprise, and that's always kind of what we see Platinum Pete doing. You never know when he's going to Mordred ult. You never know where he's standing. And, you know, you've talked about, last game you talked about how 99% Engage were giving away a little bit too much information so that Tilly was able to constantly playing aggressive. Constant BBA playing aggressive, but Platinum Pete never gives away any information. You never know where he is, you never know what he's doing, and that's how he's able to always get the drop on you.
I do like that Engage has wards on their side, solo side buffs at least around there. So that's just, you know, an improvement that I am happy to see from. And I'm also happy to see Furin in the driver's seat over here in duo lane. I think that, I mean, I'm not actually sure how this lane, I feel like in Smite 1, this lane should never go this way, where Anho's getting shoved on the tower by Jingwei.
Yeah.
This is Smite 2, so I think Jingwei 1 just one-shots every wave, and she has like a gazillion 2 charges. So maybe some number checks need to be done there, but yeah, it's really good that he's in the driver's seat nonetheless.
Jay Beto as well, I think that this is coming off the back of Infiltrate making that early rotation from the Loki. And yeah, Jeb was the one that got the kill. And it didn't go onto the Arnher either, but it's meant that this Jingwei has had consistent pressure. And now I think as well, Jay Beto, that 99% Engage are doing a good job. Hold that thought, as bees are going to be forced out immediately off the back of that Hecate ult, but Jed9 is not done with the fight, and he's going to fire off that life of the party, but chased down by Platinum Pete, and there's a no escape ultimate as well. Doesn't have a way out of this one, and Platinum Pete finds himself another kill. Texi also picks up 2 chimps inside of a single trench coat over in that solo lane.
Nice, that was clean.
Thanks, man.
I've got to say, Furin in the driver's seat again. I'm happy he's going on these buffs. I'm hoping that we can see a different look from this team this time, with Furin having a lead. I would potentially even like maybe some more Prio over towards that left side. Furin having perma Prio means that they can invade those left side camps very easily. I would love to have some wards down on that side as well, to maybe, you know, see the timers on these invades. But, you know, we'll see. We'll see.
You know what I want to say this game,
game's fine so far.
You talked about it last game, and I think it's really important now. Jed needs Talisman of Purification.
He does need Talisman, absolutely. This game, it's a must, but a Gold Fury pool started by 99% engaged pretty early on.
And here's the Mordred will connect, but a great use of the ultimate from the Jingwei is going to completely immune out the capacity that this Mordred has to zone and find a pick early. Gold Fury has been disengaged, and 99% engaged don't want the fight. They're going to go back to farming. Good heads-up play there to look for the Gold Fury, back off of it immediately. Texie steals away that red buff though, and Jed9 once again is going to be engaged on underneath his T1 tower, does find the life of the party and pulls in Pesto underneath that T1 tower. Good use of the shell as well, and Swifty is here to clean up the farm. It was a big, sort of, not a big commitment, but a bit of a waste of time there for Sunday School to commit the resources to that mid lane, and this might be enough for Engage to pick up a little bit of farm. And Jbeto, you've been talking about it a lot. Furin is just farming. He's just farming, and that's what he needs to do.
The problem is as well is that Tilly is getting his purple buff for free, and this speed buff is gonna. It looks like he's gonna go take the speed buff as well. Infiltrate is
going to try to invade it though, and I don't think that anyone's around to stop this. Tilly has to go back to his tower because Furin has shoved another wave by the looks of it. Yeah. So Infiltrate should have this, and he's playing the Platinum Peak game. He's hiding in this bush, waiting for it to spawn, see if anyone's come. No one's here, and Jbeto, look how many members of Engage are in this area right now.
Yeah, you got to be careful. As long as they can catch this mid wave safely, I think it's fine. I was gonna say,
like this.
Yeah, this is nice too. You are dropping a mid wave, but I mean, it's oh. Yeah, we're gonna spoil the oracles. Not too bad. I like this block from Pesto. Losing a mid wave, is it worth? Maybe not, but I'm not gonna talk about that trade specifically. I want to talk about. I was gonna say that this Gold Fury is really, really good because it just essentially says, what are you gonna do? You're gonna show up and Mordred ult? All right, we'll Jingwei ult. Furin ult is what I was gonna say. We'll Jingwei ult. We'll handshake that trade. We'll walk away.
Yeah.
But the problem is that Texie has a 3-level lead, like I talked about at the beginning of this game. That start really, really hurting him.
Yeah.
And he loses red buff. You have to get something off that. Furin might be caught here.
Oh, Texie's made the rotation over using that teleporter, and now Furin in a little bit of trouble. Should have the ultimate to get himself out of this one, but stunned out immediately by Texie. Tries to get underneath his C1 tower. Jump in though from Texie, and he fires that cage off. Trapped inside the tower for a little bit, but not long enough for Texie to fall. And the rest of Sunday School have immediately walked their way over to the Gold Fury. Not likely that Engage are in a position to punish this. And Jbeto, what can they do across the map? Nothing.
Nothing. I feel bad for. I mean, Infiltrate's looking for some buffs, but they're not up. I feel bad for Furin. Like he's kind of, doing well in lane. Finally, has agency in this lane, and it's just immediately taken away from him as soon as he's able to get it. Tilly had it all game last game, and nothing was done about him at all. Furin has it for like not even 9 minutes, and they're ganking him on the tower.
That's true. I do think, Jbeto, that, the shake-up that I would like to see coming out from Engage here around those sorts of plays is that they should be aware, Chain, and the no escape ultimate used is going to force Swifty to use his own ultimate. Those fire shards do come down, and actually a lot of damage coming off onto Pesto here as the life of the party will come down, and Hecate ult is good, but Mordred ult is better, straight into the backline here. Infiltrate engaged on down to 1 HP on this Loki, will be able to find his way out of this one though, as Pesto, still low but vintage, healthy on this Hecate. Big engage, but no kills are found in the backline though. 2 chimps, 1 trench coat. Still a little bit behind Texie, but trying to get engaged in the game and find anything. But this red Joff, Jbeto, it's going to be invaded again.
The red Joff?
Yeah, the red Joff.
I mean, I actually think that's super lucky Infiltrate doesn't die. Swifty missed his stun, and I think that Pesto is inting now. I don't really know what he's doing. I mean, maybe the plan was, okay, we're going to get newer ult, and then we'll Hecate ult it, but it didn't really amount to anything. And if Swifty hits stun, I think it's, a lot better. Super lucky the Infiltrate gets out on, like, what I assume is single digits.
HP.
Yeah. Double digits guaranteed.
Single digits, maybe.
Yeah.
I have to agree, Jay, but I think that I would like to see a little bit more map awareness coming out from Engage, because you're right, Furin did get not punished for his positioning there, but was engaged on sort of a little bit of outside of his control. But at the same time, Engage should know that things are down across the map. Sunday School are going to want to look for the Gold Fury. And Jbeto, what's the first thing you try to do when you're looking for a Gold Fury?
I mean, there's so many things you could do. Oracle's prior first here. Engage have it. You could look for another pick on Furin.
You'd look for a pick on Furin.
Yeah.
And that's what Sunday School are doing. They're looking for picks on Furin. So 99% Engage need to be ready for that.
Also potentially pick on Swifty. He doesn't have VW. He's not playing with Jed. His ult can be forced so easily.
Oh, that was a steal away, and Pesto is going to use that no escape ultimate. Jed9 this time does have the Talisman of Purification. Yeah, we did see Swifty waste out that fire shard, so already immune, and we're going to see the Mordred ult coming out on the left side. Furin will pick up Tilly before it happens, and Bede's used immediately. He's going to try to take the 1v1. Furin finds the knock-up onto Platinum Pete, but rooted in spot. Furin a little bit more. No, Platinum Pete will find the kill. Just a little bit too far ahead there. The heads-up play from Furin, though, to try to take that 1v1. He popped the beads early, and he needed a little bit more damage, Jay Beto.
I was so close from Furin. I love that play. A nice solo kill onto Tilly. But yeah, man. I mean, we talked about it game one, the disconnect of a team that's formed yesterday.
Yeah.
And I think that play right there is the exact thing that we were talking about.
Aggression in the mid lane, life of the party going to come out, trying to find anybody right now, but this Hecate will use those beads and get safely back onto tower. Go on, Jay Beto.
Your right tower is under
I love that. I love that spectator thing.
I do not.
I don't actually know if I like that trade. I mean, it's okay. Like you get. Actually, no. I changed my mind. Looking at the items, Pesto does not have talisman, so taking away Hecate beads that is actually really strong. I thought that if he had talisman, it would be, you're just kind of splitting mid waves to get a cooldown that's not even that long.
Texie does have it though.
Anyway. True. I didn't see that. Now, are Hecate and Odin going to be playing together at all times of the fight?
I doubt it.
To be decided, to be advised, but it is still around. It could be potentially for that.
Odin in the red buff once again, and this time the aggression coming out onto Texie is too strong. So many members of Engage are here. They're sick of losing their red buff, but Texie is going to jump the wall and get out
They're starting gold as well.
And Gold Fury has been started up. Furin is in the area, but I don't think he can punish this from happening. It was such a huge commitment onto Texie, and Jay Beto, this Gold Fury is going to go down.
I'm not quite sure. I mean, maybe Nua got all of her damage down and then ulted, but it looked kind of like she ulted the stun. I'm not too sure exactly how that happened, but I mean, maybe he just kit dumped and then ulted for the last damage. That makes sense. Nice invades on the side of Engage. Nice reset as well. Don't overcommit for the red buff. They've got their timers correct. They know they're resetting. They're coming out of base. We don't have tempo anymore. I like it. Unfortunate on that Gold Fury though.
This is a better game though from Engage. They're not taking the fights that Sunday School are trying to force on them. They're taking the fights that they want to take. If they've been able to pick up Texie there, all the better. Unfortunate that they didn't, but they're looking for aggression where Sunday School aren't. Unfortunately though, it came at the cost of a Gold Fury there, as we're going to see Life of the Party used once more, but the Hecate ult is even better. The gates are open, and Swifty does not manage to survive in that fight. Vintage Cow credited with the kill. In the meantime, this Mordred ult going to come out once again onto these two chimps, and Texie in the area as well to follow up the cages down. And this dive inside of the T1 tower is good, but a double stun off the burp is even better. Flop up and down. Will Texie fall? No, the shield is strong. Platinum Pete still on the dive. Will get the kill and survive that fight.
That aggro juggling was so good.
It's so hard for these two chimps to be able to survive inside of their trench coat.
I mean, there were only two chimps. Maybe if they were three.
Yeah.
Because it was a 2v2, right? Because two chimps and you got dove by two people.
You're right.
And they're only chimps. Like, that sucks.
Yeah.
I think if he actually hit flop on Texie there, I think he was so crazy. I mean, he's 3 levels down as well. Getting a kill there on the 401 Texie would have been so good. I mean, it's just unfortunate, You can't predict everything. He guesses wrong. He thought Texie would walk in. He walked back. I mean, yeah, it's unfortunate.
It is unfortunate, but Engage are showing much better signs of life in this game. By this time, they were considerably further down in game 1, so they've really adapted their gameplay and how they're working around Sunday School. And I think, Jay Beto, for a team that was formed yesterday, the fact that they're able to so quickly adapt to what Sunday School are doing really shows that they are going to be competing for the top spot in Apac, although Furin far too far up inside the T1 tower on this left side. Eats the Platinum Pete Mordred ult and falls immediately. Furin out of position. Pesto will use this no escape ultimate once again, followed up by Hecate. Chased in though, using that Life of the Party to try to punish Pesto underneath the T1 tower. Infiltrate. Ults as well, using that Loki damage, but look how healthy Pesto still is. Now Sunday School are able to turn this around and chase down Jed9 underneath the T1 tower. Sunday School, they will back off of the fight, but they get the better end of the trade. And Jay Beto, I think that this could be a Pyromancer call now.
Someone tell Jed he's got talisman. He could have beats that. I know they didn't die, but I mean, it's still so risky to just let yourself get hit by that combo.
It is definitely risky. And Platinum Pete, again, it looks like he got a successful invade off onto the red buff there.
Doing it all game.
Now stealing away this blue buff as well, so 2 chimps inside of that 1 trench coat. Now 3 levels down on Texi and Jed9 poked
basically
out
like
here.
1.5 chimps.
That is 1.5 chimps. Pyromancer started up by Sunday School. Potential, no, there's no potential here. Mordred ult straight onto Jed9 here. Actually, it does connect with the CC immune ult of Swifty, so great play there from the mid laner of Engage. But not a lot of potential to prevent this heads-up objective play from Sunday School, and the lead J Beto grows further and further away from Engage.
Yeah, Runic Bomb and the Pocket of Pesto now as well. Tier 1 mid, the only Tier 1 tower, the only outer tower still left standing. I think that's going to be the target for this Runic Bomb. Potentially could be a bomb the Fire Giant. I know that we've seen that quite a bit, but if you're not going to do that, you do have Sunder on Texi. I think either's fine. Potentially, I don't know. I don't know what I'd prefer. I think maybe Fire Giant is actually better. Ancient Fury coming up in 2 more Gold Furies, so still a while away from any like massive sieging. They are down 10k, which does feel terrible, but this Naga's a good start.
This Naga is a good start. It's going to go in favor of Engage, and Gold Fury, as you said, has spawned. I don't know if 99% Engage want to contest this Gold Fury right now. The gold lead is definitely against them, but they do have fight potential. Furin is starting to get to the point where he's able to chunk out damage. Jed9, though, is just not really online with this Baron right now, not able to find good engages. In Sunday School, they've started up this Gold Fury, and Texi doing a great job zoning away on this Odin. Mordred also deep in the back line of Engage is going to prevent anything from happening. These 2 chimps, though, they found a little cheeky play over on that right side, J Beto. Proxy.
I unfortunately don't think that this is going to amount to much. Parker's not really known for his tower pushing ability, and you know, at any point they can just drop mid and come gank him, and he's dead again.
Rotating over to try to defend this T1 tower, though, as Sunday School is pushed in, and here comes the no escape ultimate once more. But Jed9 heads up play. He's going to pull this Ares once more back into the T1 tower. Hecate did open the gates though, but he only pulls Jed9 and finally punishes Pesto for his aggressive gameplay. Great little play there and a good rotation for the Barkers. In the meantime, Furin tried to take the 1v1 with Tilly. Will he be able to find it? Jump into the tower does go Tilly, not able to chase down into that T1, but Furin is really taking the better position over Tilly in this game. And J Beto, that might be what 99% Engage have to rely on in the late game.
No more solo kills for you, Furin. I did say before that I think Sunday School would try to pry this mid tower, which is what they did. I think they mega overforced it though. Walking too far into Baron is exactly what he wants you to do. I mean, Hecate ult, it wasn't the greatest. It only caught Baron and they weren't able to pick him up with that.
Once again, trying to punish
Texi is a little rat, bro.
Yeah, I think, J Beto, you know, we talked a little bit about how 99% Engage shouldn't be trying to take the fights that Sunday School are forcing. And sending so many people over to defend this red buff, do you think it's worth it at this point, or do you think you go somewhere else when you know that he's going to be on the red buff?
I don't know. I think it's a really rough. Like, I don't think it matters too much now. I just think it feels really bad. Like, guys, he's on my red buff again. Can we do something about it? No. Like, it's such a tilter.
It is a bit of a tilter. Tilly a little bit pushed up in this duo lane, but he has managed to shove that wave. So Fury going to come back and clear this one out. Jay, but a little bit of stagnation at this point in the game, which is good for Engage. They need this time to catch up. They're on the verge of 10k down, but certainly not out of the game. They're continuing to take fights. They're continuing to find ways to punish Pesto and try to punish Platinum Pete on this Mordred. 5-0-1 at the moment, though, and 3 levels lead over Infiltrate on the Loki. Fire Giant has been started up here by Sunday School.
This feels a bit risky, although Jingwei is in left pushing this tower. I'm not sure if Engage can contest this, despite maybe like a Barkus Sunder steal, but he
stepped up
he's
far too aggressively, likely to be kept trapped inside of this cage. Swifty does find a good double stun and the license party comes out, but here comes the entirety of Sunday School until he's going to take Jed9 immediately off the map. Now looking for these 2 chimps inside of 1 trench coat, but he did a good job taking Platinum Pete's health bar a little bit lower before they could pick up this Fire Giant. Furin,
this is really good for Furin.
He is going to get this T2 tower. Engage, they did lose Jed9, but they've done a good job slowing down this Fire Giant push. Potentially a chance to slow it down even further. 10k health, and Sunday School have to disengage off it once again. Infiltrate, able to ult completely out of those gates being opened by the Hecate and Pesto. Going to use that no escape from the Ares ultimate to try to pull anybody in. Swifty, low health, being chased by Texi. Is it enough? Yes, it is. He finds the jump, and it was just barely able to avoid the 2 chimps, 1 trench coat stun from the Barkus, and now Infiltrate being chased down as well. But Jay Beto, this Fire Giant still hasn't been done, and Furin got a T2 tower.
Yeah, I think that when Furin's on T2, the soft contest is great, but Swifty getting caught there just feels so bad. Furin has got so much gold. He got tier 1, tier 2, like 3 or 4 waves. I think he got maybe purple buff as well. I'm not sure. He stayed around for a while there. I was watching the fight. But he got a lot of farm. This Jingwei is really, really fed. I feel like I want Engage to play around him more. They are 10k down, but I think it's time for Furin to start grouping. Let's see what this Jingwei can do with this lead over Tilly. Can he survive the dive between Odin and Mordred? I think that the talisman is going to be really crucial. What are you cleansing? Is it Ares ult? Is it Mordred ult? Is it just a random Odin stun? Furin has beads of his own and ult. This Fire Giant is on a really great timer here as Engage has half their members in base. This looks gone.
Yeah, that's really rough here for Engage. Furin even made the rotation over because he can't split push down the left side anymore unless he's trying to push that Phoenix. Too risky for him as well, as this Fire Giant does go to Sunday School. First one of the game for them as well, as we're going to rotate over towards this gold side. Jaybeto, let's take a listen into Sunday School's comps.
Yeah, it's okay. They have Naga as well.
Yeah, I'm coming.
I
I can now, I'm with you.
Nice mid.
TP Matic going.
Oh, it's on top of you.
That's Loki ult.
Okay, ult. I hit
Massive.
everyone. Big
beads.
group beats. No one ult, keep in mind.
Can we just chase into this? Can we chase into this?
Don't let them get out.
Marcus. I'm just ulting Marcus. Just lock him down.
I'm so low. I'm resetting.
He's dead. Reinforce the mid tower, reset.
Just
Yeah, I
reset.
think so, yeah.
Wow,
Cool,
Jaybeto,
calm, and collected dice. No
Just
stress on
clinical.
the side of Sunday School.
absolutely intelligent. No overexcitement there. They knew what they were looking for. They went in knowing exactly who was going to follow up, where they were going to follow up. Clean comms, Jaybeto.
Yeah, you could hear a little bit of excitement from Vintage there as he hit all of them. That was funny. I really liked that play. Yeah, clean team fight. They don't over-chase too far like they did in game 1. They don't get kited too badly. They secure... Oh, actually, no. Engage was able to take that Gold Fury. So a nice steal there.
Yeah, I really like seeing the way that Engage are continuing to try to take fights, but hearing Sunday School, that's calmed me down, honestly. I'm gonna cast the rest of this game calmly. I don't think I will be, as Mordred ult is going to come out and connect once again with Swifty's ult. That Nuwa Fire Shard continuing to find value and now going to use those minions, not able to connect the stun though. And so Platinum Pete able to step away. I think, Jaybeto, what I would like to see is I want to see Infiltrate just a little bit closer to Swifty here, maybe trying to punish Platinum Pete, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Right side Phoenix, though, will be the target of Sunday School's aggression, while the rest of Engage are trying to pick up Platinum Pete. Swifty does get the shutdown, but the cage comes out, and right side Phoenix goes down. Jed9 going to use the life of the party to pull in one, but he's being pulled himself. The gates are open, and this Ikate is doing work. Tilly picks up Jed9, killing spree for the Yarnher, and now it's up to Engage to try to do something here, but the potential is low right now inside of this jungle. Sunday School have the momentum behind them, Jaybeto.
I feel like it's this matchup that I'm watching, Baron against Hikade, just looks so rough. Because, you know, okay, he ults, and then someone blocks it, and the second that it gets blocked, Hikade ults right on top of him, and he just gets pulled every time. I mean, he has Talisman, but it was down there. You know, there's so much stuff to beat this game. He just gets pulled in every time, and then he's stuck. This is brutal.
Trying to defend this T2 tower. Sunday School's aggression is strong. 2 chins, 1 trench coat. He's going to jump out of that one, but trapped inside the Odin cage. No follow-up there, though. But the T2 tower does go down. Furin trying to step up and find a few auto attacks. On the left side, though, Infiltrate is stepping up. Does have the Loki ultimate available, but Sunday School, great disengage. They find the objective, they walk straight away. And Jaybeto, I think given the comms that were coming out there from Sunday School when we heard what they were talking about, that T2 tower must have been such a calm play for them. Get the objective, step out, don't over-engage.
Yeah, it's just Vintage going, guys, can we hit tier 2 tower, please? And then Tilly going, yeah. And then it was done.
Yeah, is that how that went?
I'm pretty sure. Pyromancer, spawning soon. Likely to be eaten up by Sunday School. Fire Giant and Ancient Fury on similar timers. It looks like Ancient Fury's a little faster, but still very synced up. So hard to, you know, do one over the other. I think if you're Sunday School, you kind of get to decide the whole game. You're so far ahead. You're well in the driver's seat this game. So not letting any of these objectives go over would be really good. I mean, if you're a Sunday School fan, if you're an Engage fan, this is a really rough place to be in.
Furin, though, might be able to find a pick onto Platinum Pete. Isn't going to connect that knock-up, though, and that was probably the necessary play there to be able to pick up Platinum Pete on this Mordred. The rest of Sunday School going to push off into this left side T2 tower, although we did see them take a moment to make sure their jungler was okay and going to survive. Infiltrate has made his way all the way over to the right side, though. He's going to leave his team to defend by themselves, but defend they do not have to do, as Sunday School are going to go towards this Gold Fury, and an Ancient Fury is probably enough to force a Phoenix here, J-Beto.
Yeah. I mean, it's so brutal, right? You're down one Phoenix already, the other two are disabled, they're going to reset, perfect base time, come out, Pyromancer, Fire Giant spawning on the same timer. This is a really rough position to be in if you're Engage.
It is a difficult place to be for Engage, you're absolutely right, Jay Beto. Sunday School likely to start stepping towards this Fire Giant, but Engage actually have the better position on it. They're already pushing up this right side, making sure these Fire Waves are pushed out, and they're likely to get to Fire Giant first. Yeah, they do have the wards. I think, Jay Beto, that Engage have decided that this is the Fire Giant fight that they have to take. But Jay Beto, grouping around this Fire Giant, I think we're going to take a listen in to Sunday School's comms once again to see how this fight breaks out from them.
A ward. I'm warding Naga.
I'm playing off Lake Yacht with Mushroom here, guys.
There's a ward on it, I'm getting it.
I'm here.
I have ward behind the wall.
Careful, they like to have a random group as well.
Yeah,
man.
I'm on down,
I got a fat ult as well.
There you go. Nice.
No one behind us still. No one in the back.
Jingwei.
I'm
ready.
Lucky no ult. No, lucky no ult.
I'm low.
Nice.
Jing beats.
Guys, go. Just win.
Lucky, watch out. He's behind us.
Yeah. Can we just walk in the mid?
Yeah, if he comes to me,
just win with midwave. 30 seconds on Baron. Lucky no ult.
How long a mushroom?
35.
Doesn't matter. Game will already be over.
I'm sorry. The game sense on Sean is
called it before it happened, Jay Beto.
Unbelievable. He knew exactly what was going to happen. Guys, they might be randomly grouping. Watch out. Saves the game.
Infiltrate looking for the Engage on the backline. He's managed to get Pesto low and Tilly even lower, but it's not enough as Tilly turns it around. Unstoppable for this Arnher. Jay Beto, he got the triple kill around the Fire Giant. Jed Knight's respawned. Can he prevent this from happening? Will get Pesto, but the Titan goes down. Engage are going to fall, and Sunday School win it all in 2-0.
Jed tries his best at the end there, but just can't do enough. Titan's so squishy in Smite 2, falls down before he's able to do enough.
Wow. I loved hearing the comms there, Jay Beto, from Sunday School. They were so cool, calm, and collected, and you're right. They called it out immediately, and if that hadn't been pre-called out, I think that Engage would have had the better position on it.
I mean, it was a great fight, but Dice, it wasn't they. It was Platinum Pete. It was his call. His game sense is through the roof right now.
Yeah. That was really intelligently played. I'm glad we got to listen into their Sunday School's comms twice there, because it kind of gave us the insight on a proper team fight, but it also gave us the insight on a Fire Giant play, and as you said, how intelligently they're thinking ahead around objectives. But Jay Beto, clean 2-0 there from Sunday School. A good showing there from a team that formed yesterday out of 99% Engage. They really managed to put on a bit of a, not a clinic necessarily, but a much better early game in that second game. Showed that Furin has the capacity to bring it to a team like Sunday School. And I think, Jay Beto, that team has a lot of potential if they can get some scrims and get some practice up their sleeves.
Yeah, I really think that playing around towards Furin is the game plan in my eyes. If I was on that team, obviously I'm not, so if they have something else, that's fine. But I think that Furin's a great player. I think that he did really well in lane. It's a bit unfortunate that he got caught out by that. Like, I've got to say, great TP flank from Texi. He had prio all game in solo due to that, like, really creative start that, we've seen a lot of people talk about. Shark specifically made a video about it, about the proxy starts, about what you can do against that. So I'm really excited that we got to see that. And yeah, I think I'm ready to see this team again next week. Hopefully they can get a good week of scrims in and come back stronger next week.
Jay, do you know what I want to see? I want to say Fish versus 99% Engage, because those are the two teams that have been constantly fighting it out to try to bring Sunday School down. I think if those two teams start brawling it out, scrimming together, and if we see them next week in a head-to-head, I think that is going to be a really exciting match. But we just saw Sunday School win, and we're going to send it off to an interview between Nuxel and Sunday School's ADC, Tilly.
Thank you so much, Dice Hard, and thank you, Tilly, for being here to do an interview with me. How are you feeling after those games?
Great. You know, the team played well. All we had to do was like listen to Vintage, and he just led us along. Really.
Yeah, nice. Okay, so Vintage being a pretty driving force along that team, carrying the fights and stuff like that.
Yeah, he's brings a lot of vocal. Like he's very strong in comms, has good game sense, just knows what to say, and like force a game plan for the team.
Yeah, nice. Well, that's super interesting, especially since we had Vintage on the interview last week. We got a decent chunk of information from him. So we'll do the same with you. So, what we've seen very interestingly with you coming out in the past couple of weeks, different mage ADCs you've been playing. You've been picking up the Cuckoo, which has been quite unique. But now you're back onto traditional ADCs, the Arnher, the Neath, and everything. How are you feeling about that?
Well, I think the ADCs just felt pretty weak before they got the recent buffs of Braggies, Kins, like extra damage and stuff like that. So they're feeling a bit stronger now, and just the mages don't bring everything that you need in an ADC, but it's good in certain comps, so they can still come back out.
Yeah, cool. Okay, interesting. I guess in sort of comparison, like to the games that we just saw, and very much the games that we see a lot coming out from you guys and everything like that. We see you guys usually with this massive lead, 10k up at 10 minutes or something crazy like that. It's a bit more decent that game. I saw maybe a little bit less than 10k, hovering around the 7 to 9, which is quite interesting. But why do you think your team gaps so much, and what kind of advice would you give to some of these mid teams to get up to more of that level and make it a bit more competitive and stuff like that?
Well, really, I think you should invest in a good coach. Every team needs a good coach. It brings a lot to the table. Can always whip you back into shape when you're doing silly things, and just looks at the game from an outside point of view and can bring it in. Like, just really into the good team.
Yeah, 100%. I think we can definitely see the comparison in a lot of the teams between who has a coach and who doesn't, and the amount of improvement that they have throughout the weeks, which is very impressive. And maybe hitting a bit of a reset button this week, but I'm sure that will very quickly start to improve back on track. Hopefully in the coming weeks, and the next week of scrims and everything like that. Going back to talking about your team have had the Chalk mids, the Cuckoo ADC. Have you guys got anything more cooking in the pot, stirring around?
I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say that thing, so I'll just have to keep that to myself. But always
But we
expect
should
the
expect
unexpected.
something.
Yeah, expect the unexpected.
Okay. I'm keen to see what comes out of the pot for you guys. But lastly, I just wanted to ask, with Smite One gods having such a massive roster, do you have a god that you really want to see brought to Smite 2 really soon, or a couple of gods that you're kind of thinking?
Well, the first god I ever played besides Neath from the tutorial was Cupid, so I'm kind of keen to see if they bring Cupid to Smite 2 and what they could do to change him and make him different.
Is there
And
anything? Oh, sorry.
I'm keen on gods with different scalings like int and strength, so like mixed scalings are pretty cool, so I'm keen to see if they do that for Cupid.
Yeah, that could be really interesting with Cupid having a bit of an intelligence build there, with his one and everything like that. Is there a way that you, or just off the top of your head, think that you would improve him, give him his little +1 that a lot of the gods have been seeing in Smite 2?
Well, I think he got a lot of changes back in Smite 1 in recent patches to make him better. I think his 3 buff might have got changed to be a better quality of life. I'm not remembering how it got changed, but I think it is better, but I'm not sure. It's hard to bring Cupid into a game when there's Stampede, I believe it's called, the AoE sprint, and actives and stuff like that, so it's hard. I'm not a designer, so I'm not sure how to change gods.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I'm a big advocate for the Blink plays, and I'd love to see some Blink ones come out from Cupid and absolutely blowing up someone with an intelligence build. I think that'd be super cool to see. But is there anything else that you want to say now that I've got you on interview? Any shout outs that you want to give?
Shout out Sharks, keep the coaches. That's
Hell yeah.
about it, really.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Tilly, for being here on the interview. It's been an absolute pleasure, and congratulations on another win this week.
Thank you.
Well, finishing it up here for the week, I'm back with Devane, Jay Beto, and Dice Heart. How are we feeling,
Woo!
everyone?
That was a lot of fun.
Pretty.
Yeah.
That was a
pretty good week.
camera. That was like.
Billy
yeah.
just looks so comfortable.
Yeah, he was just chilling, Udi on, gaming, just
Yeah.
listening to comms,
Kind of jealous.
You look so small.
left clicking people.
Left clicking people, yeah.
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 We have to dress so nice for the broadcast. I think next week we're gonna get comfy. It's Uddy's on for the next broadcast. We're not doing
Hoodies
these shirts
day.
and
gonna be
suits and
hot,
all
I
that.
feel
Can I
like.
have a hoodie on
warm,
as
yeah.
well, like over the top?
Yeah.
Maybe if I have the aircon pumping, but I'm upstairs. I don't have the aircon upstairs.
I would really like, like Tilly was talking about the Cupid thing. Like, imagine like a 100% int scaling, but only in its alt. You can just get like a one-shot alt build.
Oh my
That could be
god.
super
Crazy.
cool.
What gods are you kind of hoping
I
like
said
out of
mine.
everyone that you guys want to have come in the next patch or couple
Khepri.
patches?
Is an army.
Khepri?
Is an army.
Oh, he's an army. That's good.
Is an army.
Ooh, nice.
Oh, okay. It's an army. Lots of 80 season supports. I mean, I'm a big.
Jungler's getting shafted right now. They've got 3 gods.
I'm
None
a
of us want
big.
to see any of them.
I'm a big Merlin enjoyer, and I'd be really interested to see
Yeah.
how they give him his +1. I think he's he's
already got
already
so
super
much.
strong.
Don't give him
so-
anything. He doesn't need nothing. I really like Simply's Pele idea, making like utility junglers. I'm a big advocate for more of not necessarily tanky, but CC setup, utility, play with your carries kind of junglers, rather than just the I 1v9 double kill the backline or open kind of play style.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, I'm not sure what that would be and who on, but something along those lines could be really cool. Maybe if Aladdin is a jungler.
Oh yeah,
with his
yeah, that could be
ult,
interesting.
Could be
I
interesting.
the other god that I'm kind of interested in is Yu Huang. He's a god that I've always loved, and
Yeah.
and I play a fair bit of certainly in the mid lane. But I wonder if they would give him a bit of a plus to his ult or something like that. His base kit's already really good. I don't think there's much that they would
I
need
thought
to
you're picking
improve on
like
there.
the most overtuned mage
Yeah.
kits possible. And you're like,
You and
"Can
gods
we
have a
add
lot."
more?"
They're the gods that I enjoy. They're the gods that I enjoy.
Neutral can't just say, "Hey, maybe Ra could have some CC or something." No, no. Like,
need 3 more abilities.
give Merlin like 4 more forms of CC,
I
and
think
like
every time Melon uses an ability, he should be CC.
Osmay said, give him tier.
Give him tier. Yeah, for Ra line his one, just the more gods that he hits, the more damage it does down the line.
That actually could be cool.
That would
That's
be
not a bad change.
crazy. That would be nuts. That'd be really cool though, but I think that would blow up the potential of the game. I'd really like to see some like more pokey champs like that though. I feel
agree.
Like.
I think
I feel like we
from my
just don't really have that play style at the moment. It's
Yeah.
pretty much like brawl or pick comp at the moment.
Yeah, I agree. I think that adding gods that are going to change up the direction that comps can go is super interesting and good for the game, and even potentially go places that Smite hasn't gone before. Maybe like utility ADCs with a lot of vision control could be really good. I don't know, maybe even some carry solo laners with a lot of damage. I also really like the idea of characters that have abilities that stack infinitely, where they're really, really bad early game, they struggle a lot, but if you're able to scale for like 40 plus minutes, you just run the game over. I think those could be some really cool ideas.
Sure, it'd be
Yeah.
interesting if there was a high-res employee in chat watching right now.
Or multiple, potentially.
All right, well, let's close things out. I'll give Nuxel and Devane a quick opportunity here to say their goodbyes and give them a little shout out for the hard work they've done tonight.
Thank you everyone for listening in. It's been a good week.
Yeah.
Jay Beto, before I do my little closing spiel, any shout outs from you? Anything you want to say?
I mean, just shout out the production, of it, besides us that are on screen, Redacted, all the filmers, Gangster Sexy, the admin team, just it's just so cool.
It was very cool having everybody working as hard as they did today. We had a bit of a long day, but a lot of people came in, did the camera work. Redacted, again, is pulling massive hours, and every graphic that you see on screen, everything that we do is put together by Gangster Sexy and then organized by Redacted. He does an amazing job on the OBS, and Gang does an amazing job putting together the graphics and everything that we have. I will give a shout out to J-Mac actually, because he's in chat and he is the person who has given us an opportunity to be on Smite game.
So is Melon.
And Malum, I was about to say as well in chat, has been talking about us quite a bit on the podcast, on the Smite Too Long Didn't Watch podcast, so that's awesome. Big shout out as well to Kat G and Osme, who have finished up their broadcast for the night, but they were here earlier. Kat G was actually her first broadcast with the new setup, so very exciting. Osme always does a great job as well. Anyone else that we need to shout out?
I mean, I'm just gonna shout out whoever got the comms. I'm not exactly sure the names of those people, but just extra shout out for sitting in comms just the whole time, recording, uploading
Yeah.
them. And it's cool to have. It's really cool to have.
It is cool to have. I'm very excited for the direction that our region is going and everything that we're able to get our hands on and present to you, the viewer. Thank you very much for everybody that joined us here tonight. We'll be back same time next week, so make sure you tune in for another exciting week. Thank you, esports fans, for joining us. We'll see you later.